be the highlight of the day, don't you think? It is going to be Cloud9 and NIP. And are they going to come from here? Flash once, he's waiting. If they peek at the same time, there's the 1 kill. Forest turns around, sees Zed in hand. Shroud is right there. Forest takes him down. Now it's a triple. Can he get the quad? He's got 5 bullets. He misses the shot. Are you kidding? There's nothing runs. Forest wins it. Are you kidding me? I don't think NIP can actually seal this round. It looked so good. Just a few seconds left here. 7-6 left. Freiburg goes for the kill. He's going to pick it up. If just exists survives, he's going to win the round. There's no time. Oh my God, Freiburg, are you kidding me? 2 more shells in this Max 7. Grenades will follow. Forest still alive. And oh, are you kidding me? Get right. It's now Semifinal alone, 1-on-4. NIP, absolute resurrection.
We're always make it somehow in the end, and I'm just super happy.
They've won multiple championships all around the world, but the one that eludes them at the moment is one of the majors. And it'll be exist and get right at Freiburg, and they're only 1 frag away from the final. It's Kaylee versus NIP. Ninjas in pajamas charge into the grand final.
Unbelievable. I've never played like so many close games in my whole career, and I've been playing for like 15 years.
This is revenge time for NIP, or it's Fnatic's turn to take it once again.
Wolfmeister will find the shot on Exist. Freiburg does return, picks off Pronax. He's still here though, and he's going for more. 2 big frags. The 3rd man is here, however, and Freiburg has to back off. But Freiburg somehow opens it up single-handedly. All 3 frags.
All he has to do is stay alive, and it's going to be great. Oh, he picks up a quad kill. Freiburg comes in, he sprays. Freiburg misses, and it's the ace. He picks it up single-handedly. Ruins Fnatic.
This could be a turning point. That has got to be shattering for Fnatic.
It's a 3-on-3. Fnatic last time the retake didn't work. This time they're feeling more solid. Gerwright coming up from behind, but he's also alone in a 1-on-2. Throws out another grenade here. Gets up another kill. Is it happening again? Pronax is alone. That bomb is in the middle of nowhere. He's gonna have to sit down in the open. He goes down. Gerwright clutches it. It happens again. And here it comes, 2-on-5, JW and Flusher. There is nothing they can do any longer. NIP have won Gamescom 2014.
This is an amazing crowd. I mean, I can't describe it. I feel I'm emotionless right now, and you don't realize how big this actually is.
The biggest, the baddest, the hypest CSGO tournament there will be. ESL One Cologne 2015.
This is the biggest CSGO event of all time!
Goodness, the energy in here is electric!
I think this is an amazing time for CSGO. It's so undefined who's the best team in the world right now.
This just starts from a lot of different countries. That's also why they're seen as a fan favorite.
There is nothing more amazing.
This event is one that gives you a feel that you will never experience elsewhere.
2 days of competition, the playoffs, the teams, they have gone at each other. The games have been amazing. What we have now is the cream of the CSGO teams from around the world. It's time for the quarterfinals in this stadium. Are you ready?
And actually, it's a good position. Tucking in there, but he finds him through the smoke to trace him by giving his position away. The bomb plan not quite going down. Oh my God!
Pouring out towards that A side, it's Makalele single-handedly trying to take his team through this, and this could be the start for Carrigan. The triple comes down.
Can they make it back into the side? Pronax will be watching all the way back. And Krim's side kitchen further. Will open up the frag. Gets himself another one. This is 4 for 1.
Get right looking for an opportunity to try and get something done as well. And he could very well drop the bomb. Does just that. And he gets the second kill as well. Get right putting it back into this round.
Because you have Flush and Cowboy as well, so they don't have a safe place to plant.
Then again, Taz wants a flush. They need to get this bomb down. He's going to have to be punching the digits now. It all comes down to Taz to babysit. He gets it. Oh, it's beautiful. And now all onto Pronax. 5 points of health to work with. And Virtus Pro have made an impossible round. Something else, Taz! As Pronax finds Snack. Oh, pressure! Oh, my vocal club! 4 frags in 4 seconds!
God, this is gonna be a source of Flusher gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. He can already see cover on his sight. That's a 4.
They turn away here, however, TSM, he's looking for the shot, but he's not going to get it, and it's all going to come down to the natural born killer, who dunks the nade straight onto Kerrigan, but it's a 1v2, now a 1v1, and NBK needs to pace himself. No, he says no, I'm going to take this round.
It is Fnatic versus Envious.
The grand final on the biggest stage of CSGO has ever seen.
There's the flash, that's going to catch Krims out, they're going to push off through. NBK gets one, but Krims with a spray down, he gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet.
There's the opening, but Olofmeister's up on the box. He takes 1-2, turns a 180, but then Hiroshima shows up. And we're going to be in a 2v2, 35 seconds. The ball being put down, but look at this. 9 bullets, and he stops it. Hiroshima gets it. You're going to be kidding. He actually wins that round, and it's 7-3.
When we get to the top, that's where we want to be noise-wise. That's where we want to be excitement-wise.
Just keep on trailing it through. They can't stop now. Olaf with the kill as well. It's going to be Kenny with refrag grenade on in. Happy's on 6 health. And ladies and gentlemen, it's going to require a miracle and nothing less for Happy to make it out. I don't think there's any chance. Flusher looking to end this. It's going to be a 3rd title for Fnatic. They win a 3rd major championship in global offensive.
This is one of the premier events, not only in CSGO, but in esports as far as I'm concerned. We're getting 13,000 fans screaming their heads off here in an arena, watching CS, and just we're all feeling it together, right? You just cannot help but ride that energy wave that just goes pounding through Lanxess every time.
Every second feels like an hour right now, but once the game goes live, you know that that's where the wear and tear is going to begin.
The stage is set, the players are ready, and we have an incredible game on our hands. Two players in very different spots, and they need success from Flamey, and they don't get it. Simple as that. Seized. Gonna fall as well. Apex turreting around. Guardian gets in on it. 2 big kills. Oh, and the 3rd Sublime. Simple puts the 1st nail in the coffin, and it's Lavi through to the semi-finals. Outstanding performance.
There's the 1st shot. There's the 2nd. He has the kit, and there's the triple kill clutch.
2 big headshots looking for more. Oh my God! Automatic with 4 frags. What a victory for them. They should be very proud, and I'm sure they are as well.
2 semi-finalists figured out. We're about to get a 3rd. Liquid went 3-0 in groups, but they go up against a team that has been in every final since adding Nico.
Oh my
Shima, he's got 3.
Rain just mowing them down. He gets 3, joining with Nico as well.
Now he makes his move. It's perfect. He gets 2. He's going to add 1 more into it.
Nafil will find Fur, but Fallen stands. Oh! Exceptional work from Fallen to remove those final bricks away from the green wall of Optic. SK, large and in charge.
We are ready to take you into this first semi-final of ESL One Cologne 2017.
This is more than a semi-final. This is the clash of gods.
Both of these teams are so dead even, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Come and fly away with me. 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 Come and fly away with me.
Guardian might not be realizing he's almost over peaking, nearly goes down. Want to get the flick anyway, taking down Skadoodle. Shroud gets 1. Guardian with another kill. Automatic coming in from the other angle, looking for the shot at Guardian. Shroud with 1, a second headshot, a third headshot. Oh my god! What a flick coming in. Shroud getting 1 other headshot. He's tapping away. Shroud. He's up to 11 kills and looking for number 12. Can anyone take this man down? It's all on Skadoodle. He gets 1, gets a next as well. How can it be real? Cloud9 are in the grand finals of ESL One Cologne 2017.
Fur being aggressive, but he's got chances to fall back. Oh, wow. Fur is so on point, and that's got to be so frightening. He continues it.
The strike comes in for Rain! Oh! It's like nothing else. 3 kills that no one could provide but him in this moment. One man stands between SK Gaming playing in those finals. He will not relent. He will not quit. He fights so hard. Another kill for Rain, but 3 more. Is it even possible? No! coldzera removing Rain from the battlefield and putting SK Gaming into the finals of ESL One Cologne.
Something quite magical about this venue, isn't there? It's going to be exciting, exhilarating, and hopefully we do see some of those epic plays we saw in the semi-finals and the quarters.
Cold's just fighting at this point to try and salvage the round. There's no way Plant is in mind. It's all about kills. It's a 1 versus 2. Knows one's close as well based on the nade. Doesn't really have the range. The CZ has the accuracy. Oh, coldzera! What a way to start off! 3 versus 3. The difference? Stewie again finds another kill. Stewie's had enough of it. He's gonna fight. Stewart with the ace. Cloud9 needed it now more than ever. Oh my god, automatic! Another! And they win the round off that! You have to be kidding me! That is the most insane round! They will continue to push SK back off the old bomb train as for execute Skadoodle, and then gives up the sight for Fur. Oh my god! Fur, 5 kills, an ace to start it off. Brilliant from him. Fallen hits 2 on the AWP. It's carried over in Cold. Fallen's got a 3rd, and this is how you do it. That's how you win it.
Something's gonna bring the change. Journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away.
ESL One Cologne. The trophy sits in the center of the Lanxess Arena. 15,000 esports fans gather to witness Counter-Strike history being written.
it's gonna be. You came and failed the test, you met the best, expected chess, but got monopoly. I came and bought you out, I knocked you out, I cropped you out with no apologies. I am the hope, the heart, the faith, the spark, the one who will fulfill the prophecy. I just been counting, never lounging, climbing up mountains, bouncing back. Step in the ring, about to step back. They'll learn hot when I get on the track. I like it louder than most. Watching all these shit just buy down to the goat. If I can't decide, I'ma probably get both. We don't celebrate, but right now I'm a toast. Resurrected ghost. Outside, outside, looking at the stars, staring with my mouth wide.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike, wherever you're about to experience this.
We're from New Zealand! I'm from France!
I can't think of a better way to kind of cap this off than to sit here and watch as a fan with the fans.
Break it down. Who at the top, I'ma bring them down. I will not stop till you laying down. Till I'm at the top and I'm gazing down. Shit ain't been the same since we came around. Since we became keys and became renowned. Since all of the truth started raining down. If you want that belt, better buckle down. First one down! And with the little guns, it's a big round! The Germans find the grand final and FaZe denied a grand slam! They ask how you from outside, outside. Everything around me I create with my mind. Working too hard, I don't want no downtime. Nah, with my team, they gon' shine, I shine. Yeah, we can take this. For the first time in 2018, none more deserving. Navi have won in Cologne.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Everyone who came today, everyone who cheered for Beak or Navi. Thank you guys. Without you, I wouldn't get these emotions.
We are one. This is ESL One. It is a chapter in the years of Counter-Strike every single time. Come on!
I didn't know this would be so painful for me, but I'm just very happy that still people are supporting me, supporting NIP.
The year is 2019 and an arena of 15,000 human beings have such a passion for a video game and someone that played that video game that they just received a standing ovation in an arena full of 61 different nationalities of fans. Years, the Lanxess Arena of Cologne has been the prodigious pilgrimage for those truly passionate about competitive Counter-Strike.
I love to play here. I never want to skip this tournament. Not one day in my life I will ever skip this tournament, and it's always a dream to play here.
It's like going in a gladiator game, and you're just like, there's only one winner, and everybody's fighting to death to lift the trophy.
He's got the first, he's got the second. Zywoo's a god. He is above anything Ashes can create.
You're a bunch of wildlings, a bunch of Dothraki out there, and I love every second of it.
I just want to say something. I miss you both in Cologne. You are not my friends. You are my brother, my
friend. When it all goes down, I'ma run this town. Laid on flower pots, they're looking that direction. Flaming it forward, but now it's get right time to come alive. Yes! It might be the last, but he's gonna go in style! In my soul, got my eyes on the ground. I can't help myself lately, can't turn myself down. I'm in love with you, baby, but I let you down. I can't die in this town, I won't die in this town. Get your ass up and pass up your limits. Got these new rappers looking vintage. All I really do is eat spinach, count money up and hang with pretty women. I was driven, yeah, I had the vision. Then Goon came along and made it vivid. Haters living cause we really living. I'm a freight train, you a Honda Civic. Again, we said double overtime isn't out of possibility. Isn't unbelievably impossible, but it might be this now. Walks outside, who confirms the second map for Vitality. When it all goes down, tap on the bomb, spray through, smoke still there, at least knows he's nowhere else. He has to be there, he is so smart.
pushing all the walls, leaving what is wrong behind. 'Cause all we got is each other. Let's burn what we can, lightning into the fire. Let's burn what we can, under the moonlight.
And now Tapson nipping at the heels, trying to get in behind. The flash is so good for Santara. 3 kills from Tapson. He goes back in for a 4K, and Tapson finds them all.
But with a USP, 10 seconds. Oh my god, they just have to kill him. Oh, no! Truly don't believe it!
Where he is right now is Thicko. He's been sick so far in this tournament once again. He's gone sicko mode with a double kill.
Device looking to come up clutch here. And Mac is the first, a second as well. Just the third is all onto Haji now. Slow cleared. Device isn't anticipating this. He's just in time. NIP given a gift. He's Perfecto all on his shoulders. And just too many men. He's the first cleanly has. Next is his next victim. And oh dear, Perfecto stepping well above the expectations. Amanek loud about this, stampeding in. And the spray is there. 1 versus 3.
That's what he needs. That's what he needs from the players around him there. Perfecto stepping up in a big way.
Nowhere to hide. Tomorrow we will. Tomorrow we will rise.
They come, enters, does catch 1, 2, and 3, counts up for us. Bubsky partnered up nicely with Magisk, and the frags come easy again. Dastardly Dane in pit. Maybe there's some more to be said. Oh, and with the USP is their favorite weapon, it seems. Simple, I've seen this before. A 1v2 as he plants with low HP. I don't think Zipex is going to allow it. Bullets are in. He's found himself a weapon. He knows where they both are. Eagle knocks the head off of the shoulders of Zipex. Mantles up.
Oh my god!
Clutch. Simple.
Perfecto and Simple is still alive, but the trades should just come in, right? It is Simple. Oh, getting 1. He doesn't know where the second player is. Vitality are doing a good job of wasting time, and yet still, Simple comes in. Both the kills found.
Simple, 1v3 in the bomb ticking. This is his environment, this is his dream, looking for another chance. He just doesn't miss. Amanek through the doors. Closing the gap is Nexa, dancing with him, and it just looks so good.
Here they come straight towards the B side.
Obsky's not going to get checked, and he's going to get 2 before Simple connects. Simple rock hard place. Great shot, just Magisk. Just the tip of his head. He pre-spotted out. Simple's doing it all. Some great shots to start him off. Oh, he's such a nerd.
Simple with 4 looking for an ace clutch. And Simple collects. Magnificent play from the world's best.
Nice! Sorry, Валерчик, я пошел мимо.
Simple to break the record. No one has found 4 aces at a tournament like this. And here it comes, a record breaker from Simple. He takes all 5.
He's not going to recover that second kill. Rez will trade, but Grim still stands in with the pistol. Oh my god! He's willing to risk it all on this deep angle, and it's given that first kill over. So now someone else has got to make up for this. Magic and Dupree might just be those men as they come in with a few kills apiece. Twist takes matters into his own hands, and suddenly FaZe Clan might be on their way to their first and only T-side round.
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike!
What is your call?
After 11 years of global offensive, the final one, the ending of an era, a game that has obsessed us. Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2023. It's time to get it on! Welcome to those that have made the pilgrimage here to join their voices with ours. A place that has dragged fans and players from every reach of the world to come here year after year.
Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to see? Come with me, get down to this. Best step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down when you best step. Better check that.
Heroic have been waiting for the Yami could bail them out!
Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving.
They're coming for you. They're coming for you. Sudden Pius. Continue.
Direct. This man cannot be stopped.
Let's go, baby.
Sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go on. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts. You always that. My truth lurks. Hey, y'all collapse. Now scoot first. Where your homies at? Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what should we y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending,
Ladies and gentlemen of the Lanxess, let's get this grand final started!
Oh, we confess it was everyone for themselves. We lived through our hells alone. But every test we're rising, we're strong to the bone. No longer alone.
One more round of the thousands they've played. One more. D2 manifest greatness in the Lanxess. Can you believe it? A sold-out stadium to witness. G2 riding the high.
Without this team, it wouldn't be possible. I'm really happy to have them by my side. It was amazing. Thank you all for coming. I hope that you guys enjoyed the show.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia. 1x bet. Zowie. Nor.
Cologne is all about history. And when you look at the names that are etched into that trophy, the likes of Na'Vi, the likes of FaZe, of SK, you're wondering who's going to be next. And we all thought it was going to be Vitality. Who will keep them off their second title? Well, turns out Mouz has hands. They did incredible in finally beating their rival yesterday on the big stage. What a time to do it. And of course, Spinks, he's attending his second final in a row. Maybe he was the X Factor after all, but they have to get past Team Spirit and have to get past Donk. And he was absolutely stellar in the semifinal. It's going to be an incredible matchup. It's a best of 5. The grand finals of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne start right now.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Donk! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Championship Sunday has landed in the Lanxess as we welcome you to grand finals of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2025. 24 teams began their journey here, Jacob, but now just 2 remain. This is going to be a banger of a grand final.
It is. It's a match we already had in the group stage that became very, very close. Spirit took on Mouz overtime after overtime, comeback after comeback. I expect the same tenacity today, and I expect another close one.
Let's recap a couple of key moments coming out of stage 1 and stage 2. I'm going to start off with the negative, as I know you like to dive into. Falcons not making it to top 6. We expected more from Nico Manassi. Sure, he is Suke's first foray in the Falcons jersey, but I wanted to see them in this arena.
I think everyone did, you know, and I think I want to start with the positive side. Kyusuke did a fantastic job, you know. Maybe the only player from Falcons who actually lived up to the hype. Nico had a poor showing, maybe the worst Cologne he's ever played. Manassi a bit average as well. So yeah, I think it's fair to say that Falcons disappointed a little bit. It's early days, but Kyusuke, he is still very interesting.
What are the temperature checks on maybe some of the Scandinavian teams? Because it's been a long time since we've seen a Dane entering this very cathedral, but
Yeah.
Astralis, you know, NIP as well, they're still representing the Swedish organisation. Are they signs for the future, potentially?
I mean, I think NIP did a good job. You know, the first time they came in here, they did a phenomenal job. They were competitive in a lot of the matchups. I think Astralis, do we have to talk about it? You know, it feels like they're getting back. It feels like they're getting better, and then they drop down anyway. And I'm like, I'm a burnt kid at this point. I don't care anymore.
Either way, we are super excited to be kicking off what is going to be an insane grand final, and I think the fans are also getting very excited as well.
They wanted noise, so we gave them just that. The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2025 all culminates, comes to a head today, but not before we talk to Super Zad. Is that correct? And I would ask you what that means, but I see you have a whole team here. Tell me about your team.
We are a team of friends. We are tier 0. We try on face it, but we don't reach above level 8. Level 8 tops. And it's made of fritura. Do you know a friture?
Not a clue, really.
Fries.
Oh, okay. I like fries, yeah.
You can see it. We like fries.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Sponsored by, do you know this? Baking?
No, I thought they made lighters.
No, it's hamburgers. But
oh yeah, my bad. I was
last from Belgium. So
okay. Is this your guys' first time in Cologne or what?
Yeah, we yeah to Gamescom, but the first time to ESL Cologne and the Antwerp Major.
All right, from Belgium.
So we're from Belgium.
Yeah, right down the street, right?
Yeah.
See, most Americans don't know geography, but I like to pretend every now and then. Cool. Who do you guys got winning today?
We hope Spirit. We actually hoped for Vitality versus Spirit, and then Vitality lost today, but we're still looking forward to it. So we want to see Donk for the first time in real life.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, this Donk guy's pretty nuts, right?
Yeah, I guess. He's better though. he said, yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
That's why you guys are a good team. That's why you guys are a good team. What about you, man? Who do you got winning today?
Who do you think?
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, fair enough.
Donk is going to win.
Donk is going to win. Well, we're going to have to find out. But first, let's watch the pre-show. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Make some noise, everybody. Let's go.
All right. It's grand final day here at IEM Cologne, and we've obviously got a crowd of hype fans ready to get inside the arena. Beautiful day.
I'm glad you said ready to get inside the arena, because they're hoping it doesn't rain, just like Yanko is. He doesn't want to get the nipples out so early. It's the grand final day. Why not? That's rough for the show. nipple, Chad. Look, I've been really running with that in 2025, but I'm glad that you've started to support it now. But look, it's a nice spot. We're inside that tent yesterday.
Yeah.
It's pretty noisy.
It was a little bit noisy.
This time, not too bad.
Now we just got to hang out with the people.
Yeah, so what look have you gone for today, Jason?
I've aimed for after party at a wedding, is what I've gone for this morning when I woke up.
Yanko, yourself?
I'm going for a recently fired investment banker.
Okay, on the brink of depression, or are you doing okay?
Yeah, it's kicked in 6 months ago.
Oh, nice. Look, I brought sunglasses. The sun's not out just yet.
The sun is not out.
It's a good headband, though, isn't it?
It's a beautiful
You're
headband.
like the guy who greets people at a funeral parlor.
Well, it's fitting because Vitality's...
Hey, there's a few of them around, Jason. Don't speak too loud. I see a Vitality jersey there. I see one over here.
The streak is dead. The streak is dead.
Mingling with Mouz fans as well. Yeah, look, that was a tough game to watch yesterday.
Yeah, it was.
But we'll get to that. Well, we don't want to start there. We want to start with everyone's least favorite map, Overpass.
Why least favorite?
I don't know. Do people like Overpass?
There
you go.
I think they're lying.
That was lukewarm. That was very lukewarm.
And that's how you should feel about the map. It's been played 7 times over both stages. We'll get it today in the grand final, probably.
And nothing's really changed to it. Still playing like old Overpass.
Meta's very similar.
For the moment.
Yeah, maybe, tweaking slightly, how people are throwing a bit of utility, but otherwise it's pretty much the same. We didn't even see too many of the top teams play it, but we did see Mouz versus Spirit on it in that seeding game. Vitality played it once, Astralis brought it in. But I think right now it's playing in with this economy change. We're going to get a bit more of a CT-sided meta.
People are just familiarizing themselves with the map again, remembering the timings. How does this work? Everything is going to be a little while before people start throwing out some new stuff and we see some gimmicks. And also, it's usually we've seen mostly the top teams play it, and when it comes to those teams, you always want to get the fundamentals down well, right? Like you don't care as much.
Well, we all love the fundamentals.
We're gonna have this really cool strat. You can't have a cool strat on Overpass. That's just the map. You just have to be really good at playing default.
Yeah, the rushes are few and far between. I think we're lucky we didn't get it in the playoffs too much because the saving side of things, we already had that train game with Fury and Mouz. That was like watching paint dry at certain points.
I would have liked to have seen Vitality and Mouz play it if it could have gone to a third, though. That would have been a fun way to end that series.
It was in the Mongol series as well, I think,
yeah,
right? Against Na'Vi, was it? Or am I gaslighting myself?
Could be, yeah, I think could be.
Yeah, but either way, we didn't see it much. 7 times over both stages in the playoffs, yet to see it. So might get it today because of the best of 5. You're going to get Mouz going probably with the Dust 2 ban again, right? And shout out to Talking Counter. That's not bad.
Hey, what's up,
keep up the good work around here. But listen, this economy change, what is the biggest things that you guys have noticed with it so far? Because just a little buffer to the CT side, that seems like it, but less stress. I really am struggling to find, it's a good change, but it's not a change that's completely reshaped the game.
I don't think I've seen anything that's been eye-opening of okay, here's the change at work. I think the one time maybe I saw something along those lines is the Astralis game where Hooksy got caught off guard by an AWP in play after a round they won, in round 3 or something like that.
There's been a few second round AWPs, which are obviously...
Early AWPs are subverting the expectations of what your opponent thinks the economy is going to be is probably where I've caught it the most, but everyone just basically says it just feels nicer.
I think for me, the biggest thing I've noticed is before, the rule of thumb used to be, even if you're behind 4-5-0 on T side, if you win 2 gun rounds in a row and you kill everyone both rounds, they're going to have to eco, right? No matter how dominant, whatever's going on, because that's 10, 11K that they have to spend those 2 rounds, right? Nowadays, that doesn't seem to be the case anymore because they have accumulated more money. Even if they die, but they get some kills, they get a little bit more money in the rounds that they're losing, right? So it just feels like a significant buff for the CT economy. Mouz against Furia on that Inferno, they had to play 6 gun rounds in a row. Now, sure, Furia was saving guns in some of those rounds and whatnot, but that's still kind of mental for you to have to go from 11-7 to 13-11 all gun rounds.
Yeah, and you hear in the crowd, they love Furia. You mentioned them, they can't believe it. Fallen back in the cathedral after 8 long years. Yeah, we love a bit of Fallen. But yeah, Molotov, we already knew he was a bit of a revelation from last season, right? We'll go on a pivot right now because Furia, I think for me, the fact that they backed it up, Fisher wasn't great, right? Fisher was something that they should forget and probably something that they did quite quickly. But the fact that they've come into Cologne, they make it to the playoffs, they're in the top 6. This is a great tournament for them. And I think, you know, if they continue to go in the direction they're going, there's no reason that they can't be in the conversation.
I mean, for coming out with the Hail Mary moves that they did, they nailed both of them. Both of them actually turned out to give them the reward. Yakinder's playing really, really good, really smart, fitting in with the team very well. Molodoi is absolutely incredible. And Fallen on the rifle in new positions is sharp as ever. Like whatever, I don't know. The old guys
don't look at the stats. We'll use the eye test purely because he's doing a great job. Right? With the eye test, where he is his in-game leader, the type position he's playing, with keeping in the fact that he's still in-game leading after this long period of time and calling some great rounds. So yeah, overall, I think Furia are a team to look out for in the rest of 2025.
Give us something exciting to talk about Furia for the first time in forever, or any Brazilian team for that matter.
You didn't like the fact that they couldn't smoke Yard on Nuke for about 3 or 4 years?
That was actually awesome.
That was exciting.
Yeah. No, the more exciting part was listening to you guys trying to...
Oh, they intentionally missed the smoke, Yanko.
Missing the smoke. They don't use Yard smoke. This is so genius.
You know us. We like to scrape the bottom of the barrel for the players. We like to give them outs.
Yeah, you have to give them a way out because we don't know what they're saying.
Yeah, I mean... You know, for all the Talking Counter fans, we just talked to Fallen for an episode, and he told us that he first saw Molotov in practice, and he thought this guy's either cheating or he's like the next big thing. And that's like how he sort of scouted. He felt like he's as good as Donk, and he really thinks he can be one of the best players in the world. And I think we saw some glimpses of that, right? Especially in this series, you know, for a young kid, only his, well, 3rd stage already, but still in a matter of 2 months, it's been very impressive, the sort of impact he's been able to
Where would you put Molodoi in terms of like top uppers at the event?
It's quick.
Yeah.
Right?
Like
and that's, look, the difference between being an AWPer who's going to do what they need to do the fallback AWPing, that's all going to come with time. But for me, it's about the mechanics that are in the mix. And he's going to be up there right now. Probably, well, I was going to say a crazy number right there. I think I'll reserve it.
Wait, what was the crazy number?
I was going to say maybe you could start talking about top 5, maybe.
See, that's where I was going to go as well. I was going top 5 out of the gate. That doesn't seem that crazy to me with how he's playing.
It does when you think about 5 AWPers, you know, like let's name them.
Well,
Yanko,
Zaiwu?
you go first.
Zaiwu.
Not after yesterday's performance, mate.
Oh, come on. It was a one-off.
Oh, my God.
Look at his performance this
It was
this
a one-off of 2025.
And when they needed him.
It was a one-off of 2025.
They needed him yesterday. Well, they need him all the time, but they needed him desperately yesterday, right? Yeah. So you're going to put Zaiwu at the top of the list?
You don't have to go in order. Just
leave Sunlock him. He's Sunlock right now.
Because he's a hybrid and he plays with a rifle a lot of the times. Mones is in there even though he's been struggling the last couple of times. Torji is definitely up there. Who else?
Well, there's Shiro, Yanko. I know
you have to say Shiro. How can you not say Shiro?
Well, I don't know. I don't want to name all of them. You know, I want to let you guys talk as well.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah, but look, I think Molotov has a great future for him, right? Yes. And he's got a good, experienced team around him right now. So yeah, look, Furia
I think he's
on the
better at some of these other guys at killing and finding impact, but he's not as complete of a player as some of the other players, right? Like when it comes to supporting a little bit and some of the other stuff, you know, like so. He does what he needs to do at the moment for Furia, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, he does. I mean, yeah, he's spectacular. We don't really need to say too much about
Here's one. Mongols. How disappointed are we with their performance,
I'm extremely disappointed in that performance.
I'm more disappointed at them not practicing.
Yeah, that's almost inexcusable, isn't it?
Like, what are we doing, guys? You know, like you made the major grand final, and that's it. All right, we reached the top of the mountain. We got to lose to Vitality at a later stage of a tournament. You know, surely you're going to try and build on that. And coming into Cologne, you're going to do a little boot camp, like make sure everyone's on point and sharp. No, you're going to choke on stage again and get 2-0'd by Na'Vi.
I was watching that second map they were playing and getting absolutely smoked inside the server, and that's when all the tweets came out that it was like, wow, new record, 3% of Mongolia's population is tuned in, and I was like, oh, they're having a bad time over there.
Yeah, the viewership was definitely up, right? But if you're not going to back it up, that's where the problem's going to lie.
It's a lesson in PR after all the lessons they've had to take in Counter-Strike, which is just don't say that in an interview. Like, it might be true, but don't say it.
Well, now there's expectation, right? And it feels like it goes a similar way to Brazilian Counter-Strike at a certain point. Like, obviously not to the same grandeur. They don't have as many people. It's going to take them a while to get there. They don't have any major trophies, especially no Colognes in the arsenal just yet. But I think it's great that there's more viewership for them, but yeah, you have to be able to deliver. And for them, if they're looking at it and going, okay, well, this is only the first event, it's about the major, that's okay, but this is still Cologne, and it's Na'Vi, a team that you've beaten in playoffs twice this year. You were the favorite this time round. You're going up against Makazi in his first arena.
Yeah, we have a big lead.
Yeah, and then the second map was an absolute blowout.
Yes.
So it's hard to explain, and it's not what you want to see from a team that I think is a bit of a fan favorite.
Well, also it reflects, I think, a little bit of expectations from the outside. Like, they change. You know, for the past year, it's been like, we're waiting for this team to figure it out. We're waiting for this team to break out on the stage, get that one important victory, and then you get it. And now it's like, okay, well, we no longer need that, but now we need you, every tournament that you make it to the stage, show me that you still, like, show me that you're one of the best teams in the world. Show me that you're going to challenge for the trophy. So I think expectations for them have changed, which changes our perspective.
What about Na'Vi? They actually were competitive against Spirit. Is that Spirit not showing up, right? They dropped Nuke, and it wasn't close at all.
It was above what we expected from them. I think they performed above expectations, and taking down a team like Mongols on the stage, right, showed that resilience. I think it's been really good early signs for Na'Vi. I think on the other side of that, you can see that they're very early on with this roster, with their map pool and their T sides a little bit. The approach on some of the maps has changed, and they'll need time to really get the reps in.
Makazi opened very well against Spirit. Like,
Yeah.
he had 3 kills on the pistol of Mirage. Like, he looked much better in that. Like, he got his stage legs quite quickly, which is a positive sign. Because for him being in a system-based team, it's not just all just set up Makazi. But within the early stages, like, oh, okay, well, maybe he's just assisted in an attitude shift, given Emma some new positions that he's actually thriving in, Bit looking better. But in that stage match, you go, okay, you can see now why Na'Vi wanted to keep this kid.
I mean, perhaps the most impressive thing he did all week was have that first half on Inferno of, like, well, I remember, like, 3 kills or something like that in the first half. And then he ended the game with like 35 or 36.
Right?
Like, that's the most impressive thing. The bounce back in map 1 is absolutely incredible.
So I think that this is a positive step for Na'Vi going forward, whereas Mongols, they haven't really moved. They're just kind of treading water. For Na'Vi coming into this season, that's a positive sign. But all in all, like, those teams have come in, and 2 of the 3 have performed better than I think a lot of people would have expected in this tournament.
I really liked watching Na'Vi at this event. I think that team seems like they're on the track to being a really good team in the second half of the year.
I don't want to be a negative Nancy right now, but how much of this do we put up to just the first big tournament of the year for a lot of these teams? Because we have to consider the ring rust, we have to consider the lack of reps, the map pool change, the economy change. We can't forget about those things. They all definitely play into this environment.
Yeah, I think they did enough. For me, I think they did enough to show that it wasn't just kind of like a fluke of you caught a team on a bad day. You were able to capitalize in this moment. I think the quarterfinals, I think putting up such a fight against Spirit as well, containing Donk as best they could with such little time as well. I don't know. I'm watching Na'Vi the rest of the year, and I'm expecting them to be very, very good and improve.
They always do well when there's expectations.
Yeah, I think we have 2 types of teams, right? We have teams with superstars on them, which is Vitality, Spirit, and Falcons.
Yeah.
And we have teams who are teams, right? And don't have like that name that can just carry everyone and have to do it a little bit by committee. And maybe Mouz is
your G2s, your Mouz.
Na'Vi's, G2s. Mouz, FaZe sort of is that team now. Aurora and the Mongols too fall into that category. So and Mouz is a team that's on the cusp because Ken, Exertion, and Torji beat those superstars. We saw yesterday when both of them play well at the same time. Oh, we can actually beat Vitality, right? So I think that's for a lot of these teams like Na'Vi and so on and so forth. It's like, sure, you're going to get your team level, everything, you're going to sort it out the best you can. Is that then going to be enough to take down the 3 teams that have the superstars in?
All right, boys. Well, we're going to take a quick break right now. We got the DHL MVP contenders coming right up, and then we return. We're going to continue the pre-show, and we've got the grand final coming up next. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Oh yes, our DHL MVP contenders. We've got 3 currently as our front runners. All could change during that grand final, but we've got 3 very impactful players up for grabs. First up, Shiro, what do you make of him so far?
He's had a great tournament. I think Shiro is slowly but surely returning to his best form. I think so far this year he's been looking great. This tournament in particular, he's had a couple of maps where he completely popped off and dropped 30 bombs. So I've liked what I've seen from Shiro.
Other side of the AWPing equation in this grand final, Torzi. We wanted more from him, and he's delivered here in the Cathedral.
What a bounce back from being the worst performing player for Mouz at the Austin Majors just a month ago to now becoming the best performer. I think it's an excellent comeback Torzi has made. Very impactful, both in the quarter and the semi-final, and he needs to be there in the final today as well.
We couldn't have an MVP discussion without mentioning a certain player named Donk. It just wouldn't be right, would it?
No, it wouldn't be right. You know, I think right now, at least according to me, he's the best playing player in the world. I know Saivu is the one winning all the trophies, but when you look at each individual and who actually does the best on the server in isolation, I think there's a great case to be made right now that Donk is the best player in the world. So only fair that we mention him as part of this MVP race.
Who are you picking? Who's the front runner for you at the moment?
There's no doubt. Donk has been absolutely phenomenal so far in this tournament. So unless Shiro does something remarkable in the final, it's going to be Donk.
So much on the line for both Mouz and Team Spirit. We're going to have to see how it all goes down. Let's head it back to Moses and the boys.
And we're back. Grand final Sunday at IEM Cologne. We're out here with the pre-show amongst all the fans, still waiting to get inside the arena, but the weather's holding out nicely still.
Yeah, there's no rain, Yanko.
Not yet, Chad.
Look, a big question mark about
the
that.
elephant in the room.
Yeah. What happened to Vitality?
What happened to Vitality? Well, they played awful.
Someone just said they got cooked. Yeah, you're right. They definitely got cooked. We got any Mouz fans today? All right.
The guys with the beers.
It's a German organization. It's not necessarily a German Counter-Strike team. No. It's a German organization.
There was a lot of pride in the arena for him yesterday, too. I was surprised that they were so heavy favorites against Vitality.
Do you think the Golden Hornets rock up again today?
I bet they do. I think they have a reputation.
Cheer for Spirit.
Yeah, I think so.
Well,
right at the end.
I don't know about that. That'd be quite the plot twist, wouldn't it? But yeah, I think that upset, the fallout of that is... I don't know if it's massive.
It finally happened.
It finally happened.
That's the thing.
We can't dismiss it,
It
though.
had to happen eventually. They had to lose a best of 3 or a best of 5. They had to lose to Mouz eventually. And I think for Mouz, it's great that it happened in Cologne, in Lanxess, on such a stage, right? That they got to book themselves a spot in the grand final against someone not named Vitality. And I think, you know, there's no point in analyzing it too much. Like, are we going to say now, oh, Zaiwu is a choker? No, he's not. Like, he just played the whole season owning everyone and being the MVP every single time they would end up lifting the trophy. You know, is Flames a bad player? Does he know? No, he just had like another bad day. For me, what was impressive, I don't want to focus on Vitality. I'd rather focus on Mouz because you go back to that first map. I mean, they're down, what, 6-1, 7-2, right? And then you have that round where they have one saved AK and Toji gets like a triple entry kill. Like, you could tell that it was different for Mouz because they didn't give up. They kept believing. They didn't spiral out of control. You know, the game started horribly for them. Just many other times they faced up against Vitality.
Yeah,
but
this
time they persevered, right? Like this time they were able to overcome that. This time Toji and Exertion stepped up and they were able to beat Vitality.
And this time they didn't look scared inside the server either. Like I didn't see any of the hesitation. I didn't see any of the second guessing that you normally see when they go up against Vitality. What did Exertion end on in the second map? He had like 12-0 in opening duels.
I think over the series, right? Yeah. But this is the thing. In the day before, he was struggling in that, especially on Inferno, right? Like Banana, couldn't get any control against Furia. And then you go into the series against Vitality where it should be tougher. And he's playing the way he had to, right? The fact that Exertion and Torji, you've been banging on about this, but the fact that they played the way they have to, that elevates them to the star status within that team that they need to do. Spinks was struggling so much on map number 1. He had one Q after the first half of play. Sure, he came alive, had some more impact in the second half, but he's Mr. Reliable. He's the guy who was this time last year lifting the trophy with Vitality, and he's the more, well, I don't want to say experienced, but I mean in terms of the trophy lifts, at least the big ones, right? So I think that overall for Mouz, that breakthrough, you could hear the comms, there's quite jovial, but it's going to be that relief that they've been able to finally get past Vitality. But I don't want to say, yeah, we're not going to go, okay, yeah, Zai was a choker now or anything along those lines. Some people already have that narrative going, but it still happened, right? And this is the thing, like, why did it happen yesterday? And I don't want to say that Mouz didn't play well. I think they played very well. I think they played towards the upper level of their limit. But I think Vitality, it was sloppy Counter-Strike, right? Didn't feel like they
missing
were
smokes.
They weren't holding each other accountable. They were swinging individually. It felt like they were trying to get away with too much, especially that round on Train. Zowu has been absent the entire series. He gets a triple kill on Ivy against the Force Spy. Okay, great, job done. Round should be won. Now you get to go up against the Eco in the next. No, Apex pushes Ivy on his own, dies to Exertion with a Deagle, and then they end up losing a 2v5 situation
the game falls apart. You can't be doing that. Like, and you could tell that they were trying to force themselves into the game, and by doing so, they ended up throwing it away.
Yeah, it might have been the least composed we've seen them in this lineup's lifespan coming through it. And Apex echoed a lot of those same sentiments. He came and did the loser interview at the desk, and I mean, he said what you said. We missed a lot of smokes, we missed a lot of Molotovs, we were terrible with utility. He mostly focused on the fact that he felt like the fire and the energy wasn't there. He was like, I could tell, and I bet if I go back and watch the game, I can see it in the way Mouz played, that their players wanted this win more. He was like, for us, when our backs were against the wall and we got put in the pressure, we didn't rise up to that occasion in the same way we have in the past.
But
so
that's
for him,
the problem, is because up to this point, they hadn't dropped a map throughout the tournament. Throughout the rest of the year, we've been talking about, okay, yeah, they're doing such a good job of resetting and coming in and understanding. They could have been the second team ever to win back-to-back Colognes. They could have had the ESL Grand Slam as an opportunity to win 2 in a calendar year. Nobody's done that before. This goal setting we're talking about, it felt like it was all perfectly spaced. So why this time did it not happen? It can't be one of those days where you, as the championship caliber team, just come in and you go, oh, it's an off day. But essentially, that's what it is. Or maybe it's not. This is the pivot point, and history tells a different story about Vitality going forward in the rest of 2025.
I wonder, every time I've talked to them, they've said otherwise. Like, Apex has always said otherwise, but I've always asked, like, what is the next goal you guys have set as a team? Like, I know the individual ones if you go by the players, but I don't know what the team one is, and I feel like we never get, like, a clear answer on that, and it's not a criticism. I think maybe this is, you're asking why now, and maybe they never were able to settle on what their goal is going to be. Maybe they no longer have that compass pointing them towards the goal.
I think also it's hard to keep yourself also in check when you're beating everyone all the time. You know, no matter how much you talk about it and want to make sure everyone is on edge, how can you be when you've been dominating the whole scene, right? So a loss can be very sobering in that manner. It's like, all right, if we do, you know, drop our eyes off the ball, like someone will take over us. Like, these guys are that close, they are that good. So a little bit of a wake-up call, which was going to happen sooner or later, isn't necessarily a bad thing. And listen, I mean, we were comparing Mouz a lot to Liquid, and in that Liquid Astralis rivalry, if you can call it one, in 2018. You know, when Liquid first beat Astralis in a big tournament in Pro League Season 9 or something in Montpellier, they went on to win that tournament. That was one of the tournaments in their Grand Slam run, and they won the Grand Slam in 63 days. So you just unlocked something. And for me, that's the bigger story. Does this unlock something in Mouz? Like, does do exertion, and now do they have exertion, and Torji unlocked a new level, you know, in their game? Because if they have, it's trouble for everyone else.
See, that's funny, because I look at it from the other direction. I'm not so much, is this unlocked Mouz? I'm like, is this a bubble bursting around Vitality? Are they still going to have that aura? Yeah, are they still going to have that aura of undefeatability?
Well, they're beatable now. There's blood in the water, right?
So now the other teams, do they step up to the occasion? Are they able to match them now, or does Vitality come right back in the next event and get their swagger back?
Well, this is the thing, right? The next time that we're going to see them, will it be the team who is like, okay, that's the wake-up call, and we're only going to be able to tell when history starts to unfold. Whereas for Mouz today, going up against Spirit, this is a match that they've already played throughout the tournament. They played it back in the group stage, right? That was the seeding match.
And it was fire.
It was a great game. It was a great game. Everybody loved to watch that one, Jason. I'll tell you about that. The first 2 maps were close, but the third Overpass was a blowout. But the difference today is if it's picked by Spirit, then that means that Mouz will get to start on the CT side. Whereas last time I think they started T side, it's Overpass, you get a knife for sides in your 3rd map. If it's the 5th, yeah, we can excuse that. And then you think about the other maps that could be getting picked throughout this one. Well, there's not going to be any Inferno, and I imagine that Mouz are going to ban off Dust too. So there's a good opportunity to see Overpass today in the Lanxess, but I don't think it'll bring the excitement everyone's hoping for.
Probably not, but maybe they surprise us, right? Maybe Spirit played a little bit crazy with Donk. Donk's always good for a few moments. I think with Mouz going into this matchup as well, I'm most worried about, and pardon the pun, I'm most worried about the trap that they can step into, in the sense of, there's probably a huge emotional and energetic release when they win that game last night, right? And I've been at tournaments like this where our goal was beating this one specific team, and then you forget the grand picture of actually trying to win the event and lift the trophy. Obviously, it's Cologne. You're not going to forget about that trophy, but that energy and that emotional release, like, if they come in this day today flat, like, that's a scary thing. That's what they have to prepare for most, in my mind, is like, don't fall into that. Don't succumb to the fact that you feel like you've made this great accomplishment and the job is done, because you still got one more game to play.
I think that's where the staff and the performance coaches and everyone steps in, you know, and sort of keeps the player in check and reminds them of the goal and what the mission is. I mean, we saw them this morning already playing ping pong, getting up and about, sort of getting their energy in and getting everyone on the same page. So I think the more scary part is just the Counter-Strike and the fact that Donk is on the other side. It's, you know, since Katowice, for the first time, he's in a grand final of such a big event, and we all know how that went for them. I think this time he's aiming for a different result, even when you take into account that last year in Cologne they got banged out by the Mongols and G2.
Yeah, I think like Donk wasn't in the best form yesterday on Nuke, especially. That's why it ended up going to a third map of play, right?
Well, they
So-
just played. What was that T side, man?
It was a bad
That's just
T-side.
slow, nothing. Like you didn't make Navi uncomfortable whatsoever. Like that was one of the worst T sides I've seen in a long
But
time.
it's also the age-old conversation of like you're going to have T-sides that probably feel rough like that from time to time. Who's the next guy who's going to bail you out? And this is the boring but eternal conversation about Spirit is Donk is the guy where every resource is used to set him up to have his success early on. It felt very much yesterday like a one-man army at times. And you're going to get that
feels like
feeling.
a one-man army throughout, right?
Yeah.
That's why he's the best. Like, you look at the stats, he's the guy that has to dominate. That's how it was earlier in the group stage too with some of the games, right? That Aurora matchup that we highlight. This is the thing. Donk has to deliver. That's not a question. Like, it's the same thing with Mouz. It needs to be exertion. It needs to be Torji. But that's if they want to play at the 110%. I think the thing is, if we're going to look at team-to-team Counter-Strike, Mouz, if Donk's not having the best day, Mouz should be able to cover them in that regard.
And he's not having the best day. It's going to be a 3-0 for Mouz.
Okay, well, there you go, right? So this is the thing. Today is going to be a real proving point, and I think that in not being up against Vitality, you're probably a little bit disappointed if you don't. You would love to have got revenge from Katowice. This is the team that's been dominating throughout the year. You go up against Mouz, who you actually have had a bit of a back and forth with. Every single time they've played this year, it's gone 3 maps. I think I was saying to you...
3 maps and overtimes all over the place.
6 of the 12 maps they've played this year have gone overtime. That's insane. 6 of 12 maps in minimum overtime is absolutely wild. Like today's game, this could be a better final than the other way. If Vitality was dominant and they go up against Spirit, it's a 3-0. Oh, okay, great. Thanks, everyone can leave, beat the traffic, get out of here early. But Mouz versus Spirit could really go all 5. It could go back and forth, and that's what we've learned, right, basically from the history of these two teams this year.
Yeah, it should be going back and forth, especially when you consider like if Exertion and Torji again play like the way they did yesterday. But more than anything, Mouz, I feel like does so good at controlling their opponents like first play, and that's where I'm interested to see what they do with Donk. Because if they could shut Donk down in first play,
well, they did before. Remember earlier in the year on Nuke?
Yeah,
right. They absolutely neutered him.
Yes,
right? There was nothing he could do.
It's also his worst map across the board for Donk,
well,
right? Because it's way more difficult for him to find the fights that he wants and just the way the map is structured, right? But yes, Mouz have had success. It's a grand final against not Vitality, so I think for them, like being able to deal with that and being able to play their best is the main focus.
Yeah, but not having Vitality in the grand final against them, it's like you don't get this opportunity very often. If you don't capitalize on it while it's here, yeah, like you better win this event now. Like it's right there for you.
Well, both of these teams have a trophy this year, right? It was
Astana. No,
it was Cluj for Mouz, and then for Spirit it was
Astana.
Yeah, make it 2 then because they won Bounty as well.
Yeah.
So a couple of trophies for either of these teams, and you can still play catch-up. This is just the beginning of the second half of the year, right? So the whole narrative of 2025 could change. Obviously, we wouldn't be disregarding the Vitality era, and this doesn't mean that they're done. They could bounce back in the next, win the trophy. The fact that they were so dominant was what was remarkable, right? So seeing how they function for the rest of this season and how the other teams measure up, if it's more competitive, that's probably more exciting for everybody because it felt like we were getting to that Astralis lethargy point where people were like, this is just boring.
Can
now.
anyone else please win? We don't even care who it is. Can someone else just lift?
At least Vitality were being kind and skipping tournaments so other teams could win a trophy that they weren't at.
Yeah, it was very nice of them. It's very kind. Also, I think it would be fun conclusion to kind of like where we're at right now in the season, where after this dominance from Vitality, we've watched all the teams across the season gear up to try and defeat them in the second half, right? Like Falcons bringing in Kyosuke, bringing another star player in, all these roster changes, trying to get either more firepower or players in more defined and more comfortable roles so that you can be more efficient against a team like Vitality. So that would be the conclusion. If they can start battling back against Vitality, you're like, all right, everyone made smart moves.
So best case is everybody who tried to level up does.
Yes.
Vitality no longer immortal, and then we can actually have some back and forth, and we can actually have some events that feel like they have a little bit more of a competitive factor as opposed to, Falcons got closed, it was Melbourne, it was 12-6 on Nuke.
Most importantly, those of us who don't believe it's a Vitality are correct once again.
Here he is.
That's the most important part.
Here he is. The simple hater in all his glory.
As long as Jason is correct, that's the only thing that matters. But
he's right.
No, I think also a little part of this grand final is there's a rookie in there in Zwei, like on a stage this big, and it's been a little bit on and off. I think some maps are better than others. Ancient, he's looked good. Nuke, not so much. But as a team, Mouz has never been in a grand final of Kato Cologne or a major.
Oh, wow.
Well, Spirit has plenty, and lately.
Yeah.
Right, so I think they have that going for them. That no matter how many times you've been in stage games and other parts of the tournament, the final is still a different beast. So we'll see how Mouz handles that added pressure.
You know, I really like the point you brought up on the desk yesterday about comparing Zwei and Makaze and Spirit and Na'Vi respectively and the different philosophies that are being employed. Because I think the unfortunate thing for Zwei is, like, I'm sure he has a lot to give. Problem is, he's put in positions where he has no agency to create his opportunities. So for him, he's like, when they come, he just has to deliver. Like, there's not going to be a build-up to it. It's just going to be like a point in the game where it's like, we need you to give us a double kill or a triple kill.
Baptism by fire for the kid, right? Yeah. Whereas the comfort zone for Makaze is a little bit different.
But yeah, and then Makaze's been given the roles to kind of explore what he can do, right? He's given a little bit more freedom. He has his responsibilities, but then he gets let off the leash. Zwei doesn't have that quite yet.
And you know, for all the role cells out there, it's not necessarily, it's different whether you move from playing Connector on Mirage to playing Cat. It's pretty much the same role that you have. But if you move from playing Connector to being the B anchor, that's really different. And for Zwei, that's what happened on T side, where he's gone from, you know, being a guy that plays from behind and lets other create the space, and then he activates to a guy that sort of just has to be the space creator and sort of a sacrificial lamb like Magix was, to make room for Donk to do his thing, to trade them, or for Shiro to come in late in the clutch, or for Zontix to work the other side of the map.
Look, one thing that we didn't talk about with the Vitality conversation, and I want to make sure that I get my positive press out about it, is Rops. The level that he put in that match yesterday, right? Like, he was playing, he was playing like a man who actually...
He was putting in the hours.
Yes, he definitely was. Like, he was phenomenal throughout. He was fantastic. There's no doubt about Rops yesterday. He was the only one, and I'd say maybe Mezzi, right? Because those two, Mezzi was doing what he can do in those situations, but Rops with the ace on the eco, right? That 1v3, I guess we could say 1v4 if you guys want to, you don't think the Donks are 1v4. Anyway, we won't get into the semantics. But anyway, I just wanted to say, I think Rops yesterday continued to bring the level necessary, and it's just a shame that he was the only one.
Well, it's a bummer, because normally you see a performance like that out of one of the Vitality players, and you're like, this is the strength of the team. They're obviously not clicking as a unit.
About the depth.
But the individuals, the depth of the roster, someone's going to bail you out. And it was Rops yesterday, but no one else was able to pick it up and run with it.
And buy enough time for the other guys to come online, right? Like whether it's Ivo or whoever, but it's just MR12, man. You screw up a couple of key rounds and the game can turn completely if they don't lose the 5v2 on the CT side. I mean, they had really good CT sides against Mouz, so who's to say that it doesn't go to a third? And how many times have we seen that movie before? But just... this time, it wasn't meant to be, and Mouz finally got theirs.
Well, the sun will come out.
Yeah, the sun just came out perfectly.
That's what we want to see. That's beautiful. Now the sunglasses can come.
Yeah, they're necessary.
Now, look, I don't know about you boys.
Gentlemen.
I can hit you with one of those again.
Hey, gentlemen, I can help you out here. I can bail you out, because that's the pre-show. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it. Make sure you guys can actually have your vote. The 1xBet clutch of the tournament. Make sure you get those votes in. This was the pre-show at IEM Cologne. Grand Finals coming up next. We'll see you inside the Lanxess.
And Na'Vi have pieced together where this last man's coming from. 9-10 might have found the first, but Wonderful goes and retrieves that orb from the spawn. Has his weapon of choice. That tap forces the fight out. It's real close on this defuse, but 9-10. He's quick and he's found the first. Georgie, have you got it in you? Can the talisman? You have to stick it now. You can delete your card. Needs to find them into the smoke. Multiple bodies not looking his way. Active D-stashing as well. One-on-one. Jimmy to save Mouz.
It's all a whole lot of time left. Just try and keep them away, keep them off. I think he's maybe just managed to get on the bomb and to get all the kills nonetheless.
Keep left standing. I got Alexi. That's the info. Brokey's got everything laid out in front of him. Emo, the last guy left, and this is Brokey's B-site.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter. Right, then, that's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback! Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back. Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Today is the day, guys. We have been tasked to deliver this year's major trophy.
Come on, boss!
And we have been given a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to prove that we are not some forgotten division. This is our moment, and we are going to crush it!
Championship Sunday has landed in the Lanxess for Spirits, and the best player of 2024, they are looking to seal the triple. IEM Katowice, the Shanghai Major, and now a chance to claim the crown in Cologne. But none of certain Mouz have anything to do with it, finally taming their demons in Vitality. I imagine the vibes are at an all-time high, so let's go ahead and check in with Brolin.
It's a really good game.
Really good day, an even bigger day. So yesterday, you did the damn thing. Yeah. How did it feel when you wake up and it happened?
I mean, as usual mornings, of course. Maybe not that much, but I mean, it was a reveal, of course. It was a pretty weird feeling, but it was really nice, yeah.
But you obviously know that the job's not done here in Cologne. So tell me about going into today's matchup against the Spirit on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they look pretty good this tournament. I haven't lost so far, so yeah, it's going to be a tough game, and we prep as we usually do, maybe a little bit extra, who knows. Yeah, it's going to be a tough game.
How would you go about responding to a Donk in the server who just peaks and wins every fight?
I mean, it's just, I don't want to focus on too much, of course. Yeah, I think we have been playing well versus them the past years, or the past year. So, yeah, nothing special into it, yeah.
Shiro v Torzi?
Sorry?
Shiro v Torzi?
Yeah, Torzi, of course.
Of course, always. Anything you want to say to the fans sitting there watching you? They're sitting there right now.
Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Brolin.
Thank you.
8th time the charm for Mouz as they finally break that Vitality curse. But as Brolin said, job by no means done yet. They're looking to go where Mouz have never gone before, all the way down this very catwalk to be hoisting the coveted Cologne trophy. My name is Ferris Spears, joined by Pimp, Yanko, and Moses. What is going to be an incredible grand final. This one, you've already spoken about it, Moses.
Yep.
This has the potential to go all 5 maps, all the overtimes. That's what we want here in the Lanxess.
Yeah, it's what's written in the history of the matchups between these two teams. Like every series they play goes the distance. All those maps, I think, 4 overtimes in the group stage match they had across 3 different maps. Overtimes everywhere, all the way through the map veto. This should be an insane series, especially when you consider Mouz players are on the verge of being superstars. This could be their breakout moment.
Yeah, it's been razor-thin margins between the two teams, and what a weird spot to be in if you're Mouz. You finally beat Vitality, but there's still the grand final to play in, a best of 5, right? And it must feel so awesome, but if you lose today, it doesn't matter whatsoever, right? So it's all focus on Spirit and on the grand final.
On the side of Spirit, right, you're coming into your first tournament with a new young guy into your roster. You're getting all the way into the grand final. You have Donk playing at your best. You have Shiro playing at your best. This could be a pretty good way of starting what could be a new period for Spirit where they become competitive and maybe hoist some more trophies.
Let's talk about some of the head-to-heads that we've seen throughout 2025 so far between Mouz and Spirit. Of course, it was the major quarterfinal, but more recently, Jacob, we saw it going down in stage 2 to be getting a spot in the semifinals. finals of Cologne. What were the takeaways for you from that match?
Jason said it. It was an incredible close game. There was back and forth all the time. All these overtimes, all these comebacks within the game. You know, we got to see some interesting maps as well. Overpass, unfortunately, not the most close game, but apart from that, Mirage was back and forth, Asian was back and forth, and it was a game that delivered high-quality Counter-Strike. Sometimes you have matchups that are very close, you know, who becomes a little bit ugly, maybe not the prettiest Counter-Strike, but I think the quality of what all these players delivered in this game was at a very high level.
Well, especially when you look over at Exertion, like that's a name that we always mention if you want to see Mouz at their best. He has to be performing and having impact, and he did in this series. Spinks was up there with him. Torji is kind of that next guy you'd look to. So for the Mouz guys we normally see kind of drift away, they stepped up and they've done it all throughout the playoffs as well.
Obviously, there's a massive caveat to this, Janko. That wasn't in front of this beautiful crowd, 10,000 strong. That was just in the, albeit beautiful, but a very quiet studio, right? It's a totally different situation when you're going head-to-head in a grand final, no less.
Yes, and Mouz has definitely beat all the allegations about choking on stage and anything along those lines. They've proven it multiple times by now, but still, they've never been in a grand final of a Cologne or a Katowice or a major. I mean, outside of Spinks, who is the defending champion from last year, right? But on the other side, you have Team Spirit, who's, well, done it multiple times over, winning the major in Shanghai, winning Katowice last year. Their one fumble was Cologne last year, where they were out in last place. So this is going to feel, even though they haven't been in one of this scale in a while, it's going to feel more routine for them than it is for the Mouz players.
It's pretty mental, right? When you reflect on that for Mouz being the second best team in the world, if you're looking at those at the HLTV World Rankings, right? The fact that you haven't made it this deep in a tournament when Vitality has been in attendance, it's sort of uncharted territory.
Yeah, it's a weird, like, one-sided rivalry where it's just like they've had opportunities, they've been right there, and I think you start to see it out of the players at this event. All the Mouz players in interviews have been frustrated, being like, we hate Vitality, we want to beat them, we're tired of losing to them. Like, you know, I don't care about being second, third, or fourth best, I want to be first best, and Vitality's in the way. They finally actually made it through that, which is the cool part. But like Janko, that is going to be the next test. And also mentally, when you come into this, I hope you don't feel like the goal's already accomplished, because that had to have been a big one on your idea board at home. Like, that had to be something you've been chasing after for a while.
And I think there's another layer to that discussion as well, because yes, for Mouz to finally beat Vitality, that's obviously something they're going to cherish a lot. That's going to fill them with confidence. It's something that needed to happen, you know, in order for this rivalry to be a rivalry. But I think the biggest winners of yesterday was Spirit. They don't have to face Vitality in a grand final, that they go up against Mouz. And you heard Apex say it, you know, just 24 hours ago, that he feels Spirit have been the better playing team so far. He didn't feel Mouz played that well in the semi-final versus Vitality yesterday against Fury as well. Let's be honest, Mouz should have lost that game. I think Fury were the better team for the vast majority of that game. So unless they step it up tonight, I feel Spirit right now are thinking, the best thing that could have happened for us yesterday, that was Mouz beating Vitality. This is ours to win now.
Do you feel that sentiment, Janko? Do you think Spirit have kind of got the lucky end of the stick in this one?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're in for a better final too. I think if Vitality beat Mouz yesterday, I think they would have an easier time against Spirit, the depth of the map pool and whatnot. But I think for Spirit, when you have a Donk on your team, you know, no game is beyond your reach, really, right? And Vitality, with the depth they have in terms of firepower and how good they've been last season, you know, against Mouz, with how the history has gone between these two teams, you've beaten them already in this tournament, right? So I think they're going to feel really confident going into the grand final.
Should we recap exactly what some of these teams have achieved throughout 2025 so far? And it comes with an asterisk yet again. Vitality wasn't in attendance at both of the events that both Mouz and Spirit have won this year, but they have managed to get to the top and hoist some trophies throughout 2025.
They have, you know, they know what it's like to win. Obviously, Cluj-Napoca for Mouz, that was a good start for Spinks, for Broland, for those boys, and obviously you saw in Astana as well for Spirit. They were able to win a tournament where they didn't have too much competition. But I will say, you know, as nice as it is to lift a trophy, win a tournament, that's tournaments on a different caliber. They are nowhere near close to IEM Cologne. So yeah, they've been able to pick up, you know, whatever tournaments wasn't available for Vitality attending. But outside of that, this is a major opportunity to win one of the big ones. Because who says Vitality is not just going to bounce back and win everything for the rest of the year?
Yeah, that's the big question we have to see about Vitality, because it could go the other direction as well, right? That could be like the veneer slipping. Now they might not. You know, everyone sees they're mortal now. They've finally been taken down, and it might just be open season on them.
And I think also those tournament wins, the Mouz one is a lot more important, because it was their first tournament with Spinks in the lineup, right? And they go on and win the whole thing. And I think that really boosted their confidence, you know, with the lineup, and enabled them to become the second best team in the world. For Spirit, it was just avoiding sort of embarrassment, really, with the playing field. You know, anything but a tournament win for them would have been a huge disappointing.
I feel like when they lost that map at the grand final as well, you could see that affected them when they were actually lifting the trophy, right? They looked like they were disappointed in themselves to not go flawless in that event.
Donk was very unhappy He wasn't, you know, they won the tournament. He's just like, yeah, good, fine. I guess that we were supposed to do this. What do you want from me?
He got a little unhappy yesterday in the semifinals. He tilted out of that first map of the series. I think he was really, really frustrated with the way that Nuke was going, and for good reason. It was an ugly showing, but there's a factor there. You know, he is very much a one-man army. There's a lot of stress that comes along with that.
That's also part of the story. That's why Sway is now part of this lineup. That's why they made a roster change. Spirit weren't necessarily happy with how the first part of the season went on. The Major, not necessarily happy.
Does it feel like a significant change though, Jacob?
Not yet, you know, but I think they bought into a bit of potential. He's young, inexperienced. We'll have to see how he's going to deliver on the stage, but I think he's been doing okay so far in this tournament. He hasn't been a big revelation. He hasn't been a new guy coming out of the block, you know, owning everyone. You can see him here all the way to the right. He's only had a single game in a big playoff.
That's the most ridiculous
graph. He's on the graph, you know. He's on the graph.
He made it.
He made it. But yeah, it's also a sign of Spirit, right? They're not content with being the 3rd, 4th, or 5th best in the world. They made a roster change because they want to be #1, and this is the beginning of it.
Is it going to be enough, though, gentlemen? That is the question. Is just having that maybe a little bit of firepower upgrade over Magic's, is that enough for Spirit?
I think, I mean, the honest answer, which is the boring one, is kind of like maybe. I think this early in his addition, like the way they've been utilizing him as a rookie and putting him in place in this team, he's not in positions to have a whole lot of influence on the game unless the opportunity comes to him. So I think as time builds and he's in this team more and more, they'll give him a few more things to do, a few more responsibility, figure out some plays for him. But for now, he's kind of just chilling and making sure, like, not being a liability and waiting for the moment to come to him, and that's when he's going to have to step up and deliver.
It doesn't feel like it. You know, they're hoping that even if, let's say, he was playing immediately that much better than Magnus, because do you think that's enough for them to be the best team in the world and then consistently win tournaments? Probably not. You felt like they need more than that, but we'll have to wait and see.
I'll cut the bullshit, to be completely honest. It's all about
Thank
Donk,
you, Jacob.
No, but let's be completely honest. The win conditions hasn't changed for Spirit. Yeah, it's a new player instead of Magic's. Maybe Sway is going to be better over time. Maybe he's going to get more comfortable, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, Spirit have changed nothing in terms of how they approach the game. If Donk is playing well and if he's successful with everything he's being set up to do, as you said, Janko, Spirit can beat anyone. No game is unreachable. Same could be said for Shiro as well when he's inside that mix, when both of them are playing well. So the win conditions haven't changed at all for Spirit. It's not like they added a 3rd star. It's not like they added a player like Robs, for an example, for Vitality, who gave them another layer or another win condition. It's still the same old, same old. Donk plays well, Spirits win. Donk doesn't play well, they lose.
Well, I think it also falls into this roster pickup of Zwei. Like, when you look at this roster, as you see on the screen, Donk is the aggressor. He's like the one who's going to create opportunities. When you go down the rest of the list of this team, you have a very extremely passive Opper, an extremely passive support player in Zontix. Zwei is put into passive supportive positions, and Chopper's the IGL. So once you get past Donk, it's like, who's going to be that guy that makes the defense move? Who's going to be the guy who takes space or finds a kill that makes the defense shift, that gives everyone else the opening? And I think that's more the concern, is the roster pickup of Zwei hasn't gone to rectify that problem, which has always been there.
And they don't do it as much with strategy, you know, or tactics or play. It's a lot of playing default and just creating space for Donk or putting Donk in favorable duels or good situations where he can do it for you, right? There's not a ton of creativity in Spirit's game.
Yeah, and I kind of don't blame them when Donk is firing on all cylinders, but when you have a moment, Alan, Nuke, just yesterday versus Na'Vi, where he's not showing up, then he gets frustrated, then maybe get a little bit worried for the side of Spirit.
My eyes were bleeding during that. I mean, it's, you know, all the mind games aside and everything, just give it some pace, for Christ's sake. Put some pace in your game, right?
Mustard on that hot dog.
Make sure there's some trades going on, something to get Donk going, right? When they were able to do that, even in the following map, they ran away with it and were able to win the game convincingly.
What were the win conditions in that series yesterday then, Jacob, for Spirit to be able to get the edge over Na'Vi?
I mean, it sounds so easy to say, but Donk showing up, obviously, and I think, as Janko said, putting a bit more pace into the game as well. It does feel like Spirit from time to time have a game where everything just falls apart, and whether that's because they approach the game in a one-dimensional way, where if Donk is not successful with the openings, then, as Jason said, who's going to be number 2 and who's going to be number 3? You don't look towards Shiro to create a new game for you, and that's I guess that's the one big issue I have with Spirit. They rely an awful lot on Donk, and that's great when you're the best player in the world and when you're the best rifler in the world, but occasionally he's going to have games where he's not successful, and then you need someone else to step it up, and you don't have that capacity in Shiro right now, and to me that's a bit of an issue.
He had a round yesterday where he got 2 entries, planted the bomb, and clutched a 1v3, got an ace in the same round. It's like, can't anyone else do anything? Please, anything.
I wonder if at some point he just becomes like a crutch to the team, because it is just like, if I'm getting 25-30 out of Donk every game, like, do we really need to spend time on, like, I wonder if at this point they have just kind of accidentally fallen into this trap where it's like, we don't actually need to work on other things?
Well, we've spoken about Donk and Shiro, so let's hear from them courtesy of Trace.
Here with Team Spirit, and they are about ready to jump into this grand final. A little unnerving, obviously, as we go into this grand final. It is a big day here in Cologne, a best of 5. Shiro, tell me about a best of 5 in the Lanxess.
I'm feeling good, but best of 5, it's a lot of maps we can play, but I hope we win 3-0.
That is the plan.
I hope.
3-0 good enough for you, Donk?
I don't care.
That's right. 3-0 is the same as 3-1 and or 3-2. But anyway, Shiro, check this out. You go into the server today and you stack up against a Torzy Exertion. You stack up against a team that beat Vitality yesterday. What did you take away from that game versus Vitality?
I don't know how to say, but Mouz playing yesterday and he's playing versus Vitality so good. But today we not Vitality, we just Team Spirit, and I hope he's not playing like good like yesterday.
Do you think Vitality played bad yesterday, or Mouz played better?
They had bad days. Their leaders had bad days, so yes.
Yeah. Well, Donk, you keep doing the thing out here. Would you like to tell the crowd anything?
No.
You got nothing for them? You got anything for them, Shiro?
No.
Well, I've got for you a grand final. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Spasiba.
Well, I can attest that the crowd definitely did not like that answer, but we do have 2 deadly duos to be diving into. Donk, Shiro on one side of things, Xerxen and Torzy on the other.
They need to step it up. You know, Jason called it out perfectly well versus Vitality yesterday. The only way Mouz beat Vitality is if both of them play well at the same time. And I feel like for one of the first times in those series, we saw that exactly happen. Torzy had a fantastic game, consistent throughout the entirety of it. You could see the body language, the hype coming out from him as per usual. And Exertion was dominating in the opening departments. He was involved in 12 opening duels versus Vitality. And guess what? He won all 12 of those. If he can find somewhat of the same success today against Spirit, that's going to be a massive win condition.
Yo, if he finds that kind of success against Spirit and against Donk, let's buy him a cake, because he deserves the celebration at that point.
No offense, but on Mirage, you know, he's going up against Apex in Connector, and here he's going up against Donk. So I think it's safe to say that he's not going to find the same amount of success, but they have to keep trying. They have to keep going and doing it. I think stylistically, we could see even last time when these 2 teams played, no, Mouz is better at playing slow on T side. I'd actually played that they found a lot of success doing that. For Spirit, it's the opposite. You know, when they slow it down, maybe it's because Wei is new on the team and maybe it's lacking a little bit of initiative or reactions in certain situations, right? But that's where they seem a little bit disconnected. Not nearly dangerous enough, Team Spirit, but when they do speed up, when they simplify it a little bit and let their players loose and just utilize their mechanical skill, is when they were able to rack rounds together.
Yeah, I think for me, the big conversation about Exertion and Torzy in this match is going to be about how they handle the first timings from Team Spirit. We've seen them in the past. We alluded to it during the pre-show as well. Remember, like, Mouz had that great counter against Spirit on Nuke, and they completely neutralized Donk on the, like, wrecked him, pre-nated him, had every single read. I think those 2 on the first timing of the plays that Spirit's going to make are going to be the most important. Torzy with his op grabbing angles, but Exertion holding on to space and challenging for space. Those 2 guys, depending on how that goes in the first 30 seconds of the round, are going to dictate a lot of how this series plays.
I'm going to look out for Torzy, because in the group stage, he was playing significantly better than we saw in Austin. He was the worst rated player for the team. He had a rough tournament, didn't look great at the major whatsoever. In the group stage here at Cologne, he was getting better and better, but he was still less initiative coming out from Torzy than a guy like Shiro. He was involved in less opening duel attempts than Shiro. Slowly but surely in the playoff, he's regained some of that confidence, but he cannot fall back into that trap where he's not going to be helping out Exertion in that department. If he's going to play as passive as he did in the group stage, they're going to lose just like they did against Spirit in the group stage.
And I think the other angle to Torzy is it's actually pretty critical that he gets into the flow of the game and has some success. He is that kind of, he's the most vocal guy they've got to start rounds out. And if he's not feeling the game, or if he's having a bad time and kind of loses that mentality, they lose that voice to start rounds. And he's been such a general for them next to Brolin.
I think no matter how passive Torzy is, the guy on the other side is going to be more passive. But more importantly, he's the heart and soul of the team, right? And we've seen it so many times and heard it from the check-ins. Like, he's trying to hype everyone up. He's trying to keep the team believing when they're behind. And yesterday, he did it, you know, bleeding by example on the server. That saved AK round where he gets a triple entry. I mean, it seemed like Mirage was going to spiral out of control and they're going to get stomped on their own map pick, but it was that round that really got everyone back. They went to win the rest of the rounds in the first half and then were able to close it out in the second.
Can we just dive into the emotional angle just for a second? Because that Torsy interview up on stage with yesterday, just the complete antithesis of what we saw going down in Austin, where he was quite literally in tears after losing to Vitality. I felt like he'd won the whole tournament with that reaction.
I know, but Freya, that's the trap I'm talking about right there. You've fallen into it. The rest of the team can't do it. You are allowed to. The players actually can't, but you're right. I mean, that is the emotional outpour that, like, after that, because Vitality had to be at the top of their list of things to do, to accomplish, was taking them down. That emotional outpour, he better have reset himself, because if he comes into this one flat, it's going to be a really, really tough finals.
I think they're allowed, you know, an hour or two after the game, or just as the game is over, Jason, on the stage, to be happy about it, right? Before they're all back to business. They've been beaten down by Vitality all season long. Lost 13-0 in the first map of a grand final, actually. Like, they've experienced it all against them. So, you know, it's okay to feel good about it, right? And maybe this unlocks. We were talking a lot about them looking like Team Liquid versus Astralis of 2018. Well, when Liquid beat Astralis at Pro League in the quarterfinals, you know, and they went on to win that tournament and went on to win the Grand Slam 2 tournaments later in 63 days, right? So what if this has unlocked a completely new level for Mouz now and let them loose, and we see, you know, Torji and Exertion reach their final form?
I thought you were Mr. Stoic, Yanko. Turns out it's Jason.
Yeah, it's me the whole time. It was me.
It's a negative.
To build on that point too, this is very much a sense with Mouz of, you better seize the moment. You know, like, you worked so hard to get this opportunity of a grand finals, not having Vitality in that grand finals. You took them down in the semis, and now you just have to go on to win the tournament. I think it's going to be so crushing if they lose this and they realize all that hard work to overcome Vitality didn't net them a trophy at the end of the day.
Well, we love a Torsy interview. Now it's time for another one, this time with Xertion and Trace.
Mouz and the Lanxess in the grand finals. I've got two friends, two very, very noteworthy competitors here from the side of Mouz. I've got Torsy and Exertion, and obviously a big matchup with Spirit in front of them today. So let's just address the elephant in the room. You guys beat Vitality yesterday. Did you know that?
Yeah, we did. I mean, it felt really good. You know, I think we smacked them, to be honest. It felt amazing, but this is what matters the most today. So, yeah, eyes on the prize.
And you're definitely aware that you guys beat Vitality yesterday. Tell me about the eyes on the prize today.
Well, yeah, we did beat Vitality yesterday. Maybe it was unexpected for other people outside, but we worked really hard for this moment. We lost to them 7 times, so we learned from each time, and we finally did it. But we talked yesterday that it would be worth nothing if we don't win today. So for us, that's the most important game today, and yeah, hopefully we take it.
Yeah, and I kind of get that vibe from you guys, is that in this moment, it is business. Like, you know, you can't celebrate too early. Right here today, you've got Spirit in front of you with a guy that can peak and never miss. So tell me, how do you have a response for some sort of the randomness that can throw into the game?
It's a good question. I mean, I don't think we have anything special versus Donk. I think in general, Mouz, we play a really good team Counter-Strike, and we usually play pretty good versus Spirit and like these superstar teams, I would say. So I think we will just do our regular stuff, and we maybe have some stuff in our pockets that we will want to use, but I don't think we have anything special.
Yeah.
I was wondering what you had in your pockets, if there was anything special, or if you had to use a lot of that yesterday, perhaps.
No, we always cook new stuff. I think that Donk is obviously a machine. Also in the group stage, I had a hard time against him. Hopefully today it will be different. You never know. He's a phenom for sure. But as a team, we are definitely more confident than them. They also just made a roster change, so it will be tough for them today. But yeah, we just have to show our A level, and I think that will be enough for us.
Lanx is full of people. Which one of y'all want to talk to him?
Huh? You?
Oh,
I give you the chance to search on.
Okay, guys. Today we expect you to cheer for us. Yesterday it was absolute cinema, as you say. It was really enjoyable to play in this arena. I was also here last year, so for me it's a pleasure always to play in the Lanxess Arena. It's such an amazing cathedral, as you say. So thank you guys for your support, and today let's put on a good show for you guys. I want to hear you guys all the time.
Nice. Now, you got anything nice to add, or what?
Hell yeah, Mouz.
Mouz. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
The crowd absolutely love to hear that, but I also love to be getting into the map veto. As we're talking about, this is a best of 5. Is there anywhere where one of the teams could get an advantage in this?
I just love the fact that we most likely are going to see Overpass. It's not guaranteed depending on whether or not Spirit will pick it early into the veto, but Overpass is going to be in the mix. Mirage is no big surprise at all for Mouz. Ancient, no big surprise for Spirit. You have Nuke coming in, and then Overpass as the 4th map in this series, trained to decide it all. I kind of like this map pool, but no big surprise.
Yeah, I think this is how it had to be. I think Mouz actually probably has a slightly bigger advantage on Nuke or Train, but you don't want to start your best of 5 grand final playing T side of, you know, Train potentially, right? So Mirage is a safer pick in that sense, even though Spirit could have easily won that the first time around, right? Just starting on which side plays a big part into your pick in a best of 5 final.
You agree with that, Jason? Or if you were a coach standing up there, would you have gone for something crazy? Would you have started off with Overpass?
I do like things get a little bit crazy, but here in this final, I think it's fine starting things out pretty standard with the Mirage pick. I think the Ancient one is going to be really interesting. I think it puts a lot of pressure on Mouz to win their map pick of Mirage, which is close, because Spirit, I think, is going to have a pretty big advantage once we switch over to Ancient. So actually the map pool, I feel like, is front-loaded for Spirit to a certain extent, and the second half is like, let's see what we get.
Well, this is what it all comes down to. One final best of 5 to determine who etches their name in Intel Extreme Masters legacy. This is the grand finals, and it's going down after this.
Where for some, it's about conquering their demons, about the sweet taste of revenge. And for others, it's about absolute destruction.
Yeah, obviously, I'm definitely happier at the moment. They beat us 7 times in a row. It feels good to get some sort of revenge. I think Cologne semifinal is a good one as well. I feel like after this game today, we are ready to win the trophy, and tomorrow will be the most important day yet.
I'm really happy that we go to final in first time with Zeich. It's new player, and we also have a lot of problems. We're already in final, it's really nice. I'm wait to play against. Play against Vitality or Mouz, it's really interesting because we are top 3 teams in the world right now. A lot of clutch situation, a lot of micro situation, macro games, mind games by Apex or me or Bolan.
We know what they do usually. We are prepared really well against them. I think last time I had a really bad off day in the group stage, and I think that they took over. But even though we played our C game, we still pushed them to almost a 2-0 for us. I think we could have easily had the Ancient in our pocket if we didn't throw some rounds. I'm super confident going ahead to the matchup. Of course, they have Donk, which is always exciting to play against. Yeah, I think we're ready to take it down. Cologne Arena is just amazing today. I really enjoyed all the support we got from the crowd. It's so loud. I said in the quarterfinal against Furia, I felt it was a bit quiet, but they really showed today that they are here. For me, it will be the biggest achievement I've had so far in my career to reach a Cologne final, and the best thing I can do is to take the trophy home and help my team do that.
Counter-Strike is, for me, the truest expression of skill. If you were to play in Cologne for the biggest stage you possibly could play in Counter-Strike, I just want to be in that moment. I want to be there with my team. I just want to deliver headshot after headshot after headshot. Hear the crowd roar. Those are the moments I live for. The whole team needs to be on point. We're talking communication, we're talking aim. Vitality last year, I definitely think of their determination. G2, strength across the board. FaZe, their endurance. Na'Vi, power. Liquid, precision. Na'Vi 2018, perseverance. SK, the back-to-back Brazilians. Fnatic, dominance. And IP, magic.
Here in the corner, takes him down, turns around for the 180, still 15 bullets left. Fiber crunches it, are you kidding? It's going to be a double, he does it again, and again, and again! Not in this lifetime, he is destroyed.
The Cole, but he's on the M4, the spray transfer onto Neo. Stack's trying to find the equalizer, but look at Cole go! You're talking about double up, he goes down 4, he's got an ace in overtime!
He's going to go down after the time if he's not careful. What to see? Fallen! He raised it! He raised it! And an arc! A power surge right through 2!
He's got confidence in his name, and he sees it as a ridiculous balance! 1v3 in the bomb ticking. This is his environment, this is his dream. Dancing with him, and it just looks so good!
Slaps him down! Back of the skull! Look at breaks Navi's backs!
Poised, he's the top!
Up against the Wu! Up against the game! And he takes them both in the cathedral!
Lanxess, on your feet for your 2025 Grand Finalists, Team Spirit and Mouz! Across history, only a select few join the greats. The chalice spells legacy, lifted by those with a divine touch, by those who devote their entire lives.
If you have what it takes to be the best, success kind of follows you from like a young star to a veteran. That transition just flashes by your eyes. So many wins, so many losses, so many trophies lifted. Once you realize that the journey is coming to an end, it's a very hard part to come to realization. Hey, 20 years, it's over. If I were a player today, standing on the big stages, I would soak in that moment. I would enjoy it. I would give it my all, because you don't never know when it's your time to step to the side and let the new ones enter the stage. No regrets.
That was ridiculous!
the score is about to be good to his grenade, landing on top. He's down to 50. Next in line, Smith goes down for it. Charging on in. Chris goes through. He knifes him. Oh my God. Takes down Device. Running them one at a time. He gets a headshot on Fallen. He might actually do this. Cole is behind him for it. Oh my God. He picks it up. One kill goes down and a second as well. And a third through the box. Better than that. He knows the big way.
They have no kids, but Forrest in a lovely position. Watch it. Oh! What? Forrest, that was sick!
So much legacy in these very halls, and the Kingslayers, they now enter the cathedral. Now only Spirit remains between them and going where they have never gone before. And I say only, Jacob, it is only the best player of 2024. It's only Donk and his disciples that Mouz have to best if they want any hope of glory tonight.
It's going to be a massive task for Mouz, there's no doubt about it. Winning against Vitality yesterday was a step in the right direction. Getting into this grand final is a massive achievement in itself, but you're right, Freya. In order to hoist the trophy, you have to take down Donk, who currently, according to me, is the best playing player in the entire world. As Janko said as well, when he's on the server, there's no game that is out of reach for Spirit, and Mouz will have to respect that fact from start to finish.
Yeah, but you said the key words right there is Mouz have to beat Donk. It's supposed to be Mouz have to beat Spirit. And who knows if we're going to get that on the stage today. But Mouz have created this opportunity by taking down Vitality in the semifinals. All they have to do now is go out and seize it. It's right there in front of them. This will be an incredible missed opportunity if they let it slip.
Spirit has played spoiler before. I mean, they came out of nowhere really in Katowice last year. And even at the final event of the year in Shanghai, they weren't really the main favorite for the event. But they just find a way to get it done, to persevere. Their supports find a way to step up, to do just enough to help out Donk. And for Mouz, what better test? You just took down the best team in the world. Now you have to be the best player in the world.
They say if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. Gentlemen, where do your predictions lay for this grand final?
I think given what we've seen so far in this tournament, Spirit have been the better playing team. They also faced each other in the group stage, as we already discussed, where Spirit ended up winning a very close series. I think Mouz have been getting better, slowly but surely. The quarterfinal against Freya wasn't pretty. Yesterday against Vitality was much better, but I will say this, unless Mouz plays their A game today, I have Spirit winning.
It's destined for Mouz. I don't think the rookie is yet ready on Team Spirit. I think Mouz, pushed by the win yesterday against Vitality, win here in the final.
Yeah, I'm taking Mouz as well, 3-1. I don't think they're going to let this one slip. I think Torji and Exertion are ready to take that next step into superstardom. And even if Donk plays like two players today, it's not going to be enough to match how deep this Mouz roster goes.
Well, so many crave, but so few earn the right to call yourself an IEM Cologne champion. Tonight, one will carve their name into the cathedral. It's Spirit versus Mouz.
A grand final on Counter-Strike's greatest stage, where legacies are forged, where legends are made. Tonight, in the Lanxess, we witness greatness. With Vitality out of the running, the floor is open. The odds are even. This is where competition is at its highest.
No one flukes Cologne. Today, we'll have a new champion in this arena. Today, for one of these teams, they'll write their names into the history books. Donk's first foray up on the Lanxess, Mouz, German organization with a point to prove. The question has been asked, Cologne, are you ready?
There are scores to be settled between Mouz and Spirit. Let's kick this one off.
I mean, there's a lot of history between these two squads, right? And it feels like a fitting final matchup for us to close this chapter of Cologne on. Mouz, they overcame a big hurdle getting here in beating Vitality, but they've said this themselves. It would be all for nothing if you only go on to lose in the final. They were one of the first teams to put together how to beat this Spirit squad. So in some senses of the word, maybe a confident matchup for them. Let's see if that follows through in this pistol. It's fast out into the B site. Chopper got players in the right place, and he'll put on a bit of a show himself. Where's Brolin come from? Emerging from the market. He's here to lend a helping hand, and there we go. It's all picked up for Mouz.
Mouz on the board. And the writing was on the wall. Spirit, they read that pistol 3 strong, Donk in the right site, and that's a big question today, especially on the CT side of Mirage. We saw him getting avoided. We saw him getting deserted in that game against Na'Vi. Donk has to have the right read. Spirit have to put him in the right place. But Mouz take that pistol round. High energy on Mouz, but this is a BO5 that feels like it's going to go the distance. No clear victor. No guarantees. It's a test of managing energy.
No, it very much is. And, you know, one thing you'll look at if you go and you take a look at the head-to-heads between these squads, they're always, you know, long back-and-forth games, overtimes in there and the likes. It's never a clean nor easy win in this series. I do think we have a bit of a favorite in the Lanxes.
Safe bet. Spirit, they don't care. Donk likes to silence the crowd. Spirit are used to playing the villain. Can Sway, new boy, on his first stage, hold strong.
Not a bad way for this to start, but he won't be able to stop the spillover for long. The pressure of that's going to fall on Azontics, who takes the first kill when it's available. This is Mouz starting to break through this A-hold. And Exertion, always willing to risk it for a little bit more, tries to push. Damage done the other way. Exertion in an uncomfortable spot. Hold on, Spirit on this force buy. They've got Mouz on the ropes. Torshi and Jimmy can't play together. They're struggling to meet back up in the site here. And even though there's damage connecting, all the kills come through for Team Spirit.
We don't wait long to see that Donk Deeg, deadly Team Spirit winning that force buy round. They get the stack in the right place. And Mouz immediately humbled, losing the worst round possible. Mouz, it's no question, force required. But hardly a pretty picture with Spirit armed and dangerous. Mouz go back to the B site. Chopper and Zontics ready to give this up. If this spillover comes in for Mouz, they don't have to live and die on this B position. Tucked in, 2 players. Mouz waiting that ramp smoke before they do anything. Can Brolin make them panic?
Gonna be hard pressed to do so, but he has that little dribble of util, and so you're hoping that Brolin can at least keep 3 players here. One of them will be Donk. There's that full exec out in Awards A. And this is Mouz getting ready to pick up the pace on the B site here. They've just moved away from that retake setup. Chopper's actually dedicated himself into the site here. He will get sniffed out. That's the Tech 9 to find it, but the rotates are already arriving. Mouz's plan has not worked. Spirit have not been redirected, and Donk is right where he's supposed to be. Nails that follow-up. Brolin's plan, read like a book. Spirit do not fall for it.
Donk is just undeniable, making it look nice and easy in the right place every one of these rounds so far. So mobile, given the freedom almost of an AWPer on this CT side on the rifle. For Mouz, it's about consistency across this team. It's about your two stars of Xerxon and Torshi showing up. For Spirit, it's all about Donk, Donk, Donk. Mouz take a breather.
Time to talk this one over, right? We've heard from a lot of players now how stressful it can be going from the walkout straight up onto the stage, getting behind the PC and you're in. It's the time to go over these game plans and make sure everything goes according to plan for Mouz. They're just going to walk in through this smoke. Chopper is very, very close on the SMG. They find him. There's a follow-up tag on Shiro. This shouldn't get weird. And luckily enough, oh, hold on a second, Jimmy. Can't believe you started rooting for him there. 2 off the Glock.
Yeah,
good. A little bit of chip damage in at the end and a chance to address this coming rifle round for Mouz.
Good eco for Mouz, but it's all about the gun round. Delayed till number 5 after Spirit's force buy. Torshi going to have to wait for that AWP. Meanwhile, Shiro immediately.
Mouz will sorely miss the Torshi AWP, but for Shiro, a chance to go uncontested. Someone whose AWP has been hitting very, very hard. Oof. That's a nice opening from Brolin. The captain provides. He gets past Donk. Donk who, say Mouz? Steamrolling this round, isn't it? Not even close. Shiro's AWP. Now 1 kill to try and claw something back, but this shouldn't be enough to go off it for Team Spirit. They're still walking in. But I don't buy it. I don't believe they want to try this round.
Inconceivably hard to lose for Mouz. It's not even a kit in play, Harry. This one's just damage here for Spirit.
There's a kit right there. Chopper's just showed us. What's he trying?
Hoping that Mouz are going hunting. He's not entirely wrong. Brolin is in the B apps, but it still leaves a 2v2 in the bomb site. Shiro should save missed shot, and Mouz make it happen. It's a nice connection, but even saving this AWP is but a guarantee.
Terrorists win.
Mouz allow it for now, taking their second round with 3 alive, building their own economy as Spirit call a timeout. I'm expecting close maps every way. I'm expecting a long series with overtimes where little details make all the difference. So Hallie getting on the mic early here for Team Spirit and reaffirming the game plan here into this next gun round. This is a Spirit who've had to insulate themselves, ignore the noise. A team that came out of nowhere to the top of the game, trying to reaffirm themselves in a matchup that has not done them well.
Battling for the early stages of Mirage here, and this is Mouz's chance to pull themselves up into the lead again. Slow about the mid control, and I mean, you know who you're going to face if this is the real estate you're playing for. Oh, God. Roland, just right now, seeming to take it in his stride, tries another head-to-head versus Donk. And this time, Donk comes out looking better. It's not that 5v4 for Mouz. They lose their captain. He's now leading from beyond the grave, and they entirely look to vacate mid.
Spirit immediately changed the setup coming into this round after Brolin's pathing last time. Shiro covering that upper mid cross. Donk having lower. Your 2 firepower pieces here on Spirit, controlling the most important part of the map. They get their 5v4, they pull back. Shiro rotates without AWP. Donk hangs around. Low health, but rarely holds him back. Sway, good timing on that smoke. 40 seconds here. Mouz are surrounding him.
A little tidbit of info, the drop down just allows Spinks to be much more aware of what he's running into. He was not prepared for the Shiro AWP. Oh, Sway with a quick position swap. Gets past Jimmy. For Exertion and Torshi, this is a rough round now. They're split up. This smoke down, cutting the site in half. It's not going to be easy for Torshi to try and plant this bomb. Exertion with cover.
Oh, it's done.
There's Shiro to stop it. No plant for Mouz, no chance for Exertion.
Wait, whoa, chill.
Shiro gave him a chance, but Exertion had one chance to make that work, one opportunity. And it's just gonna miss the mark.
Already some chaos showing, right? Both players fighting with 5 seconds left. It's an impossibility to win that round if one survives. Shiro makes sure it happens by the skin of his teeth. Shiro, the epitome of a safe pair of hands, knows how to live, knows how to play out the round to the last second. He survives for Spirit. Mouz forced by up with a couple of guns.
A Mouz hero gun round, yeah. This is a move you're gonna see a lot from Spirit later in the game when they're the ones on this T side.
It's nice for Torshi to come out and support Exertion, who saves his gun. But can they put them in the right place? That window boost a bit awkward. Zontix catches a whiff.
Jimmy does that boost because he has armor as well, so still armed and dangerous here. Goes back for the window fight, and Zontix is just locking down this half of the map. Calls Donk around with the nade, and he gets there just in time to find Jimmy on the creep out through lower.
They're fearless. Another nade, slam dunk, does deny Spinks anything in this round, and armorless is Brolin. Donk's just gonna swing on 10 health. Fearless. It's a matter of time here for Brolin. Spirit make it so. 5-2 lead on the CT side.
That just feels brutal for Mouz. In terms of opponents spotted, they saw like 2 guys in the round, but the nades raining in. Zontix on peeks out from window. It proves to be too much, and those guns don't make a dent.
It's just been a good sign across the board here for Spirit, right? It's not just been the Donk show, although he's taking his typical fight. Everyone's getting involved. Sway holding always for one on this A side. Zontix, different positions every time. He's the short player. We've seen him under balcony. We've seen him fighting window. Right now, Spirit are hard to read. Can Mouz get a grip on it?
Mouz hoping that pause has answers. The thing that's looking and feeling concerning right now for Spirit is it's been a team effort. You've seen games even in the playoffs where Donk had to be the one-man army. We all remember his ace round. 2 kills, plants the bomb, clutches up at 10 HP. Right now it's a very even distribution for Spirit. There's not a weak link in sight. So often it feels like if you can get past Donk, you can get past Spirit. That's not looking to be the case in this game.
Leveling up in a grand final, that's what they play for. Spirit, who are no stranger to the stage. Mouz only started to break into these trophies on stages this year alone. Exertion up short, overwhelmed by Zontix, who does get traded, but still, Spirit are happy with that. Donk controlling this connector smoke, and Brolin's being very loud about it, but this is all a distraction for the meantime.
Chopper now hears the footsteps. He's going to instantly start calling these rotates if they're required. Chopper A hell of a lot of damage, and that second man on his way. Shiro playing with confidence here, looking to charge down Torshi on the plant.
Dink is called, and Shiro, who believes in his captain, just runs him down. Wins the round single-handedly with that move. Bomb plant denied, and Jimmy just has to save.
Mouz have to stem the bleeding, man. This is starting to feel kind of rough. Spirit really in full control over this game. It's been little isolated one-and-done incidences for Mouz. All the streaks have belonged to Spirit, and that's leaving them in a very powerful position here.
Yeah, I think the fear is, Mouz used so much energy taking down Vitality yesterday, and obviously they've been thinking about that for months. That's all they've been trying to do. They finally do it. It takes a masterclass game from both Exertion and Torshi. And then you've got to find more motivation. You've got to level up again in a grand final the day later. Against a team, while typically you've had their number this year, Spirit winning in the group stage of this very event. And none of those games being clean, none of them ever being easy for either team when these guys match up.
What Brolin's preparing here, he's taking some time out to speak to the team back in spawn. He's got a little bounty util dropped for himself. Torshi with smokes. Scary that he's throwing the smokes, that he's worried about the A ramp push.
Don't worry, Spirit are playing safe. They're in no interest of giving up this round. Zontic's even pulling back on this B site in time as well to support Chopper. This is the full Mouz roster moving in. The nade is ready, maybe to break the smoke.
These two players in B are going to be looking at short. I'm pretty sure that window smoke has missed. And so both players for Spirit just fixated on the apartments. Attack Chopper, 4 kills deep. He's going to round it out. Words to life. And a strafe run through the apartments. It's a clean finish for Spirit.
And now they're making the easy rounds look even easier. Not a good sign for Mouz on their map pick to start this one off. Second timeout coming in. Cyclone trying to calm the troops down. Torshi brings out his first AWP, and this has to hit. Like we've been setting up, these 2 stars of the show that showed up against Vitality are required to beat down on Spirit. For Exertion, it's been a rough go so far. Some whiffed shots, messy sprays. And Torshi make up with some pinpoint precision.
Torshi really roaming, and he just got a little whiff of Shiro there, seeing the barrel of that orb. Torshi knows this is a tantalizing prospect. He's tunnel visioned right now on the promise of this opener out from spawn.
Careful though. Oh my, he re-peeks back in with the smoke down. He still finds a shot. Double up for Shiro, skewered in the sight. Mouz, it's dead on arrival.
I mean, we just sat on Torshi's POV for like 20 seconds. You saw how long he was holding that for. The moment he moved off the angle with Spinks coming in, that's when Shiro peaks. And that is peak frustration for Mouz.
The net is closing, flank is in, and might not be required as Spirit come gallivanting for the kills. 5 alive, brutal scenes. Shiro 11-2. Chopper alongside him. We're even seeing Zway look more comfortable as well, willing to take fights, not sit back on his laurels. A player who every game he's played after Spirit says, yes, it was good, but I could have done more. I could have played better. I haven't showed myself just yet. Well, maybe a grand final is the perfect place to do it. Magix would have.
Mouz just left clutching at straws. I mean, this is running the risk of being their slowest starts in all the playoffs thus far. Posted a similar scoreline in that semi-final versus Vitality, but they went on to kind of return to form in that. They gave themselves enough room. The big worry is that 2 rounds simply isn't enough. They need some degree of purchase here. They're hoping Spinks with a hero Galil, another one of these kind of cobbled together buys, will be enough to break through the Spirit ranks. This is a game where Chopper and Shiro are the ones topping the charts. And that's not an indictment of anyone else. Donk 8-3, far from problematic. Zontix being a nuisance, and feels like you're always meeting him in a different position for someone who's supposed to be finding themselves over towards this B site.
Could the window booster be the way in? You've got to get past Donk. The first piece of the puzzle, Zontix forces that kill. And Mouz are just getting strung out, slowed down in middle, waiting for something to come to them. Nothing is but death.
No, they haven't had the initiative in this game. That has very much belonged to Team Spirit. Trying to claw it away with the pistols, but not a hope in hell's way. Quick swivel.
The pace has just been underwhelming for Mouz, right? They've had no go-get-em attitude. They've not done any fast splits, no quick executes. Couple of times going towards B, even in weakest setups. Chopper's holding his own for a multi-kill every single time. Mouz needs some energy. Need to be reignited on this T side, because right now Spirit are just saying, thank you for taking down Vitality, we'll meet you there. A Spirit who, oh, not again.
They've missed that now a couple of times.
It's disastrous, it might cost you. Lucky to be living, not for long.
Donk might be low on health, but when has that ever stopped him?
Anymore.
That's the thing, he's 2 kills deep already, but he doesn't feel the pressure to overextend. Doesn't feel the pressure to have to keep taking these fights in mid. And the rest of his team are playing a damn good game. Donk could just ease back into this 4-on-2. He's done the hard work on the round.
This is where your closers should be reliable. Shiro should be able to shut this down. Zway still unwavering in the bomb site. And sure, Mouz get the bomb, they get to reset off of middle, but is that really a means to an end? Their end, perhaps. Spirit waits for even a warning sign on this A site.
As kind of already know, they're not going to get an overplay here. They're going to have to go and seek their fortune. And there's Spinks in the feed. Jimmy out next and dead at the hands of the Shiro Orb. This is Spirit setting a very worrying precedent to open this grand final. It's Mouz's pick and Mirage, and it's not going swimmingly. Runaway success for Spirit as they lock in double digits on the half.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
juicy.
So creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
Spirit arrive into this grand final with a point to prove, 10-2 up. One of the only criticisms you've ever looked to levy against Team Spirit, the lack of support around Donk. Well, here they are all hitting hard. They are all playing lights out. For Mouz, this is the slowest start they've had yet in the playoffs. To say it's going to be an uphill battle to try and recover on their pick and Mirage is an understatement. It's going to start right away in this pistol round.
Yeah, looking scared, looking timid for Mouz, a team that took down the world's best yesterday, comes in quiet and cold to their map pick. Pistol or bust here. Spirit with an execute. They love this A site in this opening round. Smokes land fast and Xerxion's pushed out. It's going to have to be a retake for Mouz.
Not the way you wanted it to go, but a contingency you were certainly prepared for. Retake setup, util aplenty, kit for Brolin, but an immediate dink done on a Torshi. That's a nice nade kill.
Bomb denied. Back again. Ooh, they changed the spot. Back in spawn. More dinks land for Spirit. Damage done.
What they planted for, you wonder if they're going to try and set Donk up to fight for this CP control. He's got Zway here to back him up. They end up kind of tagging each other and strung out in no man's land. Mouz looking for that first step in the marathon comeback. The pistol round, the first requirement, and they haven't fallen down. Defused held, round secured, and a lifeline has just presented itself to Mouz.
Yeah, they've got to drag themselves back to shore on this CT side, and sure, we've seen a lot of comebacks in this tournament. Some one-sided halves close up very quickly, but nothing's guaranteed till you get Spirit on Eco. This force is coming in. Mouz can use the crowd's energy. Spirit drown it out. A cold and unwavering machine, uninterested in what the people want.
Now, you know when it's a Spirit force buy, you can never get too ahead of yourselves. Interesting note, it's Zway with the Galil.
Donk doesn't take less than an AK.
Man, high standards, and fair enough. Gonna try and get it done with the Deeg. Spirit is setting their size on the A-bomb site once again. Brolin will be under the microscope. He's got Exertion nearby. Torshi just moving around at the perfect moment. Brolin putting his pieces in order.
Retake will be uncomfortable with no utility for Mouz. They've got to thin the herd early. They need these couple of opening kills.
Moved everyone around to the right place at the right time has Brolin, and he's got the shots to back it up. They will start to spill over, but that damage you were looking for, that's been done. Zontix and Chopper both low, both wounded, and as Exertion hides in there. There's smoke, that was supposed to be to Mouz's advantage.
Oh dear.
The rest of Mouz move in and will make up for it. They recover that. No weirdness, no Spirit force by win.
Torshi 3K sets him up for an AWP very soon here for Mouz. It's a good sign if they're going to believe in the comeback on their map pick. Close but no cigar here for Team Spirit. A team that would love to make this clean. Blown out of Katowice final against Vitality. Spirit aren't here for a competitive game. They're here to make a statement. They're here to do what was done to them. before that, we've got to wait one more round. Mouz do the housekeeping.
I mean, look, this is the first streak of rounds that Mouz have been able to embark upon in this game yet. You didn't fall down to Spirit's secret weapon of those 4 spies. Maybe the worst kept secret. You stood the test of time there. And so now you face them in the rifle round. You're gonna have a Shiro AWP to worry about. You've got everything Spirit could possibly need. It's a bit of a bonus for Mouz. MP9 on Brolin. No AWP for Torshi either, and so maybe an aggressive move made here as Exertion jumps out through the window. He wants to be involved right off the top of this round. Could have matched up with Donk, who lurks in through lower tunnels, but Exertion just dodges him.
Yeah, at times these T-side rounds for Spirit have felt very slowly. On maps like Nuke, we saw it yesterday, not making quick moves, arguably waiting far too long to get going. And so to make a statement in this first round would be very important. Donk coming out under pretty early. Spirit walked through the smokes. Mouz preemptive with the util. It's not too bad. It's going to leave Donk on a lurk. Not typically where he's found. Trying to backstab Mouz.
I mean, dude, the way this round is playing speaks to the familiarity between these squads, right? It's a trade of positions at these perfect timings. Mouz with a solid understanding of the tempo Spirit like to play at. Spirit knowing these aggression routes, these paths that Mouz look for to open up. Are they ready for a double setup in at the ramp? That's about the best start you could have hoped for.
Oh, wow.
Goes fishing for a little bit more. Torshi has to stand up though. He's now the only guy left over here today, and that's because Donk's got on this tear through the back. Torshi, work cut out for him.
Wow.
No problem for Donk. Jimmy wondering how did this go so wrong? And that's how.
We waited, and we got what we wanted. Donk 4K, first gun round, the record breaker, the champ. Holds the MVP, the highest rated MVP for both Katowice and the Major. He looks to add Cologne into that book. He looks for the trinity of trophies in Cologne, Kato, and a Major. 2 out of 3 in less than 2 years on the scene. Donk's undeniable. And he delivers Spirit that knockout round.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about how it's felt like a real team effort for Team Spirit. It's nice to know Donk can still do that. Just take control of a round single-handedly.
Even when things go so wrong, that push on ramp with the MP9, finding a double kill. Mouz leaves Spirit in limbo, and Donk just ducks under it. Triple kill on the flank. That's what we came to see today. Mouz, eyes on middle.
Both teams know these mid-fights will be available if they go looking for them. And up until now, Mouz haven't minded leaving this part of the map a little more empty, but we're going to see a change here. Exertion, 5 and 13, having a real rough go at it to open up this grand final. He's been instrumental in these Mouz victories. You want him and Spinks to put the squeeze on mid, put the hurt on Team Spirit. Oof. They've lost Jimmy out through the apartments. And so all 3 players trying to leave the connector for this retake. They get past Zontix. But this is the comeback or the hope of it. This is the lifeline being grabbed by Team Spirit. And if they can pull it away here, there's nothing left in the tank for Mouz on their opening pick of Mirage. Op shot for Shiro sails past this way. The new boy in the Spirit jersey waiting back in market, waiting for his time to strike is caught out. That's where Shiro has to show him how the veterans do it.
Overcooked. And Torshi, just a sigh of relief. There's no celebration for Mouz, no business to win that round. He misses his shot, and it's the fire that engulfs team spirit.
Who let Shiro cook?
Burned. That's no CT molly, I'll tell you that. Rough one to lose. Will it mean anything? Will it matter in the long haul? Because if I'm going off of history between these teams, that's the exact kind of round that will break Mouz back in and make this a competitive game once again.
I mean, this late in the game, this is kind of the swing round to end all swing rounds. Both teams are all in. So the winner of this takes a 2-for-1 for Spirit. That could be the end of Mirage. For Mouz, it's the promise, it's the hope that they can save themselves on Mirage. This time Spirit looking a little more decisive in their opening setup. They've got 4 players over in the apartments, and you can see the Chopper, after throwing that mid-utils, move back around to join him. This is a B play, and Mouz ready for that. This is a real change of pace coming their way. Spinks gonna hold the line. Oh, and there's the double. Lone player left with a piece of that trophy to defend.
Also's come in very quiet alongside Exertion, but that's a huge double kill. Stopping the tip of the spear into that B-bomb site in that important round you set up. That round that opens the game back for Mouz. A missed smoke, and so Mouz don't lose any info. They sit back, they wait to finish what Spink started. An unclearable position.
Yeah, putting him up in this boost and then having Jimmy play in this like long angle. There's no way you're getting into B. Even though the bomb's making its way around now, Zontic still looks curious to give something a try here.
Oh,
he's gonna fall on the cross. I think they were just saving. I don't even think they wanted to play that round.
That was done. Couldn't find his kill into the B site. Can't find his escape either. Mouz traps Spirit in that coffin. 7 rounds with 5 alive. Now there's a shot.
It's a huge pickup, and what a time for Spinks to get activated, right? It's been him and Exertion kind of having this rough, rocky start for Mouz, but putting up 2, and it's Donk that he stops first on that sprint out through the apartments.
Let's go, Mouz! Let's go, Mouz! Let's go, Mouz! Let's go!
5 alive round, no less. And heading into that last one, it was both teams with money on the line. A 2-man save for Spirit means they cobble another buy together. You've seen this eagerness to always bring something into the round. It's what Donk in this team kind of enables you to do, to remain competitive, even when you're scraping the bottom of the barrel for a buy.
This is no longer what Spirit wanted. A nice, quick, easy beginning to this VO5 final. Reality sets in. They're going to have to work for even this map. And while they've done it once before, this is still a grudge match. This is still a game Spirit are looking for revenge. After that Austin quarterfinal, denying them yet another run in a major. Spirit search for that silverware, that chalice, the only trophy that eludes them. Last year, this team went out in last place at Cologne. Quite the return to form. 30 seconds here, Spirit setting their sights on B.
Oh, it's an awkward spray for Jimmy. Not the start he wanted. Spinks has been asked for again to multi-kill, but it's Chopper's luck. Oh God, in through the back line. He's deleted Torshi on this rotate.
You can't rotate here.
And now they're trapped. There's a reason they call this the murder hole, and Chopper might have to teach them that lesson. Roland trying to come up with a way to get through. Angles the molly around that corner, banks it into Chopper.
Still slows him down.
It's wasted a lot of time. Donk's been put up on this boost, and Shiro watching on from the car. Mouz having to make their mind up. Do they want to give this a go, or did Chopper just waste so much time they can't even consider it?
That's a shocking save for Mouz. I at least thought they'd give it a go, try and go fast back through market together, but Tau thrown in, Spirit allowed to graduate to 12. Chopper looking like a star player right now. In defensive B, putting up round after round. And here on the T side, demanding a window boost. And the results speak for themselves. Entries into B, capitalized upon. Spirit hold map point on Mouz pick. They're loving that.
Yeah. Nice for Zwei as well to see his veteran captain withstanding the pressures that come with a grand final and playing some of his best CS yet.
I mean, we have a series with two very strong individuals. For Brolin, it was a rifler that we didn't even know wanted to in-game lead, switch to this role, have to jig things around on the T side, but still looking like he can hold his own as an individual with Chopper. He's a player who's been at the top of Counter-Strike for such a long time, across multiple rosters, making major runs with rookies, and still showing off his individual form.
This is Spirit hunting for the W. Spirit looking for the win. And even though it becomes a bit more labored than that initial 10-2 scoreline, still yet to have had that moment where Mouz felt truly in this opening map.
That was their chance, right? Breaking the money of Spirit. That was meant to be the way in for Mouz. Immediately responded by a force buy. Spirit's aggressive purchase sets them up. And a scoreboard I've just never seen for Spirit. A full team game. No weak link in sight. Everyone holding their own. Donk 1 kill above the rest. And Zwei been reliable in his positions while 11 and 11. There's nothing to hate right now about this Spirit second half.
Playing this very slow, asphyxiating style as well, where only every now and again do they throw in these very jarring pace changes, then they'll go back into these slow, creeping rounds. Mouz are full of uncertainty. They don't have a huge degree of confidence on this map yet, and Chopper continues to chip away at it. Jimmy's tried and failed in some of these B holds. That guy's just been triple mollied, but he's still back there. I mean, they certainly think this is clear. What a check from Donk! Why would he be looking there? 3 Molotovs to flush out Jimmy, and he still gets cleared. He thought he had the element of surprise. He thought maybe he could be the golden ticket, but no. Spirit have swarmed over Mouz on Mirage. And Spigs knows it's over. Spirit punishing win to open up this grand final. And they're doing it as a team. Chopper is savoring this moment. He played like a beast. It's lights out from Spirit to open up the final.
Next to every cathedral is a graveyard. Mouz's Mirage buried 6 feet under.
One shot, one shot. One shot. One
Nice.
shot. He's
Oh,
one
flash.
short, one backside. Trippy.
backside.
Short. Short.
Showdown backside.
Backside in.
One young guy.
Backside in rockets.
Rockets.
Backside as well.
I'm holding backside, Jimmy.
3, 2, 1, go.
Backside.
Fight together.
Rockets.
Nice. Kitchen door, no? You saw him.
You can peek on me. Peek on Ludi.
I'm ready to speak on you.
I think you saw him kitchen door, not sure.
Out.
Nice!
Bra, I see window. One window spamming. Go down then.
I'm on it.
You got it, boys.
Let's go out now.
Ticket. Nice, let's take it.
I smoke
Let's
for
take
jungle.
it.
I flash jungle.
I kill jungle. Off kitchen.
Up you.
Off jungle. Coming, picking jungle.
CT as well. Both.
Be close.
They will come CT. I fall back. Let's hold.
Should be all 5 guys.
Bomb dead. One more stairs.
But let's just take
CT.
I go back. I'm Dink, Gotan.
You went back from stairs. But let's try for close, okay?
But I'm 3 first.
Yeah, 3.
I have a flash.
You're going.
Two up.
Robs and outs. One more.
I got one palace, I'm chilling.
Triple on Tetris.
Palace out.
Sandwich.
Oh, kill sandwich. Nice.
Palace. Yeah,
I'll take the smoke.
Nice.
An unholy spirit in the cathedral tonight as they absolutely storm their way through Mouz's map pick. Pretty much every single individual on the side of spirits showing up. And on the other side of things, Jason, I think your fears, they might just be coming true. Is this Mouz already out of gas because of the celebrations of beating Vitality yesterday?
Man, I think that first half was maybe some of the most timid I've seen Mouz play this whole event. I mean, I guess maybe you can scrape together something positive from the second half, the little mini comeback, but yeah, this they opened up very flat, very low energy. I think the concept of them being the deeper team in this match, this map at least, went away. Everyone from Spirit firing on all cylinders. Everyone contributed something. More people had opening attempts on the Spirit side of things. Mouz just, I don't know what happened. That was not the Mouz that I expected to see when they stepped onto the stage.
They exercised some demons yesterday, but a new one entered the stage today, and it's a big one. It's Donk, right? And I think we talked about also how Spirit finds a way in some of these grand finals. Donk is going to be their best player always and forever, right? But it's the support cast finds ways to have impact, and I think we saw that on the CT side from the likes of Chopper at times towards B, from the likes of Zontix towards mid, and very early on playing him towards A to sort of confuse Mouz and maybe put them off kilter.
There was just nothing working out for Mouz on that T side. Everything that worked out yesterday, with Exertion getting an awful lot of opening kills, with Broland finding success in the middle as well, shut down by Donk, shut down by Zontix in the beginning of the game. We said Exertion went 12 for 12 in opening kills yesterday. He went 2 for 8 in this game alone, didn't do anything whatsoever. So yeah, I agree. You know, Donk had a fantastic game. The support cast of Spirit had a fantastic game, but all the things that worked yesterday for Mouz, with Torsi playing well, with Exertion playing well, non-existent in MMR.
Should we just dive into round number 12, because I think that perfectly summarizes the hurt that Mouz will put under in that first.
I feel like it's a great round to showcase the viewers because it's just all falling so flat so quickly. I know at this point, obviously, the first half is already lost by Mouz. The smoke is, you know, not landing. That's not good. You run out middle and you just instantly die 3 guys. Donk coming out from connector. Shiro willing to fight from window as well. And when Donk is playing like this and just shutting you down together with Zontix, there's only so much you can do for Mouz. So at this point, we're 20 seconds into the round and the round is already over. And then you can see a 2v4. Both of them are trying to walk out of Palace. There's nothing they can do to turn around this first half, and that is a symptom of what we saw.
I hope it's more gameplay related, right? Because the first gun round from Mouz was kind of just like dry, like they didn't execute anything. They sort of walked down mid, got a fight, walked up A ramp, got a fight, and nailed both of them. So I'm hoping the flatness was like a game plan idea of something they want to execute and not like an indication that the players mentally aren't like fully energized into this match.
I think they had multiple problems, right? They won the pistol and then like the first gun round after they got reset after that, right? But you could see Kali take a timeout, and Donk, once he died in that round that Mouz won, it's like very frustrated. It felt like someone messed up, didn't flash for him or anything, because he was just standing there with his gun out right in the middle of connector being sort of double swung. And then after that, Spirit doesn't lose a round for the remainder of the half, right? And the big problem for Mouz was
there was a couple of rounds where they saved, but they couldn't get the bomb down throughout this half. They were just losing rounds without getting into the bomb side. So they were caught in this cycle that you almost never see anymore for the T side. Lose a round, half buy. Lose a round, half buy. And sure, they buy the hero AK and they try to do something, but there was just nothing there, no openings, no bomb plans, and just having to, you know, try to do something with very little in terms of equipment.
And then we move into the second half, and of course, as is written in the stars, Donk has a moment, and I mean, this is the end for Mouz after this, right?
I feel like that's the death punch. Round 16 right here. Mouz is doing a tremendous job, you know, in a great setup right here. Brolan with an MP9, getting the most out of it, baiting for his teammate as well, getting a nice multi-kill. Love the way that he's jumping the opponent right here. Gets traded. Torsi as well, maybe a little bit unlucky with not getting this kill. He gets caught in the moment, and then Donk is happening on the other side of the map. 2 entries, and from this point on onwards, as Janko said, that's just Donk taking over the server. That's Donk winning around single-handedly. Spirit was supposed to lose this. Mouz was slowly but surely mounting a comeback right here. It's 10-5. It could have been 6-10. It could have been another save coming out of Donk and the boys from Spirit. But when you can have one player who just single-handedly turns around where Mouz played picture-perfect Counter-Strike, then what are you supposed to do?
No, Jason, we had the Jordan shrug. This felt like the Donk shrug.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, what can I say? You know, like especially here, the first kill he got, like jumping on the boxing connector, I think on Exertion was particularly nasty. And also, props to Chopper for realizing, you know, he ran the hell back with the bomb towards ramp, understanding that help is coming and I don't want to die here. Like, I need to just keep this player on the ramp contained.
Yeah, I mean, every time you step into the server against Spirit, right, like you tell yourself, Donk's going to have these rounds. Like, Donk's just going to win a round like this. Like, we have to just accept and understand. It's the same concept when you play against Zaiwu, play against Simple. They're going to do some crazy shit that wins them around out of nowhere. But the problem is Mouz has typically always had Torji or Exertion on the other side to do something similar, to match up with it. And there was no one on the Mouz side matching up with anything that was going on in the server today, or at least in Mirage.
And that's the problem, right? It wasn't just Donk in isolation. We could look at him and go, okay, he had a hero map, and it was just him hauling the boys on his shoulders. But it was everyone, right? Even Zontic stepping up.
Zontic stepping up. He was 4 for 4 in opening duels. I think 8 rounds into the game as well. Very active on catwalk, very aggressive. You had Chopper, you know, pulling out an ace out of nowhere. I know against a weak buy, but still, that's Chopper. You had Shiro having another fantastic game. I feel like we're almost doing Shiro injustice by talking about Donk 24/7. He's had a great tournament, you know. I know he's not as flashy as Donk. He's not as impactful as Donk as well, but slowly but surely, he's also having a great tournament. And there's also the case to be made that we're back to this whole simple electronic era where Shiro would have an awful lot of MVPs had it not been for Donk.
Yeah, probably.
I don't think so, man. I think a lot of these guys would not have many trophies if it weren't for Donk.
Yeah. You would say the same for Simple and Electronic back in the day.
Hey, if it weren't for Simple on that Navi team, I don't think Electronic would carry them to as many titles.
Yeah, that's fair. And I think that, you know, I feel you, because I think we've talked a lot about the focus on Shiro is always how passive he is. I think the biggest problem is it's not that he's playing poorly or that there's something inherently wrong with that. It's that there are going to be moments where that has to change, and it doesn't change.
I think that's the problem when you talk about Torji and Exertion versus Shiro and Donk, right? Torji and Exertion can both create an opening and make you pay and like force something, perhaps. Yeah. Shiro gets openings by punishing aggressive plays from the opponents. He doesn't do it by using the best spawn and like going for a super aggressive pick. Sometimes, yes, he's been trying to do it more, and it's good. And it's just like, I don't want to get caught up in this conversation, because for Spirit it makes sense to have more of a guy like that than let's say someone like a Monesi, because you can't satisfy everyone. Not everyone can go for the openings at the same time. But yeah, absolutely. He's the great yin to the yang of Donk.
And obviously in this game too, you had Zontix performing well, Zway performing well, Chopper performing well with good sequences. You had the whole team from Spirit, which is, I mean, to me it seems like it's backwards. Like, you should be having the deep roster delivering for you if you're Mouz. Like, look at the guys they have on that team, and none of it was there.
Let's just say we're happy that it's a best of 5.
Yes. Right? There was a chance for redemption, but it's not looking great when we look at Ancient.
Not, but it can turn around. Maybe this is just them like, okay, guys, we beat Vitality. We still have a game to play, you know, like, let's not overthink it, you know, I'm sure they'll get the words going. And they had worse starts to best of 5s. They did lose 13-0 to Vitality.
They still lose that best of 5 though, right. So...
And then they came back to win the next 2 maps. So, I mean, there's still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played, and there's not a single map where you can say Mouz is completely out of it.
Okay.
Like, Ancient is the next map. That went into overtime the last time they played it, and Spirit was able to eke out a win. So I don't think you're going to lose confidence or
get too down on yourself if you're Mouz.
Well, there's a few things that has to change, you know. Exertion has to find more impact. Torsey has to be part of the game. He was not involved in a single opening kill or a single opening duel in the first 16 rounds of this game. So as much as he's like the moral impact of the guys, as much as he wants to hype it up, he was a non-factor whatsoever with the AWP. You cannot have that happen if you're Torsey. You cannot have that happen if you're Exertion. We brought up the argument that if Donk is not opening up the rounds, then no one else will do it from Spirit. Same could be said here. If Exertion didn't do it on Mirage, which he was trying over and over and over again, no one else did it. So I was a little bit disappointed in Torsey, and that has to change on Ancient.
Spirit with an absolutely flying start to this best of 5 grand final, and their map choice lays in wait. It's going to be an uphill battle for Mouz because it's Ancients after this.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll carry you. Flashback. Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
The man, the myth, the legend, 2-time major winner, Fallen. Ooh. All right, well, look, we're here for one reason only. It's to eat. It's lunchtime. Let's get into it. What flavor are you after? We've got a bunch here. We got doner kebab, chicken burritos, sweet and sour, broccoli and cheese and ham, chicken, cheese and croutons.
I think I'm gonna go broccoli and cheese or cheese and ham.
Broccoli and cheese.
I'm gonna scold your hand here. This is the keyboard arm there, right? So we're all right. if it goes wrong, it's the keyboard hand. There we go.
Oh, he's going with the chopsticks.
Good, bro.
All right,
Good.
I like it. Look, there's a lot of debate about this, right? And the modern Counter-Strike players, your Donks, your Monacies, your Kiyosukes, they look like freaks. Like I watch their VODs of Face It and they look like absolute animals. People are debating, is Zywoo the new GOAT? Is Simple still the GOAT? Do you think one of these kids who I just mentioned will overtake any of those names? What do you make of the modern breed of the superstar Counter-Strike players?
You know, if one thing that I learned over the last years is that someone is always going to surpass something that you expect to not be surpassed. Like I won those tournaments in 16, 17, fair made a joke. You guys can only dream of the many titles we have, like all the picture and trophies, you know? 1 year later, 1.5 years later, Glaive and Creo has 4 majors and like they're laughing at us. And then we see Simple, like nobody's gonna ever touch Simple. Zywoo kicks in, you know, he probably surpassed now. And then as soon as you see Zywoo and Simple, suddenly new kid Donk. This first tournament he played, I don't know if it was Cologne or not. There was Katowice, right? Yeah. He played a tournament, we were like, what the hell is this? I have never seen a performance like that. And they were like, if this guy can do that all the time, then there's no conversation. So yeah, I think people are always gonna surpass, most of the time they're gonna surpass expectations. So yeah, there's new kids, they might surpass him, but it's gonna take a lot of work, bro, because he's doing a lot of work.
Awesome. All right, thank you for your time, Fallen.
Thank you, appreciate it, bro. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the noodles.
Hello, I'm Zway, and I joined Team Spirit in July of this year. I knew it like 2 weeks before official announce. I think everyone knows that I'm good friends with Donk, and he told me before major that spirits are interesting in me. If they show not best performance on major, they will make changes. 80% that I'm gonna be on team. I don't think that's a really big difference between top 5 team and 30 in like in game. I think it's all about experience in big events and just mentality, like how you prepare to the game and thinking in the middle of it. I don't think I feel that much pressure because I was already in friendship with Chopper, Shira and Donk, so I'm just joining a new family. I don't think I feel really much pressure.
Spirit set their sights on the silverware. Mouz's map pick passes them by. Looking to repeat their dominant entry to Katowice last year with a 3-0 final, Spirit starts strong. Only Mouz can answer the question, how much do they want it?
It's a BO5. It's a war of attrition, but only if you can survive. And that fight for survival, well, that's going to start right now. Mouz learned the hard way that you can't start slow in the Cologne Grand Final. Spirit are playing with confidence, playing with pace. They're looking like an uplifted team. And so quickly, the moment you've always dreamt of can pass you by. Your dream becomes someone else's reality. The lesson learned remains the same, and that is that Cologne, in all its history, in all its stories, Cologne waits for no one.
Was that win v Vitality all for nothing? Spirit coming in hard and fast to this grand final, point to prove.
Oh, and they might come in with the pace and the pistol too. Looking to embody in this round what they did back on Mirage. It's Donk at the front of the pack. 2 players either side of him, a third ready to peek. There's no way Donk should be getting out of this alive! Spirit! They blow the bloody doors off this B site. And Mouz have nothing to play for.
Well, we know it's a comfort map for Spirit. We know it's where they do some of their best work. It's a map Mouz haven't won in 3 months. Even lost to Spirit in the group stage. It's not a good sign when Donk comes through Cave into a triple setup and rids every single one. Spirit know what it's like to be blown out of a BO5 on a stage. Losing to Vitality 3-0 at the dawn of this year, they don't want to let that happen again.
No, I mean, that event really did serve as kind of the wake-up call for this Spirit squad. It might be the home of the best player in Counter-Strike. The Vitality were the ones that shook this team up, that shook them to their core in how one-sided that BO5 was. That was where you saw them start to make changes. First, the Shiro's playstyle, getting him a lot more involved and active on the AWP. And then eventually, after a lackluster finish at the Major for a squad that are aiming for trophies, they make the change of removing Magics from this lineup, bringing in Zwei. Donk's hot prospect pick. Another exec into this B site, and once more it's Donk at the front of the pack.
Looking like decisive rounds here for Team Spirit. Mouz might just have to throw in the towel immediately. They've got nothing to contend with this B control. Long taken. A wide swing could offer up something here, but Spirit smoke it off. They shut the door this time. And Mouz are given no runway to take off. Even that bomb plant delayed. None of this matters. The round is already decided.
Something I'm going to be keeping an eye on here is I kind of want Mouz, when these guns make their first appearance, or in this force, if they're able to save on all 5 players, I want to see some moves made by them. Go looking for some of this map control, because if they're going to sit back and kind of let Spirit have the runway to run Chopper's vision, I think that's very, very hard to stop them in. And it's something where a lot of teams have been able to kind of get in the way of this Spirit squad, right?
Yeah.
Bring the fight to them early, deny them some of this key control. Round sometimes have a tendency to peter out when that happens if the fights don't come through for Team Spirit.
And Mouz can know what to expect here from the Spirit. It's actually quite, in the default, it's quite weak on the B lane defense on T side. It's just Chopper and Zwei usually working this position. Donk's coming out late out middle. There's definitely gaps available to make ramp pushes, to come through the cave with aggression. So the Mouz have it in them to show the face that they showed yesterday against Vitality. Right now, it is just Zwei open on this B-bomb site. Mouz got to deal with the push out middle. Donk, fast as ever, forces that first.
This is a good start. There's some of that aggression we wanted, though. Finding a 4v4, dealing with Donk and a lot of damage onto Zontix. This round actually gets kind of scary now for Team Spirit. Sure, they're only up against these pistols, but you're flying blind. That's a very good Molotov to allow Zwei an advantage turning kill, but it's quickly forgotten about. The bait and switch for Brolin. Now he's armed. Now he's dangerous.
Kickoff plant can be spammed. Brolin gives it a go. Very close, but it doesn't cut it. Mouz now have to get the retake going pretty quick. Boost over, thins the herd again. This one's on Chopper.
He played really well back on Mirage, but it's a very tall task, and spam connecting. Chopper feeling the pressure. Flicks back over, can't get a handle on Jimmy in time. Zontix might be very low on health. But he's got the bomb to play around. He hears the footsteps. He's letting Jimmy misplay this. And there's no time left. Zontix, a safe pair of hands indeed. And a 7 HP clutch to keep this clean for Team Spirit.
I mean, this guy is ice cold. That's his whole brand. Disinterested. Sits back and lets Mouz lose the round themselves. You're not going to stick that one with no kit. Nice try for Mouz, showing a little bit more face in that force buy, but now comes the rifle, where they can't get swept under by Team Spirit, who are so strong on this map.
Toshi Zorb gonna make an appearance. Run them ready to clash in cave. Ooh. No one wanting to be that first piece to fall. Leaving it down a chance on the spam. Zwei looks very interested. Feels like he wants to go back and fight Brolin here. A decision he might come to regret. And this is nice for Mouz. Bit of initiative taken. 5v4, but they're still going to come through with more aggression onto the lane. Zontix waiting for it. Chopper's punished Brolin back in cave. That cancels the aggression down through ramp.
Yeah, they don't want to get sped up on this B-bomb site. Exertion just runs into Donk. And caught by surprise, Donk never is.
I mean,
lightning fast.
It's been cut in half now, right? You have no idea. You're flying blind as to middle, as to what's happening on A. The only thing you know about is this collection of players over on the lane, and so Mouz take a gamble. I want to try and face this, and that was a chance for Toshi. It will sail past Donk.
Hexa can come in, but Mouz are fully stacked here. They're going to have to earn this.
Floating around on elbow. But the bomb at the B doors, Spirit feel very committed here.
Are they running out? They're going to
try and go over the way. They're linking up with Shiro. They're leaving this B site. They've dodged the stack with seconds to spare.
Very ballsy call here for Spirit. Looks like it's paying off. Just got to stick that bomb and plenty of cover to make it happen. 4 rounds on this T side. Mouz are calling numbers on B. They know everybody's there, or at least the bulk of Spirit. The goal to make that call to rotate with 20 seconds. And that's why it's a Spirit home map.
Man, I think, you know, if you're Mouz here, one of the things you were hoping to depend upon was your ability to maybe outcall and outmaneuver Team Spirit. You've certainly seen some ugly T-sides from them at this event. But in this final, Chop has been one step ahead throughout, it's felt like.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that Mouz also aren't outshooting Spirit in any regard. Not a single player really matching up with what we got back on Mirage. Your star's silent. Exertion struggling. Torshi's orb is at least saved. It gets to go again. Donk just constantly breaking this mid-smoke with HE, but he's never even facing it. It's just making Mouz fear climbing up heaven. They do it regardless. Mid cleared, Mouz slink back. Exertion calls for the re-smoke from B side, and Mouz take control. We're seeing more moves made by Mouz in this round. Right now they're paying off.
That bomb's still indecisive as to where it's hoping to end up. It looks like they are going to go link up with Chopper here on lane. That leaves Zontix to play out a little bit later. He can either commit to this mid lurk or take the really long path around to rejoin his team. It looks like it's going to be the latter. Spirit want the numbers for this B hit. The whole map is quiet right now for Mouz. Torshi's seen nothing on A, Jimmy hears nothing in Donut, and so that bit of suspicion has triggered the rotation back around from Exertion. 3 strong at the perfect time for Mouz. Spirit coming to the stack, and so this is where Mouz have to hold the line. They're getting the exact play they were hoping for. Still, Spirit scrapped for the space. Missed shot for Shiro costs them. And it's Brolin on for the ace. Just on. No! He won't get past him. Oh God! Brolin thought he'd already done it. The round now rests on the shoulders of Jim Pat. Laid up through ramp. Zontix now looking the right way, and it's not in vain. Jimmy does right by Brolin. Brolin does right by Mouz. They're on the board.
A sigh of relief, if nothing more, for Mouz. Look how hard they have to scrap just to get in this game. That was all the advantage. And even then, coming down to the 1v1 at 3-on-5, that Spirit make interesting.
Spirit with the timeout. Exercising caution.
If Mouz have any nerves, their in-game leader will hopefully inspire them to step up on this stage. A team that finally took a trophy on a stage for the first time this year. For the longest time, Studio Merchants were Mouz. We need more from the rest. Brolin again.
There we go.
Does it alone. Shows his team how he wants them to stand. Double kill comes in, but Spirit get the space. A is free.
It's called this rotate back around, and a good timing again. Has Brolin, though, 3 strong, about to reinforce this A side of the map. Torshi's orb cutting the site in 2, will deliver something more for Mouz.
Never get ahead of yourself.
Walk through the smoke, that's punished. Spinks knows better, keeps his eye on that route to aggression. And Zontic's left as the last man. Baits the shot out of Torshi. The intrigue right now is coming from Brolin, who's gone all the way around the world. Started this round off over in Cave. He was the guy to put that first on the board for Mouz. He'll collect their second as well. It's their captain doing the heavy lifting. That's 7 kills in the last 2 rounds for Brolin.
Excellent work for the young Swede. Kid no more on this ex-academy team. But the rest of the nest need to wake up. It's back-to-back rounds, one out by Brolin alone.
Catching that double again is a thing of beauty, man.
Oh, denied out middle. Spirit wanted to go. Donk got stuck in the smoke.
Yeah, they were blinded. They were 5 players trying to go through that mid-smoke.
And so Donk changes out, sells a Tech-9, buys up a Deeg.
That's kind of cool, doing it so quick that he could go back and trade onto the Deagle.
Knows what he wants. Can he put it to use on this B bomb site? Again, you wanted Mouz to make plays. Harry, you've got it. Ramp taken. Lane locked out. Brolin in the position to stop the spillover. And while Spirit run back through spawn, they won't remain there. Give it another go.
It's great that Brolin's having this type of performance, but is it just a band-aid fix? It has to be there. Kind of him keeping the game strung along long enough for the rest of this Mouz squad to get activated. Can't ignore the struggles that Exertion has had in this grand final so far. It was a slow start back on Mirage. He's 0-5 here, but this might be his round to finally have some impact. He's been waiting for it. Shaky on the first, but he lets his teammate clean it up. It's 2 from Exertion. Faith in Jimmy to stop the spillover.
Doesn't get bogged down on that first player. Knows he's just pathing deep into the bomb site. Jimmy has his back. Exertion still gets 2. Hopefully waking up now, Mouz find 3 in a row on this CT side after some very clinical rounds from Team Spirit. They call out their second timeout. Already not gone to plan for Spirit. They wanted more.
Spirit might have called the pause, but you saw Cyclone there very animated. So while Hallie's trying to kind of bring Spirit back into this game, it's Cyclone hopefully reiterating that this is far from over and that right now things are going according to plan.
Yeah, Mouz are in a
keep this up, keep playing with this confidence, denying the map control. This is what was missing for Mouz back on Mirage.
Yeah, they're in a decent position, not starting completely ice cold here. Winning out a couple of clutches, stopping fast plays for Spirit, forcing them to go back to the drawing board.
Donk did have a very good mid-spawn, but he's not going to use it. Just that anti-scaling util from him to stop a mid-take from Mouz. Meant to make life a little easier for these players out on the lane, but with Brolin pressuring, and the game this guy is having, he's softened up everyone that's dead entered this area of the map.
Chopper.
He's even got Exertion nearby, ready to swing out through heaven. This is a pretty potent double setup. And if Spirit try to go on this, they've got to be ready for the crossfire. They've got to be ready for this second man swinging. With Chopper already so low, Util comes out to try and make life a little easier. They hear that tag on Exertion. They know they've disrupted the double setup. That's when Brolin brings a second man over. Spinks arrives just in time to save his captain.
At the back of the head for Mouz, they're worried about Donk coming out elbow, and they won't be wrong in that assumption. Exertion's moved out of middle. He's realizing there's a gap, and of course, Donk has taken it. He's found the perfect timing to move into Donut. Meanwhile, entry up B. Spirit look to speed up the pace. Donk is left in limbo in middle. This can come into play later. Spirit do need this plant though. With a double cave setup, Brolin keeps the pressure on and Mouz flood this bomb site. Donk might not play a factor as Mouz stop it on B. Rock solid for Spinks. And we have our second entry on this CT side. Brolin gets his support and Mouz get a 4th round. Seeing some fight out of Mouz after all.
It's the longest streak of rounds they've been able to put together in this series yet. 4 in a row. Can they sweeten the deal as it's just these pistols on Team Spirit? I don't think Donk liked being left out of the picture in that last round, so expect a bit more of a focus on him here. Him and Zwei gonna try and walk into the red room. Exertion, it's tricky. Tech9's flood him down. Now an AK into the ranks of Spirit. Donk midair knocks out one more. But Mouz had the numbers, they were ready to contain. And they could find themselves in the lead. They just have to stop this Zontic's chopper. Tech9 2v3 with the bomb loose. Spirit really don't have a lot to go off of. The one thing Mouz are mindful of is in playing around this bomb and grouping for red room, they've given up a lot of control everywhere else. And they're not liking sitting still in the silence of this round. They're going to group up and maybe look to clear mid together here.
Info is everything. Figuring out where Spirit are coming from is the name of the game. Smoke is a middle finger to Zontic's. Mouz try and find out what's going on.
Zontic's making noise. Oh my god, he's grabbed the bomb.
No, yeah.
Won't be able to get away. Brolin stops him. And there's Chopper spotted on this wraparound. He wants to die here. No use staying alive, but 15 seconds. Will Torshi do him the honors? Yes, he will. Mouz up in the lead. Not something you've had to worry about yet if you're Spirit.
Yeah, I want to see Donk get out middle here for Team Spirit. He's been pretty tamed on this T side, just going slowly, playing late timings. Sometimes pace has felt like the problem for Spirit. Arguable if they're constricted by the cooling. Certainly appeared to be the case on Nuke yesterday when they found 2 rounds on their T side. Missed red smoke though, bit of a disaster if Donk does decide to swing out this time. Full blind is in the molly, Donk hits a spray at least, but Mouzers take their plunder and they get out. Brolin re-aggresses, he is a nightmare right now for Spirit. He is sucking their soul out of the server.
Oh, they blew the smoke open, but the nade goes too deep. Brolin gets out. And he's gonna fully shift away out through mid. Him and Exertion. No, they've cleaned up the mid component. And they know where the rest of the fights lay as well.
Mouz play retake. Spirit can't attempt a last-ditch split back through Donut. They have no leg room. Forced to finish on this B-bomb site where Mouz await them.
Torshi's up on this line and Spinks here to back him up. Spinks, one of the first guys to kind of get activated alongside Brolin in this game. And Brolin, even now in like the dead of this round, in a 4-on-3, he's still making the plays that really shore up the defense. He's pushed all the way through main. He's got the info for the squad that this is the B hit. And so Mouz don't move a muscle. They know they've got Spirit right where they want them.
Chewed up, spat out by Exertion. Triple kill round, and suddenly Mouz are a part of the conversation. Spirit in their crosshairs, 6 rounds straight. Felt like we were going to get a Spirit beating. They've shrunk back in their seats.
I'm left nervous that this might be the toughest round to stop yet. It's Donk with a hero gun, and if one thing, he's kind of been a little bit bogged down in some of these mid-rounds, some of these slower rounds that Spirit have played. When they give him the hero gun, he's very much the guy to watch.
Issue is
they're going to do everything they can to set him up. Torshi's up on the line. A boost available. That's the collateral of dreams for Torshi.
Get out.
Oh, just shy of the magic 4th. It's a bomb plant, sure, but Torshi's done all the heavy lifting on this round, or so you'd like to think. Chopper dealt with. And Zwei, well, we've said he's been unproblematic. Not necessarily feeling the pressure of the final yet. In a 1v3 like this, What can you expect the rookie to do? Knows about the AWP in Temple. It's the presence of a third player out in main. Brolin's just given that up. Zwei now knows where everyone is. Does that make dealing with this any easier? No! Mouz claps down upon him. And on the wings of a Torshi collateral, this lead continues to build.
And there's so many ideas for Mouz. They seem to have really good reads right now about the pacing of these rounds, about where Spirit are going, putting the AWP in A finally at the perfect point in the game to stop that hero AK from even getting out into the bomb site. Brolin started this streak. Mouz are here to finish it, looking for an 8 rounds in a row to finish off their CT side. It's a disaster half for Spirit in a map they've made their home. Mouz come knocking at the door. Brolin again unrelenting in his aggression, and even with a missed B smoke, it doesn't stop Torshi from fighting down the ramp. Spirit run into this B site.
Brolin's been the stopgap for Mouz. He's been the one who, in their darkest moments, has been able to provide. Will he stop Donk on this aggression? Yes, he will. That's his parting gift to Mouz at the end of this round.
Where is Shiro?
Backing off into the cave, an unlikely 1v3. Shiro doesn't know where to look. Mouz are closing in. And Shiro might just get left in the dust. Tries it on the timing shot, but there's nothing in this for Shiro. Surely gets them off the bomb. But now it's all down to chance. Play through the smoke and they find him. Mouz, they will recover. Revenge, a dish best served cold as they lead the way on Ancient. They've got Brolin to thank.
Insert amount of money.
Mouz don't scurry away from the bright lights. They show up here on H and they give us a game. 8 rounds straight on CT side on a map they haven't won in months. Those T-side woes for Spirit just keep coming. We had it the other day, almost let them down v Na'Vi. 2 rounds on the T-side of Nuke, some slow starts. Took comebacks for Team Spirit. They've got to showcase that again.
Yeah, and it all started with Brolin uplifting his team. It was a string of multi-kills from Mouz's captain. The first player to truly get switched online, but slowly but surely the usual suspects start to appear around him. Spirit, a new challenger approaches here. A dormant Mouz from map 1, awake in time for Ancient. Maybe they were just playing dead.
Lulled Spirit into a false sense of security. That 4-0 lead felt like the beginning of some dominance here for Spirit, but you said earlier, you can't fluke a final. It's also equally hard to run through it dominantly. Spirit know that better than most after entering into Katowice last year with a 3-0 over FaZe.
I mean, for Mouz, there's probably been some good takeaways. It's this idea that this was the Spirit T-sides they were expecting. This was more what was anticipated in this series. You kind of got that, and you got to play against it on your terms. One thing you can't doubt for this Spirit squad is their resilience and their ability to turn it around when they get onto the CT half. There's a reason they get to this final while struggling throughout some of those T-sides. And so the job is far from done. Pistol round starts now. And it just might start off with a bang. There's an instant clash out in middle. Exertion getting the better of Donk. It's a nice way to start. But these dual Berettas instantly flip the script. We're back into a 2v2.
And they're panicking. They're running that rotation quick. Chopper already knows before Mouz make the decision where they're ending up. Exertion took down Donk and Shiro to start this round. Him and Zwei chase an ace. Bomb getting planted. Exertion peeks out for more. And Zwei, young man on the stage, put to rest. Chopper v Brolin, captain's clutch.
Clash of the brains. Clash of the smarts behind these teams. Brolin's trying to toy with Chopper, wasting time, but can't hit the shot. And the brains of Brolin spill out against the back wall. Chopper gets Spirit on the board in the second half.
And he's here to silence that crowd. He loves the booze. Spirit feel no fear. The machine chugs on. Without Donk and Shiro, Zwei finds a way. That is the worst way to lose though for Mouz, to get those entries so cleanly and still run through a B smoke. Spirit don't even get to rotate or panic. Mouz's best opportunity to make this a clean one. gone with the wind.
Feels like one of those rounds where you're already committed to the call on the other half of the map. Exertion kind of exceeds your wildest expectations. Oh God, Chopper!
Oh, he is.
Push down through ramp and Exertion. Well, he's got the hero gun.
Oh!
This is a buy the Spirit should be all too familiar with, and it's being used against them to devastating effect.
No time like this to show up for Exertion. It might be enough to win this round. This player in the site caught out completely. Spirit don't make a dent to the offense. Better buy means nothing. And Donk denied the chance to play.
Getting out of your force buy round with 5 alive, it's no small feat. Big shoes to fill for Donk in the next round, as he will be that, will have to be that defining man to stop Mouz from running away with this map.
Yeah, and Spirit took that very round at the start of Mirage.
Even now on the save, it's so far from guaranteed. Donk, they're all coming his way. Nothing for Team Spirit to work with. Mouz go for the full punish.
Even more devastating for that to happen on CT side, even less to work with. And few chances here for Spirit to survive their map pick, as Mouz look to split the difference.
Crowd here are asking, where is Shiro?
It's a good question.
3 and 11 on Spirit Star Orpa. Usually one of the guys that can keep pace with Donk up top of the board. It was him refreshing his play style, getting more and more output that was meant to make Spirit a force to be reckoned with. Well, he's nowhere to be seen in this final yet. Aggression out into the cave, Brolin with the entry. And you cannot ignore what Brolin has done for Mouz on this map.
Exertion does get caught. That is a gun to Donk, and you never want to arm this dude. But do Mouz avoid him entirely? Looking into that B-bomb side right now, they play defense. They play to stop Donk from getting going, but you can't stop this guy easily. 2 kills at range via rifle. Brolin, the hero, put down early. It's a good grenade. It opens up a path on A. The Mouz want to take it.
I mean, Torshi thinks to himself, we get it. The guy's good at shooting, but dodge this. Backstab out for Zontix as he tries to replicate the Donk move out through Red Room, but it doesn't connect.
Flank is so huge in this round. There shouldn't be a way to win this for Spirit, but I'm still getting nervous. Mouz is so tentative. Mouz is so cautious.
Smoke on the bomb and smoke in spawn. Will that create a bit of a screen, though, for Spirit to try and work through? Jimmy's peppering shots. Shiro doesn't play early. Right now, they're lending time to Chopper, but he's not going to find anyone on this push out through main.
Just perfect post-plant positions. This one feels impossible.
Torshi on the line. Waiting for a swing out. He's going to have to hit this flick on a Chopper. Won't be easy for him, and Chopper deletes him around that corner.
No kit.
They're trying to close in on these players back in Donut. It's a lot of damage dealt to Spinks, but Spirit have to play quickly here. They've got to chase down both these kills. They're making it happen. Spinks trying to hold on. 1 left to find. Time running low, and Spinks will not go down quietly.
Here to defend his trophy. Vitality lie in his wake. And Spinks stands tall with a massive clutch for Mouz. Stop Spirit surprise. That would have been a shocking force buy win, but without it, hope diminishes here for Spirit. Mouz's moment to shine.
It's a very interesting full eco here from Spirit. Chopper's called a straight up stack in towards the donut. The bomb is here in mid. Exertion looking on, has seen a shadow. Zwei on the left with a bit of movement. You wonder if this is to try and bait Exertion in. And shadow is cast from that corner. That's something everyone here knows. Trying to pressure Zwei. Spirit hope that this beckons Mouz in, but they're not taking the bait.
It's too quiet. It's too good to be true. Spirit seldom a lie. Mouz ain't buying.
As you hear all this action on like the other side of the map, Spirit start to realize now, well, they're not coming to us in Donut. The plan didn't work. No point saving here. They're going to play for whatever they can.
Exits are valuable. Getting AKs for Donk. These things we know Spirit like to do. But it's pretty constricting right now. Spirit hoping that bomb pushes Mouz into them.
This is Mouz just rounds away from victory and a recovery from this slow start. Spirit do not have much left in the tank on Ancient. A full eco here, everyone looking to survive as well. Ruin.
Shiro's absence definitely noted right in this game, in this specific map, 4 and 12. Gonna hopefully have his AWP coming through. It will have to be Glass in this round. He's a guy we have high expectations for. Number 3 rated player in this event. Him and Donk taking the cake. This is an awful time to go quiet.
Final timeout used for Hallie. Last chance to speak to the troops. And what was a home map for Spirit, a sour note for Mouz. Not a single victory here on Ancient in the last 3 months. They might get there first in the final. And that's where you've got to give some credit to Brolin. Said at the start of this, Chopper was calling rings around him. Well, the note very much changed. First was the individual uptick in performance. Now he's outmaneuvering these stacks.
Oh.
Outmaneuvering the Spirit gambles.
Missed elbow, it landed Donut. That's not really helpful here. Donk sits with a smoke in his way. Little mistakes. Gonna leave massive consequences here for Spirit. Mouz do want that mid control. Brolin making heaven his home. Mouz come out of elbow.
Chopper's even feeling kind of scared of spamming these smokes. Brolin's playing so confident, you wouldn't put it past him walking through with only a Mac 10. And so it's very passive here from Spirit. Still dedicating 3 players towards this B site. And there's always a timer on that, always a bit of a timer ticking down with mid empty. No info there for Spirit. They start to feel pressure to make moves. Donk moving around, trying to pick up red room, but this splits the defense, softens up the A site hold. And that's right as Mouz look to move in.
It's a good smoke for Donk, but he's still going to have to tussle with Exertion. The 2 hard, heavy hitters here for either side, fighting in red while the execute comes in. Zontix having a tough one. It's going to get worse after a single kill. Donk has to force these frags. He finds a way. He always does. 20 seconds to grab that bomb and put it down.
All becomes a bit of a mad scramble now, right? The bomb lost in the smoke. They're scared still about Donut. Don't have the whereabouts of these final 2 players. But Mouz will get that bomb planted. They find a way. Exertion holding on. Can't wrestle with the gun. Shiro. A ludicrously quiet game from this guy, but an important 2-piece to deny map point to Mouz.
Just keeping Spirit in the game. That's all it's about. That's all it's going to be. First step of a marathon made by Shiro. Supplemented by Donk's double. Ample opportunity here for Mouz to finish what they started. And still far from wealthy are Spirit, still far from an AWP is Shiro.
The rounds put a bit of pep in this step for Spirit. It's mid-aggression. They started moving away from this, and I think that was a sign of the times, but Donk goes back to aggression in mid.
Dropping
the downtime, Spinks walks all the way out through ramp. He's got Torshi here with him as well. 2 players in this B site looking for space, but so quickly it can start to go the other way. Torshi recognizes it ahead of time. He slips out of there.
Impact kill for Zwei, just to stop the Mouz from taking control inside of B. Now it's on to Donk, overwhelmed, still manages to find a kill. No business there. Mouz forced the trade, 2v3, B occupied. And Shiro closing the net. Trying to strangle Mouz, force them forward. Zwei again, headshot. There's no escape here for Jimmy. Jimmy P slipping into the ramp.
First kill found on his way to the clutch. There's one more man. It's still in the sight. Over at long as Zontix catches him by surprise. So Jimmy goes no further. Spirit continue to close the distance. And what once felt like an insurmountable challenge, piece by piece, is feeling more and more doable.
Yeah, and Spirit are no strangers to CT side comebacks off the back of, like we were talking about, these difficult T-halves. We've seen them do it time and time again. They did it to Aurora in the group stage. 10 rounds in a row on the CT side to come back and win that map in regulation. They almost did it the same to Na'Vi just the other day on this very stage. That's what Spirit are telling themselves. They know they have it in them. Mouz again look for a hero rifle to win the round. They've done it before. Donk lets them cross.
It's a gap that Spirit have had to contest with in a lot of these rounds so far, but this time they do stick Donk on the angle. They want him to at least dip and dive in for these mid fights. And here's the attempt to re-clear mid. It's Chopper and Shiro grouping to do so. 2 players looking to claw back control over middle. That's the gun gone for Mouz. Brolin goes looking for it. Where's the AK ended up? Here's the drop on down. Gets it retrieved. Nearly 20 kills deep in this game on Brolin. Very much still a threat represented by this AK in his hands. The bomb's over here in red. Donk lies in wait as the lone defender around this bomb. First shot's gonna land. Will get silenced by the P250. Low health for Shiro, but he's a ways away from this fight. And there's Zwei. High pressure scenario. The first shot is a dink. And he's able to power through.
Zwei's coming back in the CT side as well, right? We're still waiting on Zontix and Shiro to really have their impact, but round closes from Zwei so far. Donk picking up steam, taking more and more real estate on this CT side, fighting elbow. Spirit starting to believe again, and Mouz hit the alarm.
Up until
their first
now.
timeout.
Yeah, they've been able to ride on Spirit's timeouts, essentially. It's been Spirit feeling all the pressure. Mouz haven't had to call one in. This is their first. And they're not liking these rounds. They're being given space in mid. They're getting a lot of room, but they're struggling to do anything with the space.
Oh, frustration.
Spirit are playing for the extremities. It's no longer about Donk multi-killing in mid. That gets thrown in every now and again. And so it's a departure from what Mouz are used to seeing.
Slowing it down here for Mouz. Way more cautious on this B lane take.
We're still leading 11-8. I want us to play with the same confidence. We have the full game, okay?
Cyclone trying to inspire something, but maybe that speaks to where Mouz's minds are at, acting like this game is already close, acting like they've let Spirit back in, and that's because they have.
Yeah, he can see the telltale signs, right? Mouz maybe starting to give them the respect, starting to play cautious, like they don't want to give the lead away.
Playing not to lose. That old adage proving true here. Spirit on a 3-round streak. Shiro's AWP finally enters the fray.
Oh, rough miss. And this is a huge chance for Brolin to punish. Has him trapped. Shiro's second time is the charm. Now this is all a bit of a fake. Brolin and Torshi trying to keep Spirit on the wrong side of the map, but if you look, Spirit actually started moving early. They decided against it. Chopper's gone back. That one smoke at B is enough to keep 3 players here.
Donk's time.
Son takes, they charge into him, and that double hold is attempted to fake. Falls on deaf ears. Spirit, 4 rounds in a row.
And Mouz get mauled. Team kill in the molly. Zontic's Donk crossfire. You feel like they're in your head. Spirit making all the right reads right now, hitting harder on this comeback. 11-5 up, no more. Faster B approach, wheels are off.
I mean, this comes from a place of desperation, feeling like you have nothing to lose in this low econ round. They attempt to run it fast up into B. Something that's scary here and inignorable is Shiro starting to climb up the scoreboard for Team Spirit. He was a notable absence throughout the entirety of Ancient. In these last few rounds, that AWP has started to find the way. This is about to be a 1-round game unless these pistols do something remarkable. Nades finding great damage. Mouz feeling trapped. And Spirit knocking on the door of a very late in the day robbery at this second map. Two kills away from a 1-round game. Impact and exertion. Group on ramp, but with the AWP holding it with Zwei ready to swing in tandem. This is not a safe path in a B. It is full of treachery. A dink down range onto Shiro. But that might be all they get as Donk arrives at just the right moment.
He has just been omnipresent on this map. Everywhere Mouz finish. Donk there. 21 and 15. And buying enough time for his stars to get activated. Shiro with a couple, Zwei with some closers.
Cyclones just started burning these timeouts whenever buy rounds are available. He sees all the symptoms. He knows the diagnosis, but can he provide the antidote here? Because Mouz feel like they're choking this second map. To this lane control, back to these standard round openings. Aggression from Chopper ends 1 for 1. That's a trade that Mouz feel fine with.
And maybe Spirit would have panicked and over-rotated, but now seeing 2 outside of B makes you realize it's a fake. All this util into A is only to elicit a reaction that Mouz don't get. Zontix patrols alone. And while everyone is round this corner, he gets the shadow, he gets the warning. The swing is late, but it comes in nonetheless. 3 on 3, Mouz don't jump at the opportunity. That might have been their best bet. But Donk re-clears position. And Mouz have to rejig this round. It might come back yet again to the youngster. Zwei on one of his first big events, on his first serious stage, asked to hold down this B hit.
And to do that, he's going to have to get past one man defending his ties to the trophy in Spinks. Impact and Brolin moving in as well, and with Shiro forced off the angle, Sway is the requirement. It's a one and done. Is that going to be enough? Oh! Shiro brushed aside, down to this 1v1, and you're trapped in here with Donk, Jimmy. How do you want to play it? He's bearing down upon you! Might have been enough to beat the best team, but not enough to beat the best player. Donk with the clutch to bring Spirit to a tie game.
6 rounds straight. Mouz had their opportunity. Mouz had their moment. But these young men shrinking on the stage. Team Spirit back to their winning ways.
And they're feeling all kinds of pumped up. You're seeing it in the reactions. Every one of these rounds feeling winnable for Team Spirit, no matter the odds. Mouz feign more confidence out through middle. And now they go completely quiet. Throughout the entirety of this streak, Brolin has been racking his brain, thinking, where is the gap? Where is the weak link? How do we get back through? He did all he could to get Mouz to a winning game.
And I think the fear of Donk in middle has meant Mouz have never really attempted to play a mid-control round with rifles. But Donk has rarely been here. Even now he reclears red, uncertain. Mouz sit outside of the B site. Chopper takes it onto Brolin, and that's a fight you would have never bet on in the first half. But this is a different Spirit, and this is a different Mouz clawing back. Snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. 5-on-2 for map point.
It's a big clawback from Torshi, but it's just the one. Still a horrible scenario. 2v5 turn 2v4. It doesn't feel like it's gotten any easier. Everyone for Spirit can play passive. They're lent strong over towards this B site. Zontix just plays for the info, plays to delay. No one wants to give away this kill to open up a 2v4, but Exertion doesn't give Donk the choice. Now he's in the back line, trying to help Torshi. Eyes set on this A play. Zontix with this reposition might go unaccounted for. Can Exertion piece it all together fast enough?
It's a great move.
Smoke deployed as Torshi commits to this bomb plant, but the net closes. And there's the swing for Zontix. That's the value. Spirit are 1 round away from completing this comeback, from snatching Ancient from Mouz's grasp. And they've done it all with their backs against the wall. They had to do this as one continuous streak.
Why stop now? Mouz may have finally broken this year. They may have finally taken their first stage LAN trophy back in Cluj. But here in the Lanxess, the Intel Extreme Masters, the biggest trophy of them all, that is a different beast. Familiarity for Spirit, back to their winning ways, looking to finish on this comeback.
Zontix overran, but Donk, as is often the case, right where he's supposed to be! Oh! How's he still going? Donk with the hat-trick, living in the nightmares of Mouz, the one guy they just couldn't get past. Spirit nearly jumped the gun there. They nearly make it way too easy for Torshi, but they know they can go slow. They know that it's in the creeping silences. All that uncertainty looks to swallow Torshi up. tries to play the numbers, minimize as many variables as he can. He's looking for the smartest possible move. Spirit have him beat on the manpower. Time could be on Torshi's side, but these kills have to connect flawlessly. Spirit overrun him, Spirit overwhelm him. Spirit are one map away from lifting that trophy.
These eternal villains, they break Mouz's spirit. Nuke is where it's decided.
The Mouz comeback squandered, and now Spirit one map away from making history here in Cologne. What was an 11-5 scoreline entirely flipped on its head. Jason, 8 rounds in a row for Spirit. Godlike form here in the Cathedral.
I mean, they really picked up into it as well. Like, I mean, that was, I think on the CT side, they had some economic issues early on, but once they got the money beneath them, it was like off to the races. It's like, it's all over. We're all good. I don't know. I can't help but look at this through the lens of Mouz and be like, I can't think of a worse outcome. I can't think of a worse start to the series. Like, this has got to be the ultimate nightmare.
It's very damning, the fashion in which they've lost as well. Not being able to win a single round on T side, 8 consecutive rounds. And it was also, it looked like in the first half, like Spirit was going to lose the same way they lost Nuke to Navi in the semifinal, right? Just the stubbornness of not switching up, wanting to have mid and mid and mid, and you're not getting it because Mouz is just going mid and mid and mid, right? Like, and there was at no point an A rush or something that they did yesterday, right? To switch it up a little bit, to change it up, and it seemed like that was going to, you know, cost them the map, but in the end they were able to bring it back on the CT side.
For Mouz, it's just a wasted opportunity, as you said. Spirit winning both pistols. Again, you're down 11-5, and you think if you're Mouz, you lose both pistols, you're still leading 11-5. You're miles ahead of your opponents. Brolan had a fantastic showing in the first half. He was so impactful, you know, so aggressive. He was involved in a hell of a lot of opening duels, won the majority of those, and led by example. You know, when Mouz were in the dumpster, when they were not looking great in the beginning of the first half, it was Brolan who reactivated the entire team, and that huge effort coming in from Brolan feels wasted now, and that's a bit of a shame.
Especially because they were scrappy fights, right? Like, they're not just like holding cave. He's like, I'm stepping through this smoke and I'm helping in middle. I'm going to step back into cave. Now I'm stepping back through and I'm going to get a kill over towards lane.
Yeah.
He did so much across different parts of the map, and you're like, he's so far down the list of people you expect to step up if you go through the names on this team. So the fact that you get this and still can't close out this map and close out an 11-5 lead, I'm with you. This is a completely wasted effort out of Brolan.
100%. I mean, from him as well, like, you're looking to your left and your right and thinking, guys, please do something. Right?
Anyone.
Please help me. Anybody? Is anybody else out here? Sure. They did warm up into
this
it.
thing on?
But it's that moment as well when we're switching into the later stages of that second half, when Spirit are just dancing all over them. They just had their number.
Yeah, I mean, we got to give credit to Spirit for mounting that comeback. As Jason said, once they got the money, once they got the 8 VP in the hands of Shiro as well, who had a horrible first half, it all changed up in the game. I think Shiro at one point in the game was 1-12 or 1-11, and he finished with 12 or 13 kills, so he reactivated on the CT side. Again, I got to praise Donk. You know, the way he was playing with the rifle on that CT side, even in the force buy with the pistols, he made it expensive for Mouz. He's so impactful. I know on the scoreboard right now, it doesn't seem like Donk is having the greatest series of all time, but
it's pretty good, man.
That's the point. That's the point. If you guys would let me finish, you know, we could have a much higher KD if you wanted to, but the sheer impact, you know, same on Mirage, you know, yes, his KD was decent.
Jacob, what is the standard now? Like, what do you expect from the guy? He is 43-27 with 150 rating. Like, what? So that's like an average game.
Not good enough.
Oh, I'm saying he has more impact than 150 rating.
I'm with
the
you.
game, I guess.
Yeah, I'm with you. I know what you mean. Like, he just seems to always step up when they need a round, when they need openings. Like, he's just always there. CT side as well, good rotations. But yeah, it is hard to. It's just funny. It's hard to imagine him having statistically a better series than he is at the moment.
150 rating means he has pretty good impact. Like, you know, he's pretty impactful with a 150 rating.
As much as I enjoy the fighting, gentlemen, should we take a look at the moment before disaster struck, Janko? Because we do have a Mouz moment to be breaking down on the telly.
I want to see the disaster.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting when it comes to the details, right? So this is the reset round, right? It's like Mouz lost pistol, but won the second round even better. You can see the buy is miserable on the side of Spirit. Mouz going for Jaguar control, Cape control. They're going to get the kill on Zway, right? And also what's important is number 4, Exertion. He's deep into red room, and number 9, that's Donk coming back, right? So now Mouz slowing down the tempo a little bit, waiting for some re-aggression, and it comes towards red room, and Exertion sort of is aware of it. Donk deletes him, right, with the 5-7. So 4v4 now. Mouz is... they're lurking around. They're trying to figure out. They don't want to give away mid-control and information. Donk is going to win a long range fight with a 5-7, right? But he's stuck now. Again, eyes on the minimap. All of his teammates are towards the... towards the B bomb site, right? So he's alone here. He's going to die from the nade that's going to come in, right? And now they're rotating. You can see the chopper pushed all the way towards B. So Mouz is here hesitating. Do we go back to B? Are they going to over-rotate? Now watch this. Zontix catches Spinks completely unawares, doesn't hit anything. Spinks stays on 100 HP. Like, Zontix isn't supposed to get the kill here with a P250. It's gonna be hard, but some damage would have been nice, and you'll see in a minute why. Chopper decides to go all the way back for the A main flank. All of the Mouz players are coming in through Donut. They understand, okay, time is low. We just have to commit now. They have the smokes for the plant, smokes for CT. They're going to be getting the bomb down. A little bit unfortunate for Spirit that, you know, Chopper isn't able to find anyone on the flank here. It becomes a 3v3 retake. At this point, Mouz probably has it because there's no kits on the side of Spirit either. Like, they were hoping they were going to find anyone, but at this point, you can see as well that Zontix is going now on the rotate because they understand everyone's in Donut. They can't just retake like this. Great kill onto Torji. Now it might be doable, right? And Spinks gets dinged. If he took some damage from Zontix earlier, he would be dead here, and this kill would have given the round to Spirit. So the fact that he was able to, you know, survive, buy time, this kill to end it. Just a game of inches. So
those poor guys had to wait 2 more rounds before embarking on the comeback that won them the map. Poor guys. What a hard one.
Little did they know.
Do you want to dive into the disaster then, Jason? Because there was obviously a litany of rounds coming out of Spirit, but there was a Donk moment, as there always is. We got round 22.
Disasters. I'm just always excited to see them.
Let's dive into it. We got round 22. Once again, Donk coming up clutch in this one.
Yeah, I said he was having a fantastic game and he was super, super impactful. Chopper this time around only getting 1 kill, and I think Mouz had a decent shot in this round. The thing is, I felt Spirit were 1 step ahead throughout the entirety of the half. Very aggressive from Suntex here as well. You find yourself in a 3v3. Again, Mouz having a decent chance. Shiro missing maybe a bit of a shot right here, or at least not making it easy for Sway, who's now caught off guard by himself. He gets a single kill as well. Credit to him. He had played a good game of Counter-Strike. At this point, Shiro has put himself in a position where he can't do anything, and then Donk in a 1v2. First kill is a trade. The second one, it's just, look at the confidence. You're exposing your entire body. You're just waiting to swing, and you're winning that duel 9 out of 10 times if you're Donk. I just love to see that kind of confidence coming out from Donk. Jimfat is exactly aware of what's going to happen. He's well aware that Donk is going to fight me, and yet he still can win the duel.
Well, we speak about individuals. I think it is time, sorry, Yanko, to check in with our DHL MVP. This is where you guys at home get to have your say. Put those Twitch channel points to good use and get your votes in the chat. No surprises. Donk up first, Yanko.
Get your votes in. Yes,
I wonder who's going to win.
Donk leading the pack, having a great game so far. I think that was to be expected. Finding tons of impact. That kill was just...
That's insane, isn't it?
That was crazy.
That's a bit much.
That was crazy, but he just finds a way. Every time and time again, finds a way to find tons of impact.
I'm with Jacob. I like watching him posture for fights. The guy just stands out in the open, ready for everything. Zontix has had a really good grand final so far. Not a name we really spoke about as someone who needed to be going big, but he delivered very much so in the first map of this series, and he's been solid. I think he's just been one of those guys on Spirit who's just expected, just get the job done. Don't have to go above and beyond. Just handle your responsibilities, and today he's doing it with flying colors.
He's looking so stone cold. Our last option for you guys to be voting at home is indeed Chopper. Sell me on Chopper, Jacob.
I mean, he's played a great game as well. I think he's found some impact in a lot of the rounds. On Mirage, he was playing exceptionally well. The ace round right here, I know it's against a cheaper buy, but we don't see that often from a guy like Chopper. Calling-wise as well, maybe there's been a couple of occasions in this game where he's been, I wouldn't say out-called by Brolin, but where he could have done better. But from an individual standpoint, I think Chopper's had a great game so far.
Anybody going to be taking anybody other than Donk in this one, or...?
I'm good with Donk.
Okay.
I'm comfortable.
Jury's still out. We do potentially have 3 more maps. It's looking unlikely, but Nuke. That does lay in wait, Yanko. What should we be expecting from one?
The reverse sweep is...
known to happen a lot.
Doesn't happen often, does it? Yeah, I think Nuke, obviously one of Mouz's best maps. This is where they feel really good, right? But being 2-0 down, having to start on the T side, that's going to be a little bit problematic. Spirit, I'm hoping after the Navi game yesterday, they're going to learn from their T side, right? They're going to be more aggressive when it comes to it. And it's just about the individuals have to wake up for Mouz at some point.
Yeah, I'm with Yanko. I think if Spirit plays the game they did yesterday, Mouz have a chance in this one. I mean, again, the mentality is going to be a big talking point with Mouz right now after getting blown out and destroyed on map 1, after having this crushing comeback on map 2. I don't know what your mentality can possibly be like. It's going to have to be hella strong, and I don't know if they've got it.
Jacob,
I think Exertion is, yeah, it's the player to watch, right? So far, he's 4-16 in opening duels. He hasn't been on the server to the same display as we saw yesterday. I think Exertion, and specifically on Nuke, both on Yacht, on T side, CT side, he's the guy who's always involved. So if he's not finding any success, this game is over by now.
So it is over. You are saying officially, Jacob, it's over.
I think this game is over.
Well,
Mouz have the cursed monkey paw. They were like, I just want to beat Vitality, please.
Well, let's see how it's going to be going down. Mouz's choice of Nuke awaits on the other side.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As as we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
That's right. It's that time again. We're opening cases with all the keys that we got out here with our friends at the Intel and Acer Predator tent. We're live in Cologne. There's so much Counter-Strike going on in any given fashion of the moment. Hey man, you want to open a case or something?
I don't speak English. I don't.
Do you know what we're doing here?
Yes.
All right, go for it.
I got you.
Not sure, yeah.
Go for it. Let's see what you got.
Yeah.
Row. Survey says, hey, we'll take a purple. That's not bad. Thank you very much. Where are you from?
Ukraine.
Thank you very much. All right. We're going to use one more key for my crates here. Now, before we do that, let me tell you about our friends and their gamer days. It's not just any gamer days. They're Intel gamer days, which is why we're going to let this gentleman open this case right here, right now. Hey, are you in the middle of a retake? Oh, a little bit of a retake situation here. 1 on 3. Can he get towards that diffuse? No. Didn't check that car player. That's going to cost him big time. But consolation prize. If you want to go open a case?
Yep, okay.
All right, bet. All right, let's do that. Yeah. Where are you from, man?
Ukraine.
Bet. Okay, look. You got 3 choices. There's no wrong
3
answer.
choices?
You got what you get.
Okay. I think it's twice. Lucky girl.
Yep.
Open.
No, we're going to keep it. We keep it.
Yep.
We own this. Gold.
Okay, lucky man. 1 knife. No. Not today.
Not today.
Not today.
Commiserations on your loss here. Anything you want to say?
I think it's lost on next win.
It's always next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Well, all these activities, I don't really know what to do with myself other than keep watching the Counter-Strike, duh. It's the Intel Extreme Masters, y'all.
Spirit shunt Mouz aside, and this unstoppable machine just keeps on rolling. They come back from 11-5 down and run flawlessly to a 3rd. From this point on, Spirit are just a reach from the trophy. They are chasing legacy, seeking the Trinity. Mouz must now do what has never been done before. A reverse sweep on the biggest stage, the highest stakes. Surely an impossibility.
The second time a German organization has made it to the grand final in Cologne, and it's the second time it might just end in heartbreak. The Spirits, they walk among us. They don't care for your mortal concerns. They see in black and white, you're either a winner or you're nothing. And Spirit are here to go for the gold. Cologne! Let's crown a champion!
It's Mouz's pick, but I still get nervous here on Nuke. A CT-sided start where Spirit do their best work. There's no slow starter allowed for Mouz. There is no rest for the wicked.
Don't grow on trees in the pistol either. You're looking for results here. Fast out into the top site. It's a strong pace step forward. And you've dealt with 2 heavy hitters early on. Gonna ease back into this 3-on-3, bomb planted. But here in map 3, 0-2 down, every round, every kill counts tenfold. Spinks trying to put them in his pocket. And a spot on the second player back in main. Shiro knowing about Zontix on this wrap. He's getting wrapped himself. Jimmy on the long path for a backstab here as the safety net. There is no losing this pistol. With Jimmy up in the heavens, it's a safe plant. Shiro can try all he likes. There should be no world in which he emerges the victor. Swing out early and Toshi seals the deal. Pistol round secured for Mouz.
For every round Mouz find on this T side, Spirit need to one-up it in their second half. It's a half that has let them down time after time in this tournament. No doubt Spirit are favorites, wind in their sails, momentum, and the best player in the world. But still this nuke is available for Mouz. Guns come out. Spirit look to start the threat early. Seen a lot of these force buy rounds connect for both teams across this series. Exertion fakes outside. They go back to lobby. Mouz hope to elicit reaction.
They're not getting a lot back out of Spirit though, with 2 players having dropped down lower. Spirit are pretty much stuck in place here throughout the entire round. The onus is going to be on Mouz to take the space, to make the play. And they'll set their sights on ramp. Now Zontix hears this, but is in no position to fight for it. He's just stopping the spillover. And this is feeling very claustrophobic right now for Spirit. It's by design. They want Mouz to walk into this double lower stack that's been waiting since the start of the round. Shiro not down here alone. He's got Chopper floating around in the control room to help him. And here's Chopper taking contact. If he can just peel eyeballs off of Shiro, let this 5-7 do something, but it's an ugly first turn of that pistol. And the plan for Spirit does not align. Mouz looking good in this conversion.
Yeah, calculated crunch on that B-bomb site certainly helps that Donk misses timing onto Exertion, getting down secret. Spirit didn't know until it was too late. And now exit is the name of the game. Donk knows saving here is a likelihood.
Oh, it's such a stalemate here. They don't want to give anything over to him. And so Donk has 3 players waiting around this corner. Actually, the entirety of Mouz. That's the fear that this guy puts in you. Don't want to give him anything into the next round. Mouz decide 5 alive, more important.
A stalemate. Spirit get one more try.
Look, the thing that is kind of tantalizing for Mouz here is sure, they might be starting on what should feel like the harder half. It's Spirit's CT side that hits very, very hard. This holds the promise of, you can do a lot of the legwork for the entire game here in the first half. You know you're going to have to be resilient. You know you're going to have to roll with the punches and be on the receiving end of some of these Spirit CT rounds. But if you can scrape by with something like 4, 5 T rounds, based on what we've seen from Team Spirit, that could be enough.
But look who's home.
Donk is in position down here. They decided to not try and remove this MP9 off of him earlier. Let's see if he can put it to work. Double swung on. The MP9 answers the call for the first. It's exertion on the receiving end of it.
Back up, I think.
I mean, the bomb's already made its way there, right out through Secret on the back of Brolin, but he's alone in this, and Chopper waiting in back garage since the start of the round. That's the bomb on his screen. That's the bomb right there. Takes his time on the shot. Wanted it to go down flawlessly. Torshi flying up through the vent. And so top site taken for Mouz. Never feeling too comfortable here. But able to get set up nonetheless. And with Donk low on health, trapped down at lower, there's a bit more safety for Mouz.
They could trap this player here, but Shiro's not offering any sort of support. Is this just exits here for Spirit? Donk, not helped on this vent climb, should just be a dead man walking. And there it is, Torshi makes it so. Shiro, his position known, and Mouz walk it over the line. Claustrophobic, but around it nonetheless. We enter Spirit's buy.
This right here, this is the round that Mouz would love to win. Getting off to a 5-0 start on a map there. Spirit's T-sides have let them down. That would feel monumental. And you won't have to grind those rounds out. It won't be in a long back and forth affair if you can win this one. And so what do Mouz want to do? They're wrapping exertion in through main.
Okay.
Donk is ready for it. No accounting for that, that's just a feeling. They start to go out now with the death of exertion. The go button is hit. Sway churns through the first two. Donk gone on in time. And Brolin left as the last survivor. They know where he was. The man throwing util, the last to arrive. Tramples through the bodies of his teammates here that have accumulated around the hut at the door. As Brolin looks for anything. Something to give, and there's Donk. That is a very uncharacteristic L for him to take.
But will it matter?
Going on a cross back across that he didn't need to take. Brolin playing this to the full extremity of the timer. Now there is this hot roof player to worry about and backside, and I think Zway just got the spot off as Brolin makes his way in. Zontix provides cover.
Very calm for Zway backside there. Gets his double. That's more than you can ask for the A anchor. And Donk spamming through main smoke. That one takes me back. Feels like Katowice was just yesterday. Realizes what Mouz are doing before they even announce that A split. Exertion back to his troubles on this T side. Today he has been quiet. Donk a huge reason for that. These two so often matching up.
This is very aggressive pathing from Shiro, and he's even got support. Donk. Oh, well, there you go. That's more like an exertion. Quick off the mark, quick on his feet, and a little jump to seal Donk's fate. It's a promising turn of that head-to-head. Not an easy fight for exertion to take. And now Spirit don't have the info what's happening in yard. Zway with a well-timed bit of re-aggression in the hut. Returns this to a 4-on-4.
Important kill for exertion to find. Donk is 13-6 in that head-to-head coming into this third map. Exertion puts him down. That orb does miss while crossing in, but there's two CTs in position and Mouz are entering. They line up again. Team kill even comes through. That's not what you want. From bad to worse, to in a hearse, Torshi's done.
And I mean, just look at the speed of the reaction from Spirit all across the map, right? They lose Donk, if you remember, that's the first guy to die out in the yard in his attempt at aggression, and still, throughout all the waves that Mouz continue to throw in that round, the reactions feel perfect. Double ramp aggro. Chopper getting there as a third man lying in wait. On these CT sides, he calls it very decisive. And very spot-on game. Something Brolin's going to be up against in this entire first half. All right.
Okay.
Another time exertion gets the better of Donk. This time on a deagle.
Oh, tilter. Saw Donk's reaction last round, or how about a 1D on an eco? Could Mouz make something out of nothing? Spinks is left back. He can try and get that gun later, but it relies on Spirit rotating out. And look at how they occupy the yard. 3 players with their eyes on the prize. Meanwhile, Mouz have reset completely. Can Spirit fill the positions? Zontix goes back to ramp. He is committing here. He needs a multi-kill, and he misses that timing.
Yeah, this is really awkward. They're out on both sides of him now. Zontix.
That'll do.
Far from an easy position to be in. That gun does get retrieved, but Chopper was waiting for that exact move the entire time. Maybe it's because he plays in a team with a guy where 1 rifle is enough to steal the round, but Chopper is always mindful of these dropped weapons. He played around it here. Whoa. And he'll go on a close. Quick reaction of Fine Torshi on that wrap. Spirit bring the heat.
They say
they're competitive from the get-go.
Yeah, sure, Mouz, you can convert your pistol, but now the Spirit start has begun. The question is, how out of control will it get? That is back-to-back 4v5s minus Donk, 1 out by Spirit. No doubt that Donk is the outlier in every metric, but today, Spirit have still done it without him at times. That first map was an even showing from pretty much everyone. It took Ancient for Donk to level up. Can he channel that frustration into something here in the third? Exertion gets down secret.
And there's already a big problem posed in this round. Jimmy heard the aggression into the lobby. He knows that Spirit went and collected the info right off the top. Donk out here in yard on these smoke spams.
He just doesn't see smoke.
And now you feel like you really can't dedicate B. You know that Spirit went and took lobby. They've spammed you on the cross. You kind of lost the edge here.
Even just the nameplate there. If you kill Torshi on the smoke cross, you know there's going to be more players for Mouz. He's not going to be the solo lurker with 4 lobby. Despite that anyway, Spirit took lobby earlier in the round. They have all this info. Full confirmation of the goal in mind for Mouz. So they try mid-round. They try and fake it out. Jimmy trying to make it look like it's an upper bust. Going through. Shiro, got to be careful as Jimmy places smoke. The rest of Mouz speed up on B. They've been spotted.
Into the vent. Wait, Sway? Sway? Where was he looking? Exertion runs up on him, closes the distance on the rookie. Chopper's going to stem the bleeding, stop the spillover up through the vents. Jimmy's still in a position to make this round weird, and if he can collect that kill on the players watching the vent rotate, he opens up this path into A.
Donk can kill the
himself available. Not yet. Jimmy can hear the adjustments. Fires off on the player under hell. That's given up the aim of the game. Donk bested, sure, but Spirit remain 1 step ahead.
Oh, just Shiro rotating gives the info over. The info that wins them the round. Donk swivels, headshots heaven. And Mouz will not get up that vent for free. Spirit send them packing in that buy round. Putting Mouz back to pistols. The Mouz have anything to say for this. You can feel the streak starting. Spirit swelling. It's Mouz's blood rushing. Pit in their stomach, they feel like they can do nothing right. Look at this stack on top side.
They hear the pitter-patter, they hear the footsteps closing in. Brolin might have made it up heaven, but that's info for Spirit, and just a clean sweep. So ready for that play. And an immediate timeout after that round. Mouz have not liked how these last 5 rounds straight have gone. They feel like they're constantly running into numbers. They're constantly running into stacks.
And you could say they had their opportunity in a couple of rounds, getting 5v4s and resets back to lobby onto Donk. Easier said than done. Exertion did what he could, but now it's getting colder. Team Spirit, reason to believe in this 3-0 run. They shocked the world back last year when they did it against FaZe. Breaking records, beating stage guarantees. And a roster change coming into this season looks to cement them yet again. As Donk does what he does best.
Oh, that's despicable. And he always manages to survive. He takes one in the leg here. It won't last long. Jimmy finally on the board thanks to smoke spam. He was 0-6 coming into this round. That 2K is something that Mouz feel like they have to convert upon. They've got all this space, all this ground.
No one's home.
Only Shiro and Zontix between Mouz and a breakthrough. Lobby wrap for Zontix. Jimmy on this line gets his first 2 kills of the game on smoke spam. Wrestling for a third, decides against the fight. That leaves him in the prying eyes of Shiro.
Still.
It's a round that usually Spirit might not look to attempt. An awkward team flash there for Zontix. That was supposed to tee up Shiro for the kill that brings them back into the question. Instead, oh, that's a really awkward miss. And these misses are starting to feel like they could cost Mouz. Time getting low. Time might be low, but there's still time for Spirit to steal this one away. Heartbreak, as seconds are the difference for Mouz. And that's how their house of cards comes crumbling down.
Spirit say not even close. Calculated. A heartbreaker for Mouz. Their way in finally allowed on this T side. And Spirit just swoop in and steal a 6th. It's looking meant to be, laying their legacy in the Lanxess.
I think that's the haunting part of this game for Mouz. There have been these moments where they have had the control, where they have had the fights they're looking for, where they have the space, and it just hasn't been or felt ever like enough. It's one thing to have, you know, this dream run at Cologne ripped from your grasp. It's another to feel like you were close in some of these rounds. You were competitive.
They could have.
The miss is there, costing them dearly. We've said already, you don't need many of these T-side rounds. Every single one of them is so valuable to Mouz.
Ooh, jump on the shot. Shiro gets another chance, but Donk is here to help out, and this is the deadly duo. This is the last place you want to go, but Mouz push forward into their own demise. Missed shots for Shiro. Could that be a way in? It has to. Down B, Chopper waits. They fall into him. Head ripped off. Chopper with the bomb. One more will certainly do.
And if Chopper's going to get his flag for how Nuke T-side sometimes look for this Spirit squad, my God, does he deserve his props. This is such a well-called CT half. It's another round where even though Mouz break through a gamble stack, 2 players in at the ramp room, there's a third, and it's Chopper. It's always him as that third piece.
And he showed up individually in this series in a massive way. He's won that pistol clutch on Ancient to start the comeback. He got an ace back on Mirage, albeit against Eco. He's been reliable, especially on CT sides in this grand final. It's always going to be about Donk. But Spirit trying to close the gap, trying to catch up with the world's best. And right now, just making a mockery of Mouz in this third map. Mouz have met their maker.
That's something that feels like it only builds to, add to the heartbreak for Mouz. They beat the team they could never get past. They had a ceiling imparted upon them by that Vitality squad.
Let's not get silent, okay?
But here, a familiar foe. And one of the first teams to rise up and beat this Spirit squad at the dawn of Donk.
Ooh.
What was supposed to be a more comfortable match has proven to be anything but for Mouz.
Miscom for Donk. Is he ready? Has the gap been called? The player could be down B. No. Shiro missed that timing. And Exertion again finds that winning head-to-head. A head-to-head he's lost all series long, not on Nuke. And still, it's not been enough. If Mouz have any hope to fight back in this final, they've got to finish on that.
You just have to convert one of these rounds where Exertion has gotten you the opener. It's not on just anyone either. It's not like he's found Zway on an overstep. He's dealt with Donk, the front man of Spirit. These are the rounds that you have to collect, but here's more of this aggression. Spirit double up on the ramp push. Zontix on this line, trying to wrestle for this control. Chopper on the backstab. Another round where Chopper's left as that third piece to rip it away. And Mouz might have ground down on B, but with that bomb lost back in the lobby, this is a recovery mission. Exertion might just die, shot in the back of the head. Zway doesn't look to end this with sick mechanics, blowing it all out of the water. No, he just waits, it's patience, and that's the virtue for Zway. That's the virtue for Spirit. On this runaway CT side, the moment the guns have come out, they have not dropped around. This is dominance.
And you cannot again say that Mouz haven't had a chance, that they haven't been in winning position, that they haven't had the advantage, that they haven't removed Donk for free. And round after round, Spirit claw back, showing depth on this CT side, showing there is more to this team. Mouz pick up pace, all behind the smokes, maybe even in front of them. They drop round the world. Donk puts it onto Spinks, headshot immediately. Again, 4v5, but the trades come through fluidly. Chopper just swings out and again takes matters into his own hands. Torchy's orb, 2 kills.
That's a crazy wallbang, but might not get remembered. Again, Mouz have lost this bomb. Continues to just slip out of their grasp in these rounds. The offense is split. Brolin's looking for a solution. Once more, he's racking his brain, trying to figure out where is the gap. If he goes up the vent, they could look to squeeze Zway in main. He's got 2 angles to watch. It's a lot of responsibility for Spirit's rookie. Doesn't know which way to look. Right now, focused in on Jimmy. Takes the right fight, but Jimmy's gonna win it out. That bomb still dropped out in the yard.
How's the comm here? Where's Spirit gonna go? Shiro drops his gun to grab something else, but he might meet them. Oh dear, grab that AK, buddy. 25 seconds. A slow clutch for Shiro, hoping they overcook, but they climb heaven. This one looks good. You said 4 might be enough, and sure, this half hasn't filled you with confidence for Mouz, but that 4th is on their plate.
Yeah, everything's building for this to be a Mouz 4th round. 5 seconds left. Brolin just has to plug in the numbers. He's going to get there with a second to spare. And with this heaven post plant, Shiro running it up the ladder. It's not going to happen. Mouz, they get that fall. We pose the question, will that be enough? Will Spirit's rough T-sides make another appearance? Or are they going to lift that trophy here and now? have a point to prove. They started off this year with a blowout in a BO5 where they first matched up with that Vitality squad. Well, they're now looking for a run of their own here in Cologne. The second time of asking for this Team Spirit squad, and they're looking to deliver. Mouz left lagging behind. 4 rounds from their T side. It was 3 off the pistol, 1 in round 12. It's not a lot to go off of. They don't have a lot of room. And Cologne waits for no one. Exertion has to have a rip-roaring start in this pistol. It's not a bad way to open. There's the support. Team Spirit denied. That's both pistols for Mouz.
No
breath of fresh air in this second half.
No easy road to this finish line for Spirit. The door opens up for Mouz again. The trickery of these T sides, but I want to see a more inspired Spirit today. I want to see a Spirit playing like the favorites in the final. Mouz believe they have more to show. In their attempt to do what no one has done before. It's a long road to victory. Oh,
no knife today, Donk.
Nothing.
Been a long time since Mouz have felt like they've had a vulnerability, something to exploit. But this Nuke has been shaky ground for Team Spirit to stand on. Looking like we might have a bit of a matchup out here in the yard with Torshi working that secret control. Donk roaming outside. Donk's Bane in exertion, back of the garage. Oh, and Torshi's been spotted. Is that a fight you want to try again? Is that a peak you feel like going back to? It's not for Torshi. Oh. Chunks Donk on the spam. I feel like that's how a lot of Donk's rounds end on this T side of Nuke. He gets so wounded in the cross, but this time he will survive.
Shiro aggressive. They got the spot though. Torshi sees a lineup and Donk shoots him through the corner. Shiro's position known by Mouz, but can they stop him? That's a different question. Shiro shows an answer, a resounding no. Donk follows up and Spinks is too far from this one. A decisive T-side gun round puts Spirit that one step closer.
And it immediately sets a tone. This is not the Spirit from those semifinals. This is a Spirit feeling well drilled, decisive in their action. Looking for a swift win in this BO5. They remove everything from play.
Mouz get another buy. Another chance.
They're just running out of time. They're running out of chances. It's so plain for all to see. The Spirit powering towards the finish line.
2 in a row tease them up for the trophy. That Trinity oh so elusive. Even some of the world's best couldn't take it. FaZe found it in a year. Vitality, it took them 2. Na'Vi at their peak. Fnatic all the way back. But this Spirit refuses to die.
Zertian really juggling plates out here in the yard. He's got a lot of responsibility, and he can't stop them spilling down through. It can't survive with Zwei hunting him off the top of main roof. Zwei finding his footing now in this final as well. That might spell disaster for Mouz as nothing holds up. Everything comes to ruin at the hands of Spirit.
Shiro playing so confident in these couple of T-side rounds, and that could be the difference maker here for Team Spirit as Zwei finds 2 crucial kills outside, winning the round. Shiro storms into B and sends Mouz out with nothing to show for this CT side. An aggressive Shiro right when Spirit need him. And Mouz get broken up against double digits. It feels like it's meant to be. The rookie's way on his first big stage. Unnerved. Doing his job. It's not pretty always, but it's enough.
Hero gun on Brolin. Test at ramp. Pistols will answer for the first, but there's the uppercut from Donk, the crushing, killing blow. This hero gun might be in the right place, but all it means is death for Brolin.
And Donk is that record holder, highest MVP rating for Katowice, highest MVP rating for a major. He looks to add Cologne to that stacked list.
Yeah, this was the one trophy that ever eluded Donk. It was his second time of asking here, making it into the Lanxes. A last place elimination at Cologne last year. That was after picking up the trophy in Katowice. Securing a Shanghai major.
This win's meant to take years.
No one knows that better than Spirit's opponent. These guys have been on the grind for the longest time, having to overcome the woes that come with stage Counter-Strike and in beating Vitality. This was supposed to be the time for Mouz. Instead, it's all been about Spirit here in this final. Donk will get bested, but there's more heads on the beast. This Dragon's growing them back. Spinks continuing to lob them off, but there's a limit. Down to this 1v1 now.
All the time in the world. It's all Chopper. And he's got it! Championship point! Team Spirit eternal, back to their winning ways.
And Chopper has been so clutch for Team Spirit in this final. Put him in a 1v1, a 1v2, feels like he's favored. Spirit feel like they have all the time in the world now to secure this elusive title in Cologne.
And I love the pacing. This T-side is beautiful. It's nothing that we saw in the group stage in that match against Na'Vi from Team Spirit. It is quick, it is explosive. They are storming out ramp. They are hitting this top site, trading fast, shifting nowhere.
Let's go now, guys. Round by round.
Boys.
Give it all, boys. Every round, we give it all.
Can Mouz keep their cool and find their 6 in a row?
Every round they'll give their all, but their all simply might not be enough. Torshi tagged and finished off outside. That's the advantage for Spirit, who consistently on this path to victory have looked to leveled up at every stage. Zwei, their rookie, embodies that in this final round. Spirit become demons. They've entered their final form. And they're letting the game do the talking. They're letting the silence add the stress. In Mouz's mind, these next 50 seconds spent coming to terms. The fact that this victory in Cologne is not theirs. They have been but an instrument of team spirit on their path to greatness.
And Donk loves to silence the crowd. He shut the Spodek down. He doesn't care what the Lanxess wants. Mouz home heroes sent exactly there. Team spirit, 20 seconds to make it a reality.
Lower hit in, stuck in the right place. Nades do good work, but it's only Brolin in the blink of an eye. Zwei, trial by fire, 1v1 for the Cologne title, and he's gonna do it! From spirit to demons, from the underworld to the top of the world, Team Spirit get their Cologne title to complete their unholy trinity. The debut tournament from Donk in this roster, the win in Katowice, on to the major next in Shanghai. And now the Chalice completes that trinity. The final jewel in the crown of Spirit.
They raise the roof again, they break through another ceiling. A questionable roster change. Scared if it was too late. Spirit re-emerge on the stage. And Mouz, they may have beat their most formidable foe, their biggest demon, so they thought. A streak of vitality. Mouz smashed them in the semi-final, but they weren't ready for the glory. They weren't ready to take down Spirit. Another Intel Extreme Masters 3-0 victory on the biggest of stages for Team Spirit.
And as Zwei takes his steps down the catwalk towards the Chalice, one of the most coveted pieces of silverware in Counter-Strike history. In his debut tournament with Team Spirit, he walks the same path that Donk did that year ago in Katowice. The dark cloud of Donk dominance descends upon the world of Counter-Strike again. A player who stands in a category of his own making, the likes of which the world has never seen. Ladies and gentlemen, your IEM champions, it's Team Spirit!
Shiro, first up, are you okay? That thing's heavy.
Yeah, it's so crazy going to up for me.
Did you think about lifting it before? Because it seemed like you were a little caught off guard with how heavy it was.
Yeah, but I don't know what you say. We just win Cologne. It's one more achievement for me in career. It's so nice game for us and first tier 1 champion for Zwei.
Yes, I saw you in the booth. You were looking around. Tell me about the experience of playing here in this unbelievable arena.
I like Lanxess Arena. I playing 2 times Swiss and second time I win Köln. It's so crazy. Thank you guys who supporting us today. Thank you guys. I love you.
Chopper, I'll just go over to you for a second. You seem so energetic today. It means so much to you. Can you tell me in your own words why this one is so special?
Yes, of course, because it's major tournament, for one of the biggest arena in the world. Good support from everyone there. Thank you for cheering us. It's really important for me because it's nice. Thank you all team, thank you our organization. A lot of people work and help us. Thank you everyone.
Do you want to say something about your team and about your newest addition in Zway and about the fact that he played really, really well on such a big stage?
Oh, my teammates is amazing. I don't know, I play with best player in the world, best sniper, one of the best players, I don't know. It's amazing to play with this team, and also our coach, it's Beast, it's 0.5% of our team. He do a lot of work. I think it's amazing to win this tournament.
Is there any final thing you want to say to the arena? Do you want to say something? Final note to the arena?
Thank you everyone who's coming and see the show. I really liked a lot of people cheering for us. It's really nice to play here, boys. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you all so much. One more time for your 2025 IEM Cologne Champions Team Spirit!
Stone cold killers on stage tonight. Donk and his disciples hoist their first ever Cologne trophy. This roster's first ever outing and Zway's first ever time on a stage this grand. Jason, Spirit making history in the arena tonight.
Yeah, and it's good to see Chopper just, it's good to see him like emotionally wrecked. I didn't realize this was going to hit him that hard. I think Donk as well just spent the last 30 seconds staring at himself in the trophy, kind of lost in the moment. Man, I don't know. I feel like Spirit, and I fall into this trap, is such an easy team to doubt at times because it's very easy to see the weaknesses. But man, did they come together and deliver a beautiful series of Counter-Strike as a team.
But it's such a cool story for so many of these players, right? We have the contrast of Chopper, who's been around for a long time, in Spirit in the early Vega Squadron days, the underdogs, the upstarts now as a captain, leading this super young squad of players. I mean, Shiro's been around like since COVID times, really not for too long. He's the most experienced player outside of him. And then you have Donk, who is in his second year, Zway kind of rookie second year, Zontic's the same thing. They won so much in just a year and a half. They have a major Kato and Cologne under their belt. It's just crazy how much they've been able to win in a short amount of time.
It's insane because you look at certain players and they're only ever able to achieve one of those in their career. Donk, he's already done and got all three under his belt.
Yeah, it's just a question of how much he'll continue to win, I guess, for the rest of his career. For now, though, I think it's very impressive for Spirit to win in the fashion they do as well. They were by far the better team tonight. I guess we were hoping Mouz would put up a better fight, but let's be honest, when Spirit is playing at this level and when Donk is as impactful as he's been throughout the entire tournament, I think, Jason, you put it yourself, you know, they can beat anyone. They can beat any team out there. Nothing is ever impossible for this kid.
And I mean, look at the respect he's got for the moment of what he's just accomplished as well. That's an incredible sight for someone who's been an absolute menace since he stepped in, and he's been so dominant since he stepped in. And the trophies just mean everything. The individual accolades cannot stand up to winning a trophy like Cologne.
He doesn't say much in interviews, but he doesn't have to.
No.
You see it all on the server. You see what he's like. You see that he lives this game through and through, what it means to compete. You can tell how much it hurts when you're not up there, when you don't have the opportunity to fight for that trophy. And even though he's young and he's at the very beginning of his career, he's very much aware of how much these moments mean.
And look at this hug from Chopper with Holly as well. Like that's a hug of just like, we've been on one hell of a journey to get the team to this point, to get everyone up to par, all the failures, all the tough obstacles we've had to overcome. Chopper, there's no one who can appreciate this moment more.
And this is a moment where I just look at Donk once again, right? I'm just throwing it back to the interview I did with him when upon his arrival in the semi-final, said, how does it feel to be in the Lanxess? He said, I get the same feelings of when I first arrived in the Spodek. And guess what he went and did? The exact same thing that he did in his first time in the Spodek and Kato.
It's just fantastic to see Donk play Counter-Strike. It's fantastic to see himself unfold himself on the server. And as Janko said, I think it's an excellent point. Sometimes he maybe seem a bit careless. Sometimes in the interview he doesn't give away too much, but the pictures we just saw before, it means everything to him. It's also a kid who spends 10 hours a day playing FACEIT whenever they're not practicing. It's a guy that lives and breathes Counter-Strike. More than 30% of the time that he's awake throughout his entire life has been spent on the server.
I mean, of course, we're riding the high of spirit, but we've got to just touch upon Mouz and what they're feeling in this moment. Sping simply taking the medal off. It's a heartbreaking moment.
I mean, they've all said that we don't want to be second. We don't care about second place. It has no value. They've been second place all year now, and they're ready for that next step. And I don't want to take it away because these are 5-6 guys on that Mouz team who also live and breathe the game and probably felt like what an incredible accomplishment coming into this. Felt like it was their time, it was their moment, and just gutting and heartbreaking to watch it ripped away from them.
I think, unfortunately, your fear came true, right? They just seem to have spent themselves so much emotionally, taking down Vitality, that I'm not saying they weren't prepared coming into today, but when things started going against them, they didn't have enough in the tank to shake it off, to come back into this final.
And especially when everything goes against you. Like, it wasn't one or two things. It was getting blown out on map 1. It was the comeback from Spirit on map 2 when they were 5-11 down. And then obviously the third map happened as well. So yeah, for Mouz, this is going to be a really tough one to have to sit here and endure as Spirit catch all the accolades.
And cheers from the arena as that medal goes around Donk's neck. Let's just recap this as well, because only one member of this Spirit squad had ever even stepped foot inside the Lanxess. That is how much an achievement, how much emotion they must be feeling right now.
Yeah, it's a legendary place to play Counter-Strike. It's something that we grew up with. Everyone watching Counter-Strike, all the aspiring pros that is playing today and who want to make it pro in the future, they watch these tournaments and they dream and think and vision themselves standing on this stage one day. For Donk to do it in the fashion he's done, to just burst into the scene and basically get every single accolade he can get in such a short time, that's fantastic. But make no mistake, for Sway as well, coming into this lineup.
Yeah.
A couple of weeks ago, a month ago, he was playing on a team that very few people inside this arena even knew existed. Now he's won IEM Cologne.
Yeah, and I don't know if it was the stage, I don't know if it was the moment, I don't know if it was maybe this run throughout the entire group stage in this team, but it felt like in the finals he finally started to feel a little bit more comfortable and where he was positioned and when he could make his plays. I think it's awesome he gets to have the final kill to actually win the trophy. Nothing special, nothing spectacular, but I guarantee he remembers that 20 years.
Well, we speak about the individuals. Let's find out who is our DHL MVP. I don't think there's going to be any surprise here, Janko. Can we reveal who it is? Because I think it might be Donk. I think it might just be Donk.
I think in a situation in which they even don't win the final, he maybe ends up getting the MVP. I mean, he's just a phenom, and we haven't seen anything like him so far in Counter-Strike.
It's crazy, right? The amount of resilience he's able to put up, the amount of numbers he's able to post on the server as well, Jacob. Just beautiful from Donk.
He is arguably the best player in the world right now, and he's playing like it every single time he takes on the server.
Well, let's check in with him on the stage.
Your DHL MVP, Donk! Donk, I saw how much this victory means to you in your reaction. Can you tell the people here why this victory is so important to you?
I didn't.
You didn't understand me. We saw how important it was on the stage and how emotional you got. Can you tell everyone here how important this win is?
I don't know, I was ready to give up after we lost in 2024 and gain top 16. And now 1 year later I'm winning this tournament. And it was very emotional for me and very important.
It's beautiful to see. What do you think about getting another MVP?
nice, but the trophy is more important.
Yes. Trophy is much more important. Is there anything you want to say to everyone? There's so many Donk signs here.
Thank you guys for cheering me and my team. I love you.
Thank you very much.
I mean, that says it all, doesn't it, Janko? Yeah, sure, he takes home an MVP for himself, but it's the trophy that he gets with his team, because this is Donk's family, right? He embodies team spirit.
Absolutely it is, and just having the focus on, it's about the team accolades. It's a team sport. You can't win on your own, no matter how much he set up and supported and how big of a part he is of team spirit. He couldn't do it alone, right? And always having that awareness, even at such a young age, to focus on the big picture, it's impressive to see.
It's very impressive. Every single time he plays Counter-Strike, you can just mechanically see that he's very gifted. Emotionally, sometimes it gets to him, and you saw that right here as well. It's nice to see Donk showing emotions. It's nice to see how much it actually matters to him, not only to win the trophy, but also to be the MVP.
Just an incredible player throughout his entire tenure. As soon as he entered Tier 1, we have Donk joining us up here for a couple of words. I'm sure you have so many emotions going through your head, but can you just let us in of what you're feeling right now?
I'm very proud of my team and our organization for helping us to do this performance, I would say. And it was very exciting to play here in this arena. It's my first time here, and it was great.
When I said to you in the interview yesterday, when you arrived for the semifinals, you got the same feeling as when you first arrived in Spodek.
Yes.
Is this feeling maybe a little bit better?
Probably yes. Because it was a hard work.
Yeah.
Donk, congratulations, another trophy, another MVP. I'm just wondering, were you a little bit surprised how quickly you guys were able to lift the trophy? You just made the roster change, and already you're in a situation where you're winning IEM Cologne.
So our coach, Hali, said after a couple of days of practice that if we will pass the group stage, it will be amazing result for us. And we won a championship, so probably it was surprising for us, but it's fine. We're happy to have this kind of surprises.
Do you agree with that, with what Hal is saying, that it would have been enough just to get in the playoff? Or I assume every time you play a tournament, you want to win?
Yeah, sure. Every time that I'm playing any tournament, I want to win, and I want to have it flawless victory, I would say. And our practice, I wouldn't say it was perfect. We were losing a lot and losing to weaker teams, so we didn't have such confidence before this group stage and playoffs.
A flawless final it was for you guys. A couple of words on Sway as well coming into the team. Obviously for many people in here, it's the first time they see him as well. Has it been nice to be practicing with him and now playing with him?
What did you say?
Sway, your new player in Spirit. Yeah, a lot of people in here don't know him. Is that a nice guy to play with and something that has helped you out winning the trophy as well?
Yes, it's nice to play with him. He's young. He has a great future, a bright future in my team. So he's calm, but he still, I think, feels some pressure, and he needs time to get used to it. But it's fine, he's young.
I want to ask you about, you played Mouz plenty of times last season. It was always close games, a lot of overtimes. Even in this tournament before, it was an overtime. What made it so that in the final you guys were able to beat them so convincingly?
So I think we were in good shape. We really were amazing today. We were good at communicating and aiming at anything, hitting, doing the right goals. But from their side, I think the semifinals against Vitality, it was for them final, and they just couldn't bring the same energy from semifinals to the finals against us.
Considering the first half of the year, it was all about vitality. Is the second half of the year going to be team spirit?
We'll see, hopefully, yes.
Finally, Donk, is there anybody that you want to thank watching at home? Anybody here in the arena? I'll let you have your say.
No, thanks everyone who supporting me, who helping me to... Yeah, that's it. Who supports me, I love the all people who helps me, and that's it.
Thank you so much, Donk. Congratulations once again. I'll let you get on your way and celebrate with your team because we do have one more very special surprise. It is time to discover what is the revelation.
He's still going. Oh, Olaf just about gets it as the flames. A little dance of happiness. They get Robert Cribs with a spray down. He gets himself the triple. Wow, what is it? What is that? You can't do that simple.
What a flick coming in, Shroud getting one another headshot. Are you kidding me? Shroud and an arc, a power surge right through to. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! He takes every single one. He did it. Oh, and he slaps him down. He's won it by John. Apex wants this showdown match.
Wait, Cologne! 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 Cologne, is that what we want? Do we want a major? You're absolutely right, we want a major. Cologne, it's a lot to think about. The last time a major here, I'm pretty sure Fallen did it 2 times over. But in this motion, the history, the lineage, the prestige, the intersecting storylines, all of the fixins for what will be 2026 already in Counter-Strike will now also be the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major in 2026. Personally, that's exciting. I can't be the only one here that's excited for that. What's up? Hey, have you been here before?
Sorry?
Have you been here before?
I have been here for 3 years.
Okay, are you excited to bring the major to Cologne?
Yes, Cologne deserves the major.
All right, all right. What about you guys? You guys want to see a major in Cologne, right?
Sorry?
You know the major is coming to Cologne. Did you hear the news?
Yeah, man. We fought for it. The crowd is amazing every year here. I've come here like 7 years in a row now, and we deserve this.
Well, all right then. Cologne, make some noise. You're going to have a major in 2026. Can you believe it? Because I can, and I'm looking forward to it the most. Let's head back to the desk.
10 years in the making, the major finally returns to Cologne. We were here all the way back in 2016 for the last time. It was a major, Yanko. Now, next year, we get to crown it once again.
It's incredibly exciting. You know, on one hand, Cologne became a major of its own, right outside of the circuit, really. But for a 10-year anniversary, to bring it all the way back and give it that little, you know, sprinkle on top of everything else, I think is extremely exciting.
It may sound ridiculous to say, right? I think winning a major in itself would always be a great, great achievement for a Counter-Strike player. It's what everyone dreams about. But if there ever was a major to win now for some of the players who've won it before, it would be the one next year. Winning Cologne and winning it as a major, that's instant legendary status.
That's a nice 2-for-1 special there. Yeah, I mean, look, there's no other arena in the Counter-Strike circuit that can do this. I got the same chills walking in here a couple days ago for rehearsal that I did in 2015, the first time we stepped foot in here. Like, this arena is special to Counter-Strike. Having it be a major just makes it more so.
Jacob, are you going to go back to competing? Because it went so well for you back in 2016, no?
I mean, no, I did exit in the group stage, so hopefully next year I'll find a way to make it to the playoff.
You were on Liquid. You were in that grand finals, right?
No. No.
Crazy. Speaking, unfortunately, of untimely exits, unfortunately, this does mark the end of the road for Mouz. So let's get a few parting thoughts, courtesy of Torzy.
Mouz came, they saw, they almost conquered, and they did in some ways. Here they do come out in second place. I'm here, obviously, with Torzy to talk a little bit about what happened in this game. Quickly, some of the emotions, man. This has probably been a roller coaster weekend for you guys. Between the events of yesterday, you jump into a grand final today. Can you tell me a little bit about some of the way you were feeling when you woke up today to now?
Yeah, I think you said it correctly. It is a roller coaster. We were really happy yesterday that we could have beat Vitality finally, but we woke up with a lot of confidence and good mood today, but it was not enough versus Spirit. They played amazing, they played much better than us, and I feel like we disappeared in the final. I disappeared. I feel like the team chemistry was not there from us, and it was a really tough game. They played better, and I have to give it to them. I don't know what to say. We need to step up in these moments, and I feel like we are not ready yet to lift the big trophies. That's the truth, and but we will be once.
You're definitely worthy of winning the big trophies, Torzy. Like, that's obvious to me. You guys are definitely a winning caliber team. There's nothing about shying away from trophies. I think my question to you is, where did you guys leave here in Cologne after this big final, after all the things, all the fixins? How did you come here, and then now it's a positive thing for you, even in the loss?
Of course, looking at it objectively, it will be a positive tournament for us. Reaching the grand final, beating Vitality, it was a dream, but when you are here, you just want to lift the trophy, and we did not. So right now, it sucks, it hurts a lot. But this stage is really special. The fans here are amazing. I want to thank everybody who was cheering for us in the arena. I love you guys so much. We love you. Everybody from Mouz, we appreciate the cheering, the shouting, everything. I hope we made some Mouz fans here, and yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Torzy.
Thank you.
I think if one thing is for certain, they've definitely garnered a hell of a lot more Mouz fans here in the Cathedral. But what an emotional roller coaster for Torzy to be going on. From the highs of yesterday, taking down Vitality, now to fumbling the bag versus Spirit.
I mean, I feel like it's been an emotional roller coaster for them for like the last 6 months, right? Like, you have all these deep runs that you're feeling good in, that it feels like you've taken the next step, and they all come crashing down. Previously to Vitality, now to Spirit. I don't know, man. Like, the comparisons that you can make to the old Astralis, TSM guys, with the amount of failure they had to endure for so long before being able to hoist trophies, but before becoming the greatest team of all time. I don't know if that, we obviously can't know if that's in Mouz's future, but if they can sustain themselves through all this failure, I mean, there's no way you don't come out on the other side like incredibly strong for the task that you've just been through. I just don't know if they can actually make it.
It's tough to know where to stand with everything that's been going on, right? I mean, this is the third final best of 5 this year that they've lost 3-0 as well, right? Like, so it's not just about not winning the finals. It's like you're not making it competitive. It's not really close.
And it's weird because they have a good map pool.
Yeah, exactly. So it's, you guys kind of go missing here on 2 different maps. They lose 8 rounds on the T side in a row, right? Like, they just can't get around on T side. So let's just see if this was the consequence of getting emotionally, you know, empty after beating Vitality. But the next 1 or 2 tournaments, you have to like do something, right? Otherwise, at the end of the season, they'll have to make a roster change.
You know, you hear that, Mouz? You only get 15 chances.
That's the thing, though. I feel like if you zoom out, you know, and you look at Mouz, I think being the second best team in the world, the third best team in the world, with the player material they have, with the budget they have, with the way they run the organization as well, willing to sell players, willing to bring up academy players, etc., etc. Zoom out, you know, and look at what they've achieved for this year. It's absolutely fantastic. I can't help to feel that they've had the opportunity, they've had the chances to win trophies, and you know, seeing how everyone else is ramping up, you know, Falcons coming into the mix with Kyusuke, what happens to G2, what happens to FaZe, what happens to some of these big money organizations that will buy maybe some of the Mouz players in order to find success. I can't help to feel that Mouz had the opportunity to win trophies, but they got nothing to show for it.
You have confetti in your hair, Jacob.
Well, I like that.
Okay. Well, you're a winner once a year, I guess. So they say a broken clock strikes twice a day. Strikes correctly once a day? I don't know. Either way,
24-hour clock.
That is true. We do love them over in the UK.
I don't know.
Either way, it is about time that we discover who's the winner of our One Expect Clutch.
Multiple bodies not looking his way. Active D stashing as well. 1-on-1. Jimmy to stay bound.
Okay, we're back. Yes, indeed. That was the winner of the One Expect Clutch.
Still looking for that 24-hour clock, but
yeah, where is that 24-hour clock? Everybody's always asking.
A big clock, though. It'd be cool.
Everybody asking.
I just want to look at the rest of the season after this very moment, though, because we got some answers to some big questions that we were posing, right? There is somebody who can take down Vitality. That isn't enough to win a grand final, apparently, and we do have Spirit back in fighting form. So this is a very exciting start to the second half of the year.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have Vitality Vitality, will they be able to bounce back? Mouz, can they make that next step? Spirit, was it enough to just get Zway in for Magix? You know, what happens to the fallen giants of FaZe, Team Liquid, some of the other guys? Will Falcons get their ish together or not? Right? Like, and you have to tune in to the rest of the season, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a cliffhanger.
The ESL Grand Slam, this is the updated standings. Now, we were saying, you know, if Vitality was going to continue on their streak, they would have, could have, maybe should have had 2 Grand Slams in the space of a year. That's not going to happen anymore, but now Spirit, they've got 9 chances remaining after this. So it's looking interesting.
It's pretty good to win IEM Cologne, you know, to have that as your first star in this standing. Still curious to see Spirit, you know, in the next couple of tournaments as well. Still curious to see the bounce back from Vitality as well. I think Falcons is probably a team that people right now are underestimating in the fact that they played horrible at the Austin Major. They didn't do too well here, but remind yourself, 3 months ago, they were the hot stuff, you know. They were the ones that were so close taking down Vitality in 2 grand finals.
Up until they started practicing, Jacob.
That's the problem.
You know, like that, they were great up until they started
out of the Mongols
practicing.
playbook.
Listen, the whole Grand Slam thing, I only have one wish. Get someone at 3 wins, come Cologne next year.
Yeah.
Someone can win the major and the Grand Slam, all of that.
And have some of the giant killers along the way.
I was going to say, you could maybe get a
please.
giant killer in the major final as well, which would be absolutely. I don't think we've had that triggered yet.
We have never had that triggered. Potentially a chance for a team to be doing that moving forward as we do move forward into the rest of the calendar year. As per ESL events, ESL Pro League is going to be the next one coming up, returning for Season 22. Many more antics set to go down, gentlemen. I'm excited for that.
Probably, as is ESL Pro League tradition, we have nothing planned at the moment. We have no idea what's coming, and we'll be going in blind. And
we can submit them to the mailbag, though.
Oh yes,
right?
we can submit things to the mailbag. If you have any ideas for Pro League,
that is
EPL mailbag at EFG.gg.
Yeah, exactly that one. So spam your ideas there, I guess.
LARP's going to be around.
Or if you would rather, maybe head on over to ESL.gg/Krakow because you can indeed attend the Winter Championship event. First time that is going to be going down in the city of Krakow. That's fun.
Yeah, come help us establish a new mainstay on the circuit as well. Get a new city started, a new arena, some Counter-Strike, and I mean that's going to be a party. Anyone who's trying to take on the task of becoming like the spiritual successor to Katowice, we're going to have to make some history there. Then we're going to need some people in those seats.
It's going to be an incredible one, Jacob. Any final thoughts as we do indeed wrap up what is been Cologne 2025?
I think it's been fantastic. I'm just curious if there's like a bundle ticket going on where you get Krakow, you get, you know, perhaps Cologne as well, and you can actually buy your way into both of those events, for me including as well.
All right, Jacob, move into sales. Move into sales right now. That's a brilliant idea. I like it.
So you're telling me you're not going to come back as a player?
I hope so, but no.
I hope not. Gentlemen, thank you so much. This has been an absolute pleasure to share a desk with you all weekend long. Thank you everybody who came out to support us here in the arena and watching along at home. And last but by no means least, thank you so much to the fantastic production staff putting on an incredible product as always. We'll be seeing you very soon.
Up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. days, lonely nights, a lot of tears, a lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it.
Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils, we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous. Dynamite.
Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Mouz.
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys.
I'll cover you. Flashback.
Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Holly, you got a big shout out from Chopper as well for all the work you have done. But what does this victory at Cologne mean to you?
Короче, Чоппер расцвел, там мы все расцвели. Что это вообще победа? Как она досталась?
Я думаю, мы проделали фантастическую работу. Мы делали правильные выводы из ошибок. И Леоне мне просто нужно было давать побольше поспать.
The main reason I'm not sure that I translated it correctly, but in a way, the main reason Spirit won the tournament because Chopper had a good sleep before the event. So that's the main thing.
I love that. Can you tell me something about Sway and the way he did on the big stage for the first time?
Расскажи про Звейха, это первая его игра на арене, и вот что ты про его игру ты думаешь?
Да, он оправдал полностью ожидания, потому что у него абсолютно все новые роли, и ему 17 лет, он посещал в своей карьере пару крупных турниров, он вышел сразу на сцену, и я ему каждый день говорю о том, что тебе нужно работать и относиться к своему делу без ожиданий. Он наберет, и мы станем еще сильнее.
He said Zveik did everything perfect. He has no ones before.
and Holly work with him individually, like talking with him that he needs to work a lot. He doesn't need to have any expectation about this game. He just needs to play Counter-Strike, that's all. And he did it on 100% or even more.
And one more question, a bit more difficult maybe. Is there something you saw in the team that makes him confident that now Spirit can go on to win many more big trophies? Because there was a long time between Katowice as an IEM and then Cologne as an IEM until they win the second one.
Ты видишь какие знаки того, что Spirit могут выиграть еще ивенты, потому что между победами пока у Spirit долгие перерывы.
Нужно продолжать работать, я думаю, победы придут. Мы будем настроены выиграть все в этом сезоне, а там как пойдет.
Spirit gonna focus on winning every tournament. Just need to work hard, and that's the key to win.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your help.
Look, the people are going home now, but you came to Cologne and you did it. Tell me, how are you? Are you? Is it calm again? Is it calm?
Yes, calm. Yes.
Was it racing? Was it really fast during the game?
No, not really.
No. So you just cool, calm, easy katka.
Yes.
Right. Well, is there anything you want to say at all? I mean, the floor is yours. I mean, the floor is yours. I mean, you are the winners. You can say it in English, you can say whatever you want in this moment, man.
1 second.
21. 21. That's all.
Thank you.
No problem.
Zontics, congratulations. We didn't hear from you yet. What an amazing victory. So many Zontics fans also in the crowd. What does this day mean to you? How important is Cologne?
Well, for me, Cologne is just another championships. Well, I think on this level, there's only 4 of them in the year. So it's 2 majors, Katowice and Cologne. I haven't played in this arena before, but I can say this is probably my favorite one because this is the biggest one, I think. And yeah, I like this place.
Always so rational, but I know you always stay very, very calm. But when you do play in a place like this and you see everything, what goes through your head in the rounds? Do you ever think, oh my God, this is so cool?
Yeah, obviously this is cool. I like the show, and I like that I have the ability to kind of not only play CS on just some kind of face it, but play on the biggest arenas, biggest matches. So yeah, I'm just glad that I'm able to do that. And obviously, I want to say thank you to every fan of Counter-Strike, every fan of esports. Doesn't matter if you're cheering for me, for Spirit, for another team. Doesn't really matter. Every one of you is a part of esports, and I'm very thankful.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Yo, Donk. He's a popular guy. What do you want me to say? You're just chill and kind guy.
Yes, I'm a chill guy.
You know, I made a music mix recently, and I used your voice lines from that skit all over it. And I'm not a DJ. I have no idea. So maybe one day I could share it to you.
Okay. But
it's cool when you smile, but when you don't smile, I know you mean business. So now you can smile that the game's over, right?
yes,
So what do you do tomorrow?
fly to home,
And then
hard work,
keep.
have another tournament. There is no time to stop.
It just always keeps going. Does that ever catch up with you? Does it ever bother you?
What?
The travel and all of this.
No.
Well, you know, like, Donk, my thing is, you are the true stunner, not me. You are the true stunner around here. Is there anything that you could tell me or tell the fans at home? Like anything nice?
I love my friends, and me and my team really appreciate when you're cheering for us, even if you're losing. So keep doing it. We love you. Keep cheering for Team Spirit.
Я люблю тебя тоже.
Я люблю тебя тоже.
See ya.